Orson Welles, usually heard at this time in the CBS series Hello, Americans, is unable to appear this evening due to illness. For tonight, Lud Gluskin and his orchestra present a program for the people of two continents. Ritmos de las Americas. The Argentine. Brazil. Martinique. Trinidad. Cuba. Mexico. Ritmos de las Americas. These are the exciting rhythms of the Americas, which you will hear tonight, played for you by Lud Gluskin and his orchestra, featuring the noted calypso singer Sir Lancelot, Cuba's favorite Miguelito Valdez, and your host for the evening, Mexico's singing star of the screen, Tito Guizar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, no one can take the place of Senor Orson Welles on a program such as this dedicated to the Latin American countries. I can say that with conviction, because I was with Senor Welles in Brazil while he was on his tour through South America. He has told you something of this broadcast about the lovely island of Cuba, and he is right. Anyone who travels to Cuba carries away with him memories which live forever. He will always be able to see the twinkling lights of Havana. He will always hear the soft laughter of dark-eyed girls. And back of it all, there will be music, the rhythm of the Americas, the rhythm of a bolero song that comes right from the heart. Very nice, Senor Gluskin. A few weeks ago, mi amigo Orson Welles told you about the Calypso singers of Trinidad. On that same program, he introduced one of those singers. He's very famous. His name is Sir Lancelot. Tonight, we are very happy to have him back to sing for us again. Before we hear your song, Sir Lancelot, I wish you could tell us how calypso singing began in Trinidad.
Well, Tito, it probably began when somebody found out that a story could be told as well as sung. That's what calypso singing is, a story that's told in a song.
Are the stories always about love and romance?
Oh, no. They can be about anything. Legends, history, sometimes love. Sometimes even about the news. You know, Tito, here in the United States, there's a calypso song.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about what the Americans would do if they were in Berlin.
I'm afraid I don't follow you. What is the title of the song?
Right in the Führer's face.
I remember now. A very lovely ballad. Now, Americans, here is Sir Lancelot, the calypso singer from Trinidad with, what's your song?
It's a little something commemorating the treacherous attack on Pearl Harbor. Arise, arise, ye sons of America, arise. Arise, arise, ye sons of America, arise. Listen to the sound of the bugle call. Your Uncle Sam needs you one and all, and he means to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. It was on the morning of December 7 when the evil messengers of this son of heaven attacked Pearl Harbor without a cause, precipitating this cruelest of wars. But that mad action they will regret. Believe me, friends, ain't seen nothing yet. For we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Now in the words of our great president, the illustrious head of this government, that most cruel and dastardly crime will be repaid 1,000 times, till those cantankerous beasts of prey are apprehended and brought to bay. For we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Indeed, my friends, it's a wholesome sight as we stand with our allies in this glorious fight. Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, the Netherlands, and our motherland, Russia and China, we're proud to add. Don't forget to mention La Trinidad, for we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Oh boy. Oh. Now as to the outcome, we have no fear, neither by land, nor sea, nor by air. Remember gallant MacArthur's stand on the historic peninsula. At Bataan, Admiral Nimitz and Captain Kelly, their deeds will live for eternity by land, air, and sea. We shall win the victory most assuredly.
I would like to come back to Trinidad. I was there, you know.
Thank you.
A lovely place. Well, if tonight you were dancing in Rio de Janeiro, that splendid city of Brazil, you would be sure to hear a romantic samba called Aquarela do Brasil, which I had the pleasure to introduce to American audiences 2 years ago. Right now, it is probably the most popular Latin American song in all the Americas. Maestro Lud Gluskin plays it for you. Very, very nice, Senor Lord. Very nice. In Cuba, when the bright stars hang over to the gray sugar plantations, the native workers sing their song. Their voices come from their hearts, and the night is filled with a melody that is haunting and tender, with a rhythm that is savage and compelling. It is one of these Cuban songs that Miguelito Valdez is about to sing for you. It is called Babaloo.
Babaloo, 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 aye, Babaloo, aye. Están empezando los velorios, ay, ¿qué le hacemos a Babaloo? Dame 17 velas. Es pa' ponerlo en juro. Dame un cabo de tabaco mayengue y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero mayengue pa' que no de la muerte. Yo quiero pedir ay, que mi negra me quiera, que tenga dinero y que no se jade. Y yo le quiero pedir a Babaloo y una negra pimpona. Es que no tengo coro negro, es pa' que no se fuera. Ba, 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 balúa, yeah, mamá. Papa, balúa, yeah, papá. Papa, kini, balúa, papá. Mamá, mira mamita, recuerda cuando que queremos decir yo te digo mamá que llama como tu cuento somaría mi corazón mi mar su cuento se te luego mi por su cabrón pajátaro si viene cayó cuento muerto poeta si viene cayó los equipos me toco si viene cayó el bondón yo pato con tres años por mucho te comienza a me cagar a la mamá que si mañana yo me muero mamá que no me haga cosa buena por eso también me invita a la pequeña como mamá la más paca priquio Babaloo, ay, mamá. Babaloo, ay. Babaloo, ay.
Muy bueno, Miguelito, muy bueno. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sing for you a song which pictures my homeland, Mexico. For there are so many songs, and there is so little time. I will take my guitar and just sing. Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí, dame la luz que tiene tu mirar y la ansiedad que entre tus labios vi, esa locura de vivir y amar, que es más que amor, frenesí, que es más que amor, frenesí. Es más que amor, frenesí. Guadalajara, 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 Guadalajara. Tienes el alma de provinciana, hueles a limpio, rosa temprana. A verde jade fresca del río, son mis palomos tu caserío. Guadalajara, Guadalajara, hueles a pura tierra mojada. Ay, colomitos lejanos. Hay colomitos inolvidables, inolvidables como las tardes en que la lluvia desde la loma irnos así hasta Zapopan. Y ay, ay, ay. Guadalajara, y allá en el rancho grande, allá donde viví, y había una rancherita que alegre me decía, y pues qué te decía manito, te voy a hacer tus calzones, ¿cómo?
como los que usa el ranchero ceboreando, de los comienzo de lana y luego de los zapatos de cuero. Allá en el rancho grande, allá donde vivía, había una rancherita que alegre me decía, Y pues, ¿qué te decía, maldito, que pasen para adentro, que estoy solito? Which means in English, okay. Ay, ay,
kalambu ayuhe bambu kalambu bambu he bambu kalambu ayuhe y va por la tierra el guate cantando su canto vendré bambu kalambu bambu he bambu kalambu ayuhe kim bamba temblará como el negro colibrí kim bamba Arabali, Kimbamba, 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 oh,
Very good, Lord Gluskin. And now it's time to say hasta la vista. This is Tito Rizal saying good night, Americans.
Our orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. Next week, Orson Welles will return in another broadcast of Hello, Americans from Hollywood. Dick Joy speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I may be the district attorney, but if my son is guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. I'll prosecute him, then, Blake, I'll start on you.
Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the weakling. Young Clyde Banning, son of District Attorney Banning, steps out of a nightclub following a gay New Year's Eve party. An expensive limousine pulls up to the curb, and Clyde gets in. Clyde has done some careless driving lately, had his driver's license revoked, and is now forced to be driven about by Rawlins, the family chauffeur.
Where to now, Mr. Banning?
Let's go home, Rawlins.
Not yet, Clyde.
Ellen, what are you doing in here? I thought you were still in the club.
I didn't think you even knew I was there.
Oh, I saw you a couple of times.
Why have you been avoiding me, Clyde? You know how it hurts me. What's happened?
Take Miss Blake home, Rawlins.
No, I won't go home. I won't be brushed off like this without an explanation. You know how much I love you, Clyde, and I can't go on like this any longer.
Please, Ellen, this is no time to make a scene.
Clyde, you know you love me. Let's get married right now, tonight.
Please, let's not talk about it now.
I will talk about it now.
Rawlins, pull up, please.
I won't get out, Clyde. I won't.
I'll drive, Rawlins. You can take a cab home.
You'll drive, but listen...
Go on,
here.
Rawlins. I'll take Miss Blake home.
Don't take me home, Clyde. I've got to talk to you. Please, drive down to the Ocean Highway.
All right. All right, but cut out the melodrama.
Why have you changed so, Clyde? Why can't we get married?
You know as well as I. My father is district attorney, and he's out to crack that graft situation wide open. He knows who the big boss of the racket is, and he's going to get his scalp. Send him to the pen.
But what's that to do with us?
You know that Jim Blake is the big boss. Your own father.
But we have our own lives to live.
If I married you, Dad'd throw me out on my ear.
What of that? We could get along.
How? Your father won't have a dime when this is over. Besides, Dad is up for re-election. How would it look? DA's son marries convict's daughter.
I thought you really loved me.
Well, I've always liked you, Ellen, but it just won't work. It isn't fair to Dad.
Then you don't want to marry me?
I've told you how I feel about it.
What a ridiculous fool I've been.
Now, don't start that hysterical stuff
I've
again.
hoped against hope that you weren't trying to get rid of me, but now I know. You're a low, spineless jellyfish. You didn't love me. You couldn't.
Stop shouting.
I won't stop. I wish everyone could hear me. You know what a despicable rotter you are.
Shut up! No, stop it, you little fool! Ellen! Good Lord! Ellen! Ellen! Oh, Lord. Her face. Ellen. Ellen, darling. I'd better get a doctor. Maybe she... No, shouldn't move her. Yes, that's it. Get help.
Yes, Clyde. Better get help. There, just ahead, the low lights of a service station. Hurry, Clyde. Maybe she's still alive. What's the trouble, Clyde? You're slowing down.
Oh, they might think I did it. Think I pushed her out. She's dead. She must be. No one knows. Better drive on.
You've passed it now, Clyde. You've really fixed things now. You should have stopped. Clyde's fear increases with every mile. He slips the car into the garage and hurries quietly to his room. But he doesn't sleep, not a wink. His head throbs, and with every thump of his heart, Ellen's words ring in his ears.
Low, spineless jellyfish. Low, spineless jellyfish.
Ellen, please, I didn't mean it. Forgive me, please.
District Attorney Banning sits at breakfast with his attractive wife, Marcia. Marcia is Clyde's stepmother. The district attorney scans his morning paper as Clyde, pale and worn, slips into his place at the table.
What do you think of that?
What is it, Henry?
Jim Blake's daughter was found dead on the Ocean Highway early this morning.
Oh, they found? On the Ocean Highway?
Oh, good morning, son. How have you been?
Well, I guess I overslept.
Really? Looks as though you hadn't slept at all.
Have a big evening? Too much champagne?
No. Gee, that's terrible about Blake's daughter. What happened to her?
I think she was thrown out of a car. Probably some enemy of Blake's. I dare say he has plenty.
Thrown out? Does it say that?
Yes. Well, I'd better go down to the office.
Well, maybe she jumped out.
Not likely. Venture to say she was pushed out, all right.
Why don't you have some coffee, Clyde? Help that hangover.
I haven't got a hangover.
What in the name of heaven's wrong with you? You better take some aspirin, son. Go back to bed.
Well, you're going to the office today? It's New Year's Day. Never go down there on a holiday.
Going down for an hour or so. Will it upset your plans by any chance?
I haven't got any plans.
And what's bothering you?
Something's wrong with you, Clyde.
Nothing's wrong with me, and nothing's bothering
Just a
me.
moment. Who are you shouting
Well,
at?
I'm not shouting at.
I think you'd better go on back to your room. Go to bed. You're a bit too unpleasant to suit me.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Marcia.
That's all right, darling.
I'll feel all right after a while. I guess I did have too much champagne.
Never seen Clyde like this.
Well, you've only been around him a year, Marcia. He's a moody type, has spells, but he's a good boy. You'll learn all his little quirks in time. Well, I'll run along, darling. Be back in an hour or so.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Clyde.
Yes? What is it, Thompson?
Rawlins, the chauffeur, would like to see you, sir.
Oh, yes? All right, send him in.
He'd see you, Rawlins.
What do you want, Roland?
I'd like to have a little talk with you, Clyde.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Where did you go last night after you dismissed me?
What business is that of yours?
Well, I just thought I'd ask you. Got in around 2:30, didn't you, Clyde?
What of it?
Thought maybe you knew what happened to Ellen Blake.
I took her home. What happened after that, I don't know.
She kind of put the pressure on you, didn't she?
What do you mean?
I heard her. Heard every word you both said. She said she was determined to get married.
So what?
Well, it wouldn't be so good for you if I was to tell about last night.
No?
Oh, you made a big mistake when you let me out of that car. If you let me drive her home, why, you might not be in this jam.
Who said I was in a jam?
I say so.
What if you do tell what you know? That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, I got better proof than that.
What?
Ellen Blake's handbag. I found it in the car this morning. Here it is.
What?
Her initials on it, some personal effects inside.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I'm the only one who knows about all this. If I talk, you're certain to get a rope around your neck.
I didn't kill her. She jumped out.
Yeah? Can you prove that?
No.
If I tell about the argument and establish the time, you wouldn't have a chance.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
How'd you like trying convincing a jury on that?
No.
Well. But you know, I don't have to say a word about it, Clyde.
Why should you?
It all depends on you.
What do you want?
Oh, I could use a little money.
How much?
$2,000 or $3,000.
What? Where would I get that much?
You get a nice allowance every month.
You're a dirty rat, Rawlins. I didn't like your looks when you came here 3 weeks ago. I thought you looked like a crook. I'll have you fired.
I don't think you will. You can't afford to.
Do I get the handbag?
No, not until you pay off in full.
Suppose I tell you to go to the devil.
And you'll be in jail within an hour. I mean business.
Okay. Okay, I'll pay as much as I can each month.
I don't want to wait too long.
I'll try to get it as soon as possible. I want that handbag.
You'll get it, kid. When I get the $3,000. Good afternoon, madame.
What do you mean coming into my room without knocking?
And how is madame today?
What do you want?
I want to wish you a happy new year.
Well, of all the nerve. You get out of here.
Now, don't get excited. I thought you might like to talk to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a little information that might be of interest to you.
Information? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Clyde.
What about him?
Well, I was just wondering what would happen if your husband had to prosecute his own son for the murder of the daughter of the man he's out to break.
Are you crazy? What do you mean?
Clyde murdered Ellen Blake. Threw her out of the car.
What? How do you know that?
She was in love with Clyde. He was trying to shake her. I drove them away from a nightclub last evening. They had a very serious argument. And then he let me out and drove the car himself.
That doesn't mean anything.
Ellen Blake was killed about 1 a.m. Clyde came in about 2.
Good heavens.
This morning I found this handbag in the car. It's Ellen Blake's. If I were to tell what I know about it and produce his handbag, Clyde would have a rope placed around his neck by his own father. I doubt very much that the DA would ever be reelected.
How could Clyde do such a thing?
Well, he must have lost his head. She was pretty insistent.
But you don't have to say anything about this.
Oh, I wouldn't have to.
If this came out, Henry would be ruined.
That's just what I mean. Now, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
No.
And it's all up to you.
Up to me?
Yes, if I cover up a murder, it might affect my conscience. I might worry a lot. But my conscience might be sad.
What do you want?
Well, it ought to be worth about $3,000.
Why, that's ridiculous. I have no such amount.
Then get it.
How could I explain what I wanted with $3,000?
That's your worry, not mine, baby.
Do you know what they can do to you for blackmail?
Now, this isn't blackmail, honey. No, I'm not threatening to divulge someone's past. It's bigger than that. As a matter of fact, you're going to bribe me to withhold a piece of important evidence. So you see, I hold the aces.
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. But I know somebody who has a lot of dough, and I'd just as soon turn the information over to Blake as anyone else. I just want to give you a break.
How about this diamond bracelet?
Oh, yeah, that'll help. But it'll be hard to get rid of. I'd rather have cash.
All right, I'll give you these diamonds, and you can hold them until I get the cash.
Fair enough. Hand them over. Thanks. You know, I thought that you'd see things in the right way. Goodbye, honey.
Get out of here. You rotten thief.
Oh, listen to her.
As the days pass, Clyde and Marcia are both turning over every cent they can get hold of to Rawlins. But the going is difficult, and Rawlins becomes more insistent. Then one day, Clyde gets a message to visit the big boss, Jim Blake, Ellen's father.
I was told you wanted to see me, Mr. Blake.
Yeah. Sit down, kid.
Thank you.
Everything working out all right?
What do you mean?
You look a little worried, kid. I thought maybe something was disturbing your sleep.
Oh, well, I've been having headaches. I think it's my eyes.
Been seeing things, have you? In the dark?
No, I haven't been seeing things. I don't know what you're getting at, but nothing's bothering me.
Just when was it that you started meeting my daughter, Ellen?
I don't know what you mean.
Quit playing dumb. I found out about it today.
Who told you such a thing?
Does your father know about you and Ellen? I'll bet not.
Now, look here. If you think you can stop Father in this investigation by trying to frame something on me, you're crazy. You can't get away with it. I'll spill the whole thing.
Oh, you will?
Yes, I will. You're a crook. When my father gets through with you, you'll be behind the bars for the rest of your life.
When I'm put behind bars, kids, you'll be dangling from the end of a rope.
What are you trying to accuse me of?
The murder of my daughter.
Murder? I didn't kill her.
Can you prove that?
There's no proof that I did.
I've got a witness, kid, and he's ready to talk when I say the word.
Witness? That's ridiculous. Why should I want to kill Ellen?
Because she was in love with you, and you wanted to shake her because you were afraid your father would kick if you married her. Your father's out to get me, and I'm determined to beat him to the draw.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
Ellen left that nightclub with your car New Year's Eve. You had an argument. She wanted to get married. When she got too insistent, you dismissed the chauffeur and drove the car yourself. And out on the ocean highway, you threw her out on the rocks.
I didn't.
Did you stop? Did you look at her? Her face mangled to a pulp, her body broken to bits on those rocks?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
I've got a witness to the argument and the time element.
You can't scare me.
I just talked to Rawlins, your chauffeur. He knows what time you got in, and he found Ellen's purse in the car.
I don't believe it. Where's the purse?
Rawlins has it. He'll produce it when you get to trial, and your own father will have to prosecute you. Oh, I'll enjoy that. Too bad about that purse, kid. If you'd found the purse and Rawlins didn't know what he knows, you might have gotten away with it. But you're stuck now, stuck with Rawlins and the purse, and your own father will have to tie the rope around your neck.
Rawlins is a liar.
It'll hold in court. The jury will believe him.
He's a dirty liar. I could kill him.
Kill him? You wouldn't do that.
Well, he isn't fit to live.
Well, you aren't either. But I'm going to give you a chance to keep out of the noose. I'll keep Rawlins from talking if you get me a couple of letters.
What letters?
Your father has them. They have my signature on them. You can get them very easily. You get those papers, and I'll put the quietus on Rawlins. They're addressed to the county supervisor. Your father intends to use them against me. I want them. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You get the papers, and we're both in the clear. Understand?
Yeah, you understand.
All right. I'll give you till tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. You can go now.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Saturday night passes. Then Sunday dawns with the most startling discovery. Rawlins, the chauffeur, has been found dead, shot to death in his apartment over the garage. No evidence is discovered, no weapon, no fingerprints, nothing. Now it is late afternoon.
Oh, this is a fine mess. A murder in my own home.
Everything will come out all right, Henry. You're certain to find the person who did it.
Oh, yes, he may have had some enemies. After all, we know very little about him. He'd only been here a short while.
Don't you understand? I'm the district attorney. Murder has been committed in my own home. Why, if I can't bring this to a solution, I'll be a laughingstock. I'll never be reelected.
We're trying to help you, Henry.
Oh, certainly.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but this has got to be kept from the police department. Once they get into it, it'll be plastered all over the front pages of every newspaper in town. Yes. I'll have to handle this from my own office.
Well, neither one of us has been out of the house, and we haven't told anyone. What are you worried about?
Surely, a man like Rollins could have had many enemies. Who knows what he'd been mixed up in?
Captain Stone to see you, Mr. Banning.
Oh. Yes, I was afraid of that. All right. Show him in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banning.
Oh, good afternoon, Captain Stone. Well, what are you doing out this way?
We heard about your chauffeur.
Really? And who told you?
Oh, friend. Body hasn't been moved, has it?
No, Inspector Stone, it hasn't. Mm-hmm. Still in the room over the garage.
Well, come on, Skelton. Let's have a look. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Banning?
Why, no. No, of course not.
Thank you. We'll be back in a moment.
All right. You know, I've got a strange feeling that Jim Blake knows something about this.
Blake? Why do you think that?
I don't know. He's just the type to think of something like this. Yes, a perfect setup for him. A murder in my own home. Nothing would please him better.
Why would Blake resort to anything like this?
Why? Because my dear Blake is in a tough spot. Yes. The more I think about it, the more right I think I am. Well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't think Blake had anything to do with it.
Really? What do you know about it?
Well, nothing, Father.
Then please allow me to handle this in my own way.
Henry, why must you be so harsh?
I'm sorry, Father. But I think you should keep away from Blake.
Why?
I don't know. I just think you should.
Yes. Well, when I want your opinion, son, I'll ask for it.
Well, here you are, Mr. Banning. We found it.
Found what?
We found this revolver behind the garage.
Well,
No, don't touch it. We want to check for fingerprints.
Oh, of course, I know better than to touch it.
Yeah. Fingerprints? Maybe there are none on it.
We'll check it just the same.
Well, the killer would be a fool to leave his prints on the gun. How do you know it is the gun?
We'll find out. Ballistics will know.
How will they know who the gun belongs to? Maybe it isn't the gun.
We already know who killed him. All we need is proof.
You know? How do you know? Who did it?
Your son did it.
What?
We were tipped off.
My son?
That's right.
Are you crazy? Why should Clyde kill him? He hardly knew him.
Look, Mr. Banning, you think I'd come to your house snooping around unless I had a very good reason?
Where did you get your tip?
Well, I'd rather not say.
Who's his friend? Come on, you'd better tell me. I'll bring it out eventually.
All I know is that we were tipped off about the murder and told who did it. Your son threatened to kill Rawlins.
Who told you that?
Jim Blake. He heard him say it.
Where did you see Blake, Clyde?
I don't know what they mean.
Ask Jim Blake. Come on, Skelton. Let's check that gun with ballistics.
A few hours later, Boss Jim Blake stands in the study facing the district attorney. There is a tense moment as each waits for the other to speak.
Well, Banning, what do you want?
I know what you're trying to pull, Blake. You're trying to get at me by framing my son with a murder.
I'm not trying to frame him. I just told the police that I heard Clyde threaten to kill Rawlins.
So far, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence. Clyde had no reason to kill Rawlins, and without a motive, Clyde is in the clear.
Yeah?
You had a scheme in mind to force me to drop that investigation, then your scheme went haywire. You pulled a boner.
What do you mean, boner?
If Clyde had threatened Rawlins' life, the natural thing for a man in your situation to have done was to approach me instead of the police.
Why?
Well, you wanted those letters, didn't you? How could you possibly make a deal for those letters now that you've made your information public?
I'm way ahead of you, Banning. I'm not so dumb as all that. I'm still holding the aces.
What aces?
The ones I'll throw down for the letters.
I think you're bluffing, Blake.
I know why Clyde killed Rawlins. I can supply the motive. I'll admit that without the motive, he'd be in the clear. But if I spilled the motive, he'd crack in 5 minutes.
I still think you're bluffing.
I know you've got a cinch case against me with those letters. But with what I know, I've got a cinch case against your son that will send him to the gallows. Not only that, but if I do spill it, you wouldn't dare show your face in this town again.
Sounds pretty gruesome. I can't imagine what it could possibly be.
I'll say you can't. Clyde is really in it up to his neck.
You really think he's guilty?
Certainly, but whether he is or not, he had the motive. And the motive for killing Rollins will lead to something that can be definitely proved.
You mean material evidence?
I do. So in order to prosecute me, you'll be forced to prosecute your own son. I'll see to that. Now, you hand over those letters and we'll all be in the clear. Believe me, Banning, I'm not bluffing.
Blake, if you're telling the truth, then we're both in a very unfortunate position. You're a crook, and I happen to be a stickler for duty. I can't be bribed.
You mean you'd actually prosecute your own son?
I do. And if he's guilty, he can take the consequences. I don't believe he is, but I know you are.
I think you're crazy.
And I still think you're bluffing.
Try me.
I'll call your bluff.
All right, but you'll change your mind, Banning. If you don't, you're a bigger fool than I've ever come across.
Let's have it.
Get your son in here.
All right. Marcia, bring Clyde in here.
Yes, Henry.
What a sap you are, Banning. Over a couple of punk letters. Duty. Lad of bourgeois.
You want me, Father?
Oh, you can come in too, Marcia.
Yes, Henry.
What are you doing here?
Well, kid, I've been having a little chat with your righteous father. He sent for me. He's a little stupid. He wants to be enlightened. Maybe you can help him.
Yeah?
Clyde, I understand you paid a visit to Mr. Blake.
Huh? Go on. Better tell him, Clyde.
What were you doing there, Clyde?
Well, Blake sent for me.
Why?
What? He wanted to talk to me.
What about?
Well, about... What's he been saying?
I told him what you said to me.
Said about what?
About Rollins.
What did I say about Rollins?
What did you say, Clyde?
Nothing. He's lying.
Lying about what? We haven't said anything yet.
He tried to get me to steal something.
Steal something?
Now we're getting someplace.
Wanted you to steal some letters out of my safe.
Yes. He offered me a lot of money.
Money? I didn't even mention money. I didn't have to.
Yes, he did.
What inducement would money be to you, Clyde? You always get everything you want.
I offered you something better than money, kid.
What was it, Clyde?
He threatened me. Threatened to kill me.
How do you like that? You're in a tough spot, kid. You better start talking. You threatened to kill Rollins.
I did not.
I heard you.
Why did you make that threat?
Well, I was just talking. I didn't mean it. I couldn't kill anybody.
But you did say it.
But I didn't mean it.
What had you done? What did he know? Something prompted you to say it. Now, what was it?
Nothing. I haven't done anything.
You killed Rollins. You said you would.
I didn't kill him.
You killed him to shut his mouth.
What did he know, Clyde?
Blake's lying. He's just trying to scare me.
I'll scare you. You killed Rollins to keep him from telling what he knew about you and my daughter, Ellen.
What? Your daughter?
She was in love with Clyde and wanted him to marry her. He tried to shake her, but when she got too insistent, he threw her out of his car, murdered her.
I did not. I didn't.
Rollins heard them arguing. Clyde dismissed him and drove the car himself. Rollins found Ellen's purse in the car next morning. Rollins told me.
He's lying.
I told him Rollins wouldn't talk if Clyde got me the letters, but he killed Rollins instead.
Was Ellen Blake in your car the night she died?
Yes.
Did you dismiss the chauffeur?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. She jumped out. She jumped out deliberately.
Why didn't you tell this?
Well, I was going to, but then I got afraid they think I killed her.
Rollins tried to blackmail Clyde, then double-crossed Clyde and came to me.
Where's the purse?
Clyde probably has it. That's why he killed him.
I haven't got it. I don't know where it is. I couldn't find it.
Then you were in Rollins' apartment over the garage.
Yes, but I didn't kill him. I didn't kill Ellen.
Believe you. Yeah? Now, what do you have to say, Mr. Banning? Do I hold the aces?
No. I'll bring it to trial. I'll find that purse, if there is a purse. And if he's proven guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. And then, Blake, I'll start on you.
You're a fool, Banning. You're crazy.
Come in.
Well, here we are, Mr. Banning. Got quite a bit of dope on this Rollins killing.
What now?
There were no fingerprints on that gun, but it was definitely the murder weapon. Ballistics checked it.
Well, still doesn't prove my son fired the gun.
That's right. But we did manage to trace the original ownership.
And what did you learn?
Well, here it is. The gun was purchased 4 years ago in Seattle.
By whom?
By Patricia Rollins.
Patricia Rollins?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check on Patricia Rollins? Who was she?
Yeah, we checked on her. We also checked on Rollins. Patricia Rollins was your chauffeur's wife. They both have a police record. Rollins was a confidence man, 3 convictions. Wife Patricia was implicated as an accomplice.
Anything else?
Yes, Rollins disappeared into Mexico 3 years ago. Finally turned up here. Rollins must have had the gun in his possession. Or the wife had it. In which case, she could have killed him.
Quite possible. You'd better try to locate the wife.
Oh, here's a picture. We should be able to locate her without much trouble.
What do you mean? Good Lord. Marcia.
Yes, Henry.
Look at this photo. Do you know who this is?
Yes, Henry.
Sorry, Mrs. Banning. We'll check your fingerprints with these on police record just to make sure.
You don't need to check them. They're mine.
Marcia, don't.
Why not, Clyde?
It doesn't prove anything. Maybe somebody got into the apartment and killed him with his own gun.
That's just what happened. He did have the gun, but I killed him. 3 years ago, he deserted me. Later, I heard he was dead. Then after I'd married Henry, he turned up here. I knew what he was going to do eventually. But I was in love with Henry. Then when he found the purse, he used it to blackmail me. And when he double-crossed both Clyde and me by going to Blake, we determined to get the purse. But he caught us ransacking his apartment. He pulled the gun and struck me. We all fought for it. Clyde wrestled with him, and I got the gun and shot him.
Why did you tell Marcia? Why?
Why not? It doesn't matter now.
Tell me, did she shoot in self-defense, Clyde?
Certainly. He'd have killed us both.
Well, that will clear you of the Rawlins charge.
But what about Ellen? He still killed Ellen.
Captain Stone, there's a missing purse. Ellen Blake's purse. I want it. You can start looking in Rawlins' apartment. I'm going through with this, Blake, regardless of the consequences.
Take a look at him, Captain. A man who'd sacrifice his own son, his own life, for a couple of measly little letters. What a set.
But District Attorney Banning, a determined man, goes through with his promise. The case against his son is in preparation. The day of the opening of the trial is set. Then the missing purse is found, and in it is a note to Clyde, written and signed by Ellen Blake. Go on, read it, Clyde.
Dearest Clyde, I've tried every way to reach you. I know now that you've been avoiding me. I can't go on. I know your faults, but I love you. I can't help it. So I'm going to kill myself. I don't know how, but some way will present itself. Goodbye, Clyde. I hope you find the happiness I've been denied. I love you. Ellen.
Well, there you are. Ellen Blake did jump from Clyde's car. And Clyde, even though he did seem a weakling, was able to fight when it came to a showdown. And Marcia, because of her great love for Banning, was willing to sacrifice everything for him. So Clyde is cleared, Marcia is acquitted, and Blake is sent to prison. And that is the end of a story which might have ended very tragically had it not been for the note in Ellen's purse. Very convenient, that note.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, 9:30.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autry. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the low-range sea. I'm back. Every time it rains, I think of you, and that's the time I feel so blue. When the raindrops start a-falling, my love comes tumbling down, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Well, if you see clouds here in my eyes, it's just because you said goodbye. Although the sun is shining, there's no more summer sky, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely If you'd come back to me, every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so. And it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely if you'd come back to me. Every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so. And it's raining teardrops from my eyes. And it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Well, thank you very, very much, friends and neighbors. Nice of you to drop in on us. When it's springtime in the Rockies, I am coming back to you, little sweetheart of the mountain, with your bonny eyes of blue. Once again I'll say I love you, while the birds sing all the day. When it's springtime in the Rockies, in the Rockies far away. All right. When it's springtime in the Rockies, I am coming back to you. Little sweetheart of the mountain, with your body eyes of blue. Once again I'll say I love you, while the birds sing all the day. When it's springtime in the Rockies, in the Rockies far away. Well, thank you very, very much there, friends and neighbors, and thank you folks out there in the audience. That was mighty, mighty nice. Well, let's see here now. Hold everything here. Don't tell me, Raindrop.
You guessed it, Mr. Jean. You sure guessed it. Last night, my boyfriend, Rockingham Jones, proposed to me, and I accepted.
How romantic. Well, I'll be doggone. Well, congratulations, Raindrop.
Yeah, that goes for me, too. By the way, Raindrop, just for my own information, what did you do when old Rockingham popped the question?
Well, I took my knee off his chest and quit choking him.
I knew it. You females would stoop to anything just to get yourself a poor, innocent man.
Now, wait a minute, round and repulsive. You a bachelor. What do you know about women?
Well, fat lady, I'll tell you. Now, maybe I ain't never bought nothing, but I've sure looked at an awful lot of samples.
Bought a lot of the samples for him, too, haven't you, kid? Now, look here, Patrick. If Raindrop wants to get married, that's her business.
Thank you, Mr. Dean, thank you. I'm glad somebody appreciates the finer things in life.
Finer things in life, she says. Why, Mr. Autry, do you remember last year when Willis Brubaker married Hilda Nettleburr?
Well, yeah, I remember something about it. So what about it?
Nothing, except that was probably the ugliest woman I ever saw in my life. In fact, that's the only wedding I ever been to where all the men rushed up to kiss the groom.
Well, just the same, I can hardly wait till that big, wonderful day. Yeah, when I come walking down the aisle wearing something old, that'll be my mother's dress. Something new, that'll be my new hat. Something borrowed, that'll be my sister's watch. And something blue.
What's going to be the blue?
My face, I bought me a tight girdle. So long, boys.
Love, love, love. You can't buy love.
Gold can buy most anything but love. True love, true love. Gold can buy anything but love. The dream of my heart, she refused me. She treated me loveless and cold. The last words she said when she left me were, "You'll never win me with gold." Love, love, love. You can't buy love. Gold can buy most anything but love. True love, true love. Gold can buy anything but love. Believe me, I know what I'm saying. There's no greater riches than love. And no man can buy true affection, because that's a gift from above. Love, love, love. You can't buy love. Gold can buy most anything but love. True love, true love. Gold can buy anything but love. Now, folks, I'd like to tell you a story. A story that all began several years back in the little border town of Mesa Vista. I was working as a deputy United States Marshal at the time and had just finished an assignment up near Rock Springs when Bob Evans, the district supervisor, called me into his office.
Sit down, Gene.
Well, thanks, Bob. What's on your mind?
Well, to get right to the point, smuggling.
Oh, no. Don't tell me that's all started up again.
Sure has. Bigger than ever.
Narcotics?
Medicine.
Medicine?
New drug called X25, to be more specific. Seems it's plenty scarce below the border. As a result, some wiseacre is smuggling it across into a little town called Castega, then selling it down there for a terrific profit on the black market.
Holy smoke. Where's it coming from, Bob? Any idea?
No, not for sure, but we've got a pretty strong hunch. Seems 3 weeks ago, somebody broke into a closed ward of the Capital City Hospital, 20 miles north of here, got away with over $100,000 worth of stuff. We think that's the supply that's going into Mexico.
Makes sense. Okay, Bob. I'll get to work on it right away. In fact, if you've got no objections, I'll leave for Castega tonight.
Good. Check with the commandant of police when you get down there. One more thing, Gene. Be careful. The last deputy we had working on this same assignment turned up floating in the Rio Grande with a knife in his back.
Senor Autry, I'm most happy to see you. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Now then, I suppose Captain Evans has told you most of the reason you are here, no?
Yeah, but I'd like to check the details again with you.
Of course. In that case, let me bring you, up to date. You see, Senor Autry, as Commandant of Police, I know whoever is doing this business is very clever indeed. For example, first they let some of this X-25 out on the market that is perfect, 100%. Then, when they have gained the confidence of the people, they gradually substitute the diluted medicine. In that way, before the buyer knows it, he is either terribly sick or, as has happened in a few cases, dead.
What about your men? Haven't they been able to dig up any leads, any evidence?
See, but my men are also hungry, senor. The sight of money is oftentimes too much for them to resist.
Sounds to me like a pretty messy situation all the way along the line.
I am afraid that is right. And now, Senor Autry, if you will excuse me, I have an appointment elsewhere. Oh, I have secured accommodations for you at the Castigo Hotel. Perhaps we can talk again in the morning, eh?
Good. In the meantime, I'll do a little checking on my own. Incidentally, for any reason you should want me, why, I'm not at the hotel. You can always check with me through the Sergeant Stone at the Border Patrol Station.
Bueno, hasta mañana, then.
Hasta mañana. And thanks for your help.
It is my pleasure, senor. I assure you. Adios.
So long.
Tucker.
Yeah, boss? What's up?
Oh, it seems our stupid presidente has called in another one of those meddling marshals.
So what? We just take care of him the same way we took care of the last one.
No, Zucker. No, this time I think we shall take care of this marshal in quite another way.
Yeah? How?
Think, amigo. Think. He will be making many trips across the border between here and the state side, no?
Yeah, but so what?
So, why do we not let him transport our medicine for us?
But, boss, he's the United States Marshal. You must be kidding.
About such matters, I do not kid, Zucker. Listen, the plan is a simple one. You will go to Mesa Vista and make yourself known to Senor Autry in a manner which I will tell you later. You will then receive the X-25 medicine from our regular source, after which you will secrete small quantities of it beneath Senor Autry's saddle whenever he is planning to return here.
But, boss...
I will arrange to have the medicine removed when the marshal arrives. In that way, we run no risk of being detected by the border authorities. Think it over, my friend. The one man who is after the mouse will himself be carrying the cheese.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the conversation that took place after I left the local police chief's office. In fact, little did I know that 2 days later, I was falling right in with their plan. You see, I'd just been up checking a few records with Captain Evans in Mesa Vista. By 4 o'clock, I'd finished, and was getting a bite to eat before I headed back to the station, when a funny-looking little guy came up to my table and said,
Buenos dias, senor. Your name is Autry, no?
Maybe. Why?
May I sit down?
Help yourself.
Gracias. You are searching for the smugglers of the medicine? Is that not true?
What makes you think that?
Zaca knows much of the city of Castigo. Sometimes I hear things that are known to very few.
Yeah? For instance?
For instance, I know about the business in black market medicine.
What about it?
You are going to Castigo now, see?
Suppose I am.
In that case, it'd be wise for you to check the boticas, the drugstore, numero 8, Calle del Sol. And now, senor, I must be going. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Hey, wait a minute.
See?
How come you're so interested in all this?
Revenge, senor. Revenge. My brother Raymond was very dear to me. Died because of the bad medicine. This is my way of making things, how do you say, even up. You sent for me, boss?
Come in, Zucker. Come in.
How's it going?
Amigo, you will be happy to know we are now in possession of a substantial quantity of the medicine X-25. And all brought into this country by the Senor United States Marshal Autry.
Good. Because just between you and me, I think he's getting a little suspicion of all them bad leads I've been giving him, even though you are covering most of them up.
Do not worry. Now that he has served his purpose, we shall dispose of Senor Autry quite permanently.
You mean the same way we did the last one?
No, nothing quite so crude as that this time, Doctor. This time we shall dispose of Senor Autry by a method known in America as the frame-up.
I don't get you.
You will presently. Now then, this afternoon in Mesa Vista, you planted another parcel of X-25 beneath the marshal's saddle. True?
Yeah, but I still don't understand.
Hand me the telephone. I want to put in a call to the border station and report a smuggler.
Oh, champ, oh. Hi, Tim. How's it going?
Well, hi, Gene. You're just the guy I'm looking for.
So is that so? What's up?
Hey, guess what happened late this afternoon? As a matter of fact, just about 3 hours ago.
Well, don't tell me you became a mother.
Well, no. But something almost as crazy. Some guy called up from Castega, and he says, Sergeant Stone? How he knew my name, I don't know, because all we guys go by is numbers. Anyway, I said yes, and he says, Sergeant, I can't tell you where I got this information, but it's absolutely accurate. Now, get this, he says. Check under the saddle of a United States Marshal named Autry, and you'll find the answer to all this X-25 smuggling that's been going on. Ain't that a kick? You smuggling medicine.
Hey, wait a minute, Tim.
What's the matter?
Are you sure nobody outside of your family and the Border Patrol Service know your name?
Well, of course I'm sure. I guess they figure the less anybody knows about our personal life, the less liable we are to bribes. He was trying to steal it. Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, Tim, help me loosen this saddle.
You lost your mind? What do you want to do that for?
Skip it. I'll do it myself. There.
Okay, so now you got the horse's saddle off. What's that you got in your hand?
X-25, Tim. About $500 worth, I'd say.
What? Where did you get that?
Never mind the questions now. I'll tell you when I get back from Castega.
Hey, but this is against the law.
I know it is. Here, keep it for me. I'll pick it up later. Come on, champ.
Oh, come back here, Autry.
Okay,
Come back.
Champ, let's roll.
Well, Zaka, by now our friend Autry should be safely in the custody of his own organization. Incidentally, I imagine it will be somewhat difficult for him to explain the reason for that medicine being beneath his saddle.
Yeah, I can just see his face now. Turn around, I'll be glad to oblige.
That's right. And may I suggest you both keep your hands right where they are? Well, well. How's my little informer friend Zaka tonight? You look slightly disappointed. How'd you know where I was?
Be still, Zaka. He knows nothing.
I wouldn't say that, Torres. For instance, I know you called the Border Patrol late this afternoon and tipped them off that I was coming through with quite a haul of medicine hidden under my saddle.
I see. You can prove that, I suppose.
Very easily. And since you asked directly for Sergeant Stone...
What's that got to do with it?
Everything. You see, all Border Patrol men are known only by number. However, that first morning I saw you, I told you that if you ever needed me in an emergency, to contact me through Sergeant Stone. That meant outside of me, Sergeant Stone's family, and his employers, you were the only person who knew his name. As for you, Zaka, I've been wise to you for quite some time. I decided to play along with you, though, just to see who was giving you orders. Now I know.
I didn't do nothing. It was him. He was the one who got Zaka.
That was a very pretty speech, Mr. Autry. Convincing, too. You have, however, overlooked one thing. I also am clever. You see, I've been expecting this might happen, so I have wisely prepared for it. I am truly sorry it has to be, but certainly you must understand my position. With you alive, I am, how you say, dead. With you dead, Doris is quite alive.
Well, you're right there. But aren't you overlooking this gun in my hand?
Guns are for fools, soldiers, and meddlers like yourself. Unfortunately, your predecessor had to find it out the hard way, just as you will.
No. You're not hurt, Torres. It's only a flesh wound. It may stop you from throwing any more knives for a while, though. Now, what do you say we all head for the Border Patrol station? I've got a strong hunch they're going to be happy to see you two. They may just ask you to be their house guest for a long, long time. Take me back to my boots and saddle. Ooh,
see that general store. Let me ride the range once more. Give me my boots and saddle. Let me ramble along the prairie. Robin steers on Obaret with my buddies Slim and Ted. Give me my boots and saddle. Got a hankering to be with a banjo on my knee, strumming a pretty western tune. There's a gal in Cherokee, and she's waiting there for me, waiting beneath the Texas moon. Take me back to my boots and saddle. Let me greet you late in the morning on the ranch where I was born. Give me my boots and saddle. Until we're back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Meantime, let me tell you what a friend told me the other day. She said, "We tried spreading parquet margarine on our bread for the first time last week, and we were certainly surprised. Why, it's really delicious." Well, I don't know why anyone should be surprised that parquet margarine tastes so good, because parquet margarine is made by Kraft. Yes, and made to be just as good-tasting and nutritious as all of Kraft's fine foods. Parquet's flavor is delicate and appetizing, just right for a really satisfying spread for bread. What's more, parquet margarine adds important food values to meals. It's an excellent energy food, one of the best you can serve. And besides, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, parquet margarine is both nutritious and delicious, and it's wonderfully economical, too. So why not treat your family to parquet margarine tomorrow? Just ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Well, morning, Wally.
Hello there. Oh, hello, Judge. Didn't recognize you in the earmuffs. You're up bright and early. Meeting somebody?
Yep. I'm meeting a certain someone.
Yeah, I figured you were. See, you got some flowers. Just open up here and I'll build a fire in the stove. Come on inside and wait.
Wally, I think I hear the flyer. Yep, here she comes. Here she comes. By golly, here she comes.
What's the matter, Judge? You're as nervous as a bridegroom.
Well, as a matter of fact, Wally, you're not far wrong. Between you and me, I got the ring right here in my pocket.
Well, I didn't know you was considering taking the plunge, Judge. Who's the lucky lady?
You'll see. She'll be getting off here in a minute. And by the way, it hasn't actually been announced yet, so don't say anything, will you?
Oh, not me.
Especially to any Summerfield people.
Oh, not a word. Local girl, Judge? What's she like?
Well, Wally, she's about as big as a minute and the cutest little thing you ever did see. Got a telegram from her last night.
Yeah?
Yep. See? She says, arrive, Moores Junction, 6-2 tomorrow morning. Can't wait to see you. Signed, guess who? Cute, huh?
That's a woman always keep you guessing.
Ever been in love, Wally?
Well, yes, now you mention it. But here comes 54. I better drag up that baggage truck.
She's coming. She's coming. I wonder which end she'll get off. Leela. Where is she? Leela. Wally, I don't see anybody getting off, do you?
Down at the end there, Judge. The porter's putting some bags off.
That must be her. Leela! Leela! Ooh!
Hello there, Judge.
Gildersleeve.
Nice of you to meet me, Judge. I see you got my wire. Yeah.
Why,
did you find your party, Judge?
Yes, Gildersleeve.
Well, I hope you two will be very happy together.
Yes, sir, I certainly appreciate your driving all the way over here to meet me, Horace. And I want to tell you, it's great to be back. I say it's great to be back. Cat got your tongue?
You tricked me, Gildersleeve, and you know it.
Why, Judge, how can you say that? There's not an ounce of trickery in my entire nature.
Listen, we might as well come right out in the open. Leela's arriving sometime today, and I'm serving notice right now that I intend to make her my wife at the earliest opportunity.
Well, now, I may have something to say about that, Horace.
I'd like to see you try.
You will, Judge, you will. That's no reason we can't be friends, is it? Come on, what do you say, Judge? May the best man win.
No.
Thanks for the ride.
You're welcome.
Sorry you won't come in to breakfast.
Certainly I'll come in to breakfast.
Why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you ask me?
Well, come on, then.
I'm coming.
Wait a minute. What about my bags?
Well, what about them?
All right, then give them to me.
Hiya! Unc, Unc here!
Well, hello there, young fella.
Hi, Unc. How was the trip? Can I get a job, Unc?
Wait a minute.
Hey, I'm an AM Civic. Piggy and I are building a Jeep. Guess what? The cat's been gone 3 days. Can I, Unc?
Tell you what.
Get a job.
One thing at a time, Leroy.
Well, Uncle Moore, why didn't you tell us you were coming? I'd have driven over to get you.
Well, I knew the judge would never forgive me if I didn't let him do it. Judge?
Good morning, Marjorie.
Good morning, Judge. You'll have breakfast with us, won't you?
I should be delighted.
Good. Come on in, everybody. Bertie, company for breakfast.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my goodness, I'm glad you're back. Things have been happening around here.
Oh, have they, Bertie?
Yeah, let me take you things.
Thank you.
Did they feed you down there in Wistful Vista, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, like a king. I don't know a finer cook than Molly McGee.
Seems to me you're looking a little piggy.
Well, she's not in the class with you, of course, Bertie. But who is?
Yes, sir. What would you like for breakfast? We got oatmeal, we got ham and eggs, we got kidneys on toast, we got hot cakes, we got English muffins, we got sausage.
That'll be fine. Do you think you could scare up an extra prune for Judge Hooker here? A cup of hot water?
Oh, no, sir. I know what the judge likes. Don't I, Judge?
Well, hurry up, Bertie. I've got to get to the office. Hey, come on in and sit down, Judge. You can gnaw on a banana till she gets things ready. Perhaps I should explain, my dear, that the judge isn't speaking to anyone this morning. He's mad at the world.
Oh, no.
Marjorie, I hope I may consider myself your guest while I'm here.
Of course you may.
Thank you.
Got up too early. That's what's the matter with him.
Ask your uncle who got me up.
Now, Uncle Moore, don't tease the judge. You haven't heard the news.
News? What news?
I've got a job. Hey, Aunt, can I get one? Can I get a job?
Wait a minute. What kind of a job is it, my dear?
A war job. I'm going to work in the new arms factory.
In a factory?
Yes.
Well, aren't you pleased?
Well, I don't know, my dear. I think I might have been consulted about this.
But you weren't here. And everybody's doing it.
That's still no reason.
Marjorie, I think your taking a war job is a fine thing. And any man with the slightest spark of patriotism would applaud it.
Look here, Hooker. Are you questioning my patriotism? All I say is woman's place is in the home.
You will sometimes hear it said, Marjorie, by persons of low intellect, that woman's place is in the home. When you do, ask them what woman's place is going to be if we don't defend our homes.
Listen, Hooker, address your remarks to me.
It might be of interest, Marjorie, to ask your simple-minded uncle if he knows what a shortage of manpower there is in this town.
Hooker, you can't come into my house, eat my food, and ignore me. You talk to me.
The facts are there. They are very simple. A child could grasp them, Marjorie. But with your uncle, it may take some explaining.
You old goat.
It comes down to this. The factory's going to require 3 times as many workers as we've got. We can't bring them in from outside because we haven't got houses for them. So what's the answer? We've got to man the factory with people living in Summerfield who haven't now got war jobs. That means mostly women.
That's true, I guess. Anyway, I can't think of a finer job for a woman than backing up the men at the front. And that's why I went out and got this job.
You're right, Marjorie, and I'm proud of you for doing it.
You're proud of her? Who are you to be proud of her? She's my niece. I'm proud of her.
But you just said that woman's place...
Don't you be putting words in my mouth, Hooker. And don't give me any of your talk about woman's place being in the home. In my opinion, it's the duty of every person in this country to go out and get a war job. Man or woman, young or old, black or white. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How's my breakfast coming?
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. I'm sure you mothers and housewives have noticed that when you cook or bake something especially good for your family, it disappears mighty fast. Well, the same thing often happens to a food product that's exceptionally good, and that explains why your food dealer may sometimes be temporarily out of Parquet margarine, Kraft's delicious spread for bread. Of course, Kraft is doing everything possible to keep dealers supplied. But these days, so many people prefer Parquet margarine that some dealers just can't keep up with the demand. Now, I don't mean to say that you can't get Parquet margarine. Likely as not, most of the time you can. But it is wise to watch your dealer's stocks and buy Parquet whenever he has a supply. Remember, Parquet is an excellent energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So it's good advice to always watch for and always ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Good evening, my dear. Oh, anything wrong?
Not a thing, Uncle Mort. Just a pleasant, healthy fatigue.
Fatigue? Oh, fatigue.
My new job is going to be lots of work, but I love it.
Yes, that confounded war. Is Mrs. Ransom home yet?
How on earth would I know?
Well, you might have seen her come in. Well, I'll just make sure. Operator, 1200.
That woman. Even her phone number is provocative.
What's that, my dear?
I say even Mrs. Ransom's phone number is cute.
Oh.
Everything about her is cute.
Oh, do you think so, huh? Well, oh, dear, I guess she's not home yet.
Uncle Mort, why all this sudden excitement over whether Mrs. Ransom's home or not?
Why, there's no excitement, my dear, just a neighborly interest.
Are you certain?
Yes. At least I think it is.
Uncle Throckmorton. Well.
Yes, Marjorie, you've guessed something. What do you think about it?
Well, honestly, I suppose I should have seen it coming.
My dear, one never knows when love is coming or where it's going.
Uncle Mort, just how far has this particular love affair gone?
I'm going to marry Leela Ransom if Hooker doesn't beat me to it, the old goat.
You really mean this?
Yes, my dear. While I was away, I realized how much she meant to me. I just can't live without her.
Poor Uncle Mort.
Why do you say that? Don't you think I'll get her?
Of course you'll get her.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Nothing's the matter with her. If she's the one you want, then nothing's the matter with her.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I think she's a lovely woman. Wait a minute. Who's that coming up the street now? Oh, Leroy.
Leroy. Are you going to tell him?
I'd like to tell him by mail.
Mr. Gildersleeve, excuse me.
Oh, what is it, Bertie?
Do you mind if we have supper a half hour early tonight?
Well, I suppose it's all right. What are we having, anyway?
Well, it's the kind of a meal you don't want to wait too long for.
What do you mean?
Well, it ain't the kind of meal you want to eat a whole lot of.
Bertie, what are we having?
Stuffed peppers.
Yes, sir. Bertie, you know my feeling about stuffed peppers. Why are we having them?
Well, partly because I couldn't get nothing else, and partly because I have my first aid class tonight.
Oh, you too, huh? Well, in that case, I suppose I can't complain.
Bertie, we've got news for you.
What's that, Miss Marjorie?
Uncle Mort's going to get married.
What?
That's right, Bertie. I'm going to marry Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve!
Bertie! Bertie, don't take it like that. Bertie, why are you crying?
It's because of those stuffed peppers. If I'd have known it, I'd have baked a cake.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
Come here, my boy. I have something important to discuss with you.
Uh-oh. Gosh, I've been pretty good the last few days. This has nothing to do with your behavior, Leroy.
It hasn't, and I can stand anything. Shoot the bunk to me, Unc.
This is a serious matter, young man.
Okay.
There comes a time in every man's life, sooner or later, when that is, it's one of nature's laws that a man should not want to live alone. He should cleave unto another.
Uncle Mort, have you got mixed up with some dame?
Leroy, I'm trying to tell you of my approaching marriage.
Marriage?
Yes, my boy. I'm about to risk the sweetest adventure life offers any man. I'm going to embark on the long, happy voyage that makes two people one.
Are you kidding?
Leroy!
I guess he ain't, Leroy.
Uncle Mort is going to ask Mrs. Ransom to marry him.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yes. I find that whistle intensely objectionable, young man.
Sorry, Uncle. I didn't mean anything by it.
See that you don't. Mrs. Ransom is a sweet, lovely woman, and I intend to make her my very own.
Well, if she's going to be your very own, what's she doing in Judge Hooker's car? Look out the window.
Hooker? Where? By George, it's true. He must have found out what train she was coming in on. The dirty sneak.
She got a new hat.
She has?
Yes, remember to tell her.
I will.
The judge seems to be having trouble carrying all her suitcases.
Good. Well, I'm not going to help him. I'll wait till he's gone.
Then you go over and give her the business.
It's not the way to describe my proposal.
Judge Hooker's going in the house with her. What if she agrees to marry him right now?
Oh, you think she might?
Nah, the judge hasn't got a chance against Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank you, Leroy. Well, anyway, I'll give Hooker 5 minutes. And the minute he leaves, I'm going right over and pop the question.
Now, Uncle Mort, you can't just tear over there and do it like borrowing an egg.
No?
No, you must treat it as something important. Call her up and ask her if you can see her after dinner. Then put on your new suit, your best tie, a dash of cologne on your handkerchief. Bingo!
You're right, my dear. This must be handled like a major campaign. How much time till supper?
Half an hour. Why, where are you going?
After that dash of cologne.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Peavy. Peavy, I want to get some cologne.
Cologne? Cologne. Let me see. You want some cologne?
Yes.
You wouldn't want some bay rum?
No.
No, you want some cologne. Is this for yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve, or for a friend?
For myself. Have you got any, or haven't you?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't.
Then what do you care who it's for?
I'd just like to know.
Snoopy. What have you got that smells nice, Peavy? I want to make an impression on a lady.
Any particular lady?
Yes, a particular lady, but I'm not saying who.
Oh, it's a little indefinite.
Then give me something with an indefinite scent. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Gildersleeve, the holidays have just about cleaned me out. However, I have one item here that hasn't gone too well.
What's that?
And it comes in a rather attractive package, too.
Yes, but what is it?
Well, it's a bubble bath.
A bubble. What in the world would I do with a bubble bath?
Well, it smells nice. It has a sort of an odor of the pine woods.
I don't want to come out of a bath smelling like a moose. How does the stuff work?
Well, it makes a rather extraordinary amount of lather, Mr. Gildersleeve. I understand that the bubbles fill the average bathtub right up to the rim.
Peavy, I don't have any trouble filling a bathtub. Is this stuff good for anything?
Well, I don't make any claims for it myself, but Some people say it has reducing properties.
Are you insinuating that I'm overweight?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
I'm not interested in altering my figure, Peavy. I simply wish to give an illusion. With the proper help, any man can appear youthful and sprightly.
No, I wouldn't say that either.
You haven't anything better to offer than this bubble gum, Peavy. I'd better try somewhere else.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well?
If you want to make a favorable impression on a lady, why not take her a tasteful gift?
A gift? Oh, it's pretty soon after Christmas, but that might be an idea. How about some candy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't an ounce of candy left in the house.
Oh, well, how about a book? Have you got a nice light novel on your shelf? Something Frenchy, perhaps?
No, all our fiction was cleaned out in the Christmas rush. I have got a useful work on business law, but frankly, it wouldn't make much of a gift.
Well, maybe something like a nice cigarette lighter, then.
Well, the only lighter I have left is broken, Mr. Gildersleeve. I wouldn't want to sell it to you.
Oh, for goodness sake, Peavy, the gift was your idea. You make a suggestion.
Mr. Gildersleeve, how about a nice package of bubble bath?
Who's there? Oh, that's funny. I could swear I heard somebody knock. Throckmorton! I declare you just about frightened me to death. You silly boy. Come in, won't you?
I brought you some roses, Leela.
For me? Why, I think that's the sweetest thing. Oh, they're lovely roses. What is it about me, I wonder, that makes everybody think of roses? A dozen of them, too. I know. I'll put them in with the ones Judge Hooker brought me, and that'll make 3 dozen.
3? Oh, the old goat's been throwing his money around, eh?
Come and help me arrange them, Throckmorton.
Well, I'm not very good at arranging flowers, I'm afraid.
Oh, gracious, what mine is. I just want you to admire them, that's all.
You're the one I admire, Leela.
I think they look pretty here on the piano, don't you?
You look prettier.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, I declare if I didn't know better, I'd think you were from the South, paying me such pretty compliments and all.
Leela.
Tell me, how was your trip?
Leela, let's not talk about my trip. Let's talk about you.
Oh, goodness, what is there to talk about? I can think of much more fascinating things than that. Tell me about the new factory. Judge Hooker wrote me...
Forget the factory and forget Judge Hooker. He was over here this afternoon, wasn't he? Wasn't he?
Gracious, if you're going to be jealous of every man who happens to propose to me...
What did you tell him, Leela?
That, Throckmorton, is entirely between me and the judge. I'll give you a hint, though. If I were engaged to him, I'd be wearing his ring, wouldn't I?
Leela, what would you say if I stole a kiss?
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I will. Oh, my goodness, look at what I've done.
That's all right, Throckmorton. It's just an old lamp that belonged to my great-grandmother Chesterfield.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Leela. I'm just a clumsy ox.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, I am.
I've got you cornered.
Well, just because I don't happen to be engaged at the moment, Mr. Gildersleeve, doesn't mean you have the right to take liberties.
Play something, Leela.
No, I'm not in the mood right now.
Oh, please, play something for me. If I sing?
Well, what shall I play?
I know. Just a little love, a little kiss.
Oh, I don't know that very well. I'm afraid I couldn't play it without the music.
Well, what do you know? Here's the music. I found it right in my inside pocket. Isn't that lucky?
Oh, dear, I hope I can play this. And now you turn the pages, Throckmorton.
All right.
Just a little love, a little kiss. Just an hour that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above me, and a little word that sings, you love me. Just a little love, a little kiss. I bend above you, and I hear you whispering, I love you.
Leela, that isn't just a song. That's the way I feel, Leela.
Oh, Throckmorton, I always dreamed that someday it would be like this. And now I'm afraid I've spoiled it.
Huh? How could anything spoil it?
I've gone and done something.
What?
Maybe it was reckless of me, but I want you to be the first to know.
What have you done?
I'm sure I don't know what my poor mother would say if she were alive. It's not at all ladylike.
What is it?
It just came over me, and I had to do it.
Leela, what is it? What have you done?
Throckmorton, could you still love me if I was operating a drill press?
Huh?
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking to the makers of Kraft Cheese and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You lovers of macaroni and cheese will get a thrill out of the new-fashioned way of making this grand dish with Kraft Dinner. A package of Kraft Dinner contains special macaroni which cooks up fluffy and tender in just 7 minutes. And the Kraft Dinner package also contains some Kraft Grated, which supplies the grand cheese flavor. You just boil the Kraft Dinner macaroni for 7 minutes, drain it, and stir in the Kraft Grated. Your macaroni and cheese is ready to serve. Now, because Kraft Dinner is so simple to make, so good and so economical, it has become tremendously popular throughout the country. So popular, in fact, that sometime a dealer's supply is exhausted by the end of the week. You can help your dealer and yourself, too, by ordering Kraft Dinner early in the week. Then you'll have it on the pantry shelf, ready for grand macaroni and cheese you cook in 7 minutes. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Bangor, Maine, where we are broadcasting for pilots and ground crew of Dow Field and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. Have you ever noticed the way a man greets his wife before breakfast? He says, hello, wife. Sounds pretty glum, doesn't he? But just sit that same grumpy guy down to a big, tempting bowl full of delicious, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. Just let him sample that wide-awake, malty, rich goodness, and he'll manage time out to say, "Hello, darling, gee, but these grape nuts flakes taste swell." Yes, ma'am, that's the kind of morning magic you can work any day in the week with those delicious, sweet-as-a-nut grape nuts flakes, thanks to the super swell flavor that's so entirely different from any other flake cereal, because it's a rich two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. So get set for swell-tasting breakfast and get set for plenty of praise by asking your grocer for delicious, toasty brown grape nuts flakes in the 12-ounce economy-size package. Was me and my buddy played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Bangor Opera House in Bangor, Maine, we bring you a comedian you'll get a big bang out of, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I could see that introduction coming a mile away. That's a pretty corny build-up to give me in front of all these boys from Dow Field.
That's right, Jack. The old opera house is packed to the rafters.
Imagine all these soldiers turning out to see us on a cold night like this.
Oh, I don't think it's so very cold up here. Why, I'm as warm as toast myself.
Well, why not? You got more fat on you than a 10-cent pork chop.
No kidding.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm not so fat.
Oh, no? I wish I had a nickel for every time your girdle had a nervous breakdown. And don't tell me it isn't cold here. I slept under 12 blankets last night. I felt like the bottom wheat cake. You know, Don, weather like this... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the fishermen of Penobscot Bay, I'd like to present you with this real live lobster.
Well, thanks very much. I'll have him for dinner.
Oh, he's had dinner. Why don't you take him to a movie?
Isn't that sweet? A live lobster. Everybody's so nice up here. You know, Don, I'll never forget that reception at the station when we arrived. They had tanks and jeeps and sleighs, soldiers, Indians. You know, a real Indian drove me from the station to my hotel.
Are you sure he was a real Indian?
I think so. When he left, he had my toupee hanging from his belt. And I bought it just for this cold weather. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, here we are in Bangor, the easternmost city in the United States.
Yeah. Just think, a few weeks ago we were in sunny California, and here we are on the rock-bound coast of Maine.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, what a walk.
We didn't walk, we took the train. But you know, Mary, the way we've been traveling lately, we're gypsies. Regular gypsies.
That reminds me. I wish you'd quit playing your fiddle every time we stop off at a railroad station.
Oh, the few pennies I pick up hardly pay for the rosin. Forget it.
And dangling Dennis Day out of the window on a string.
Never mind.
People know he's not a monkey.
Well, as long as Dennis believes it, that's all that's necessary. Here comes the kid now. Hello, Dennis.
Boy, am I sick of peanuts.
That's it, Dennis. Tip your little red hat. And listen, kid, you don't have to live on peanuts. While you're up here in Maine, eat seafood. Seafood is what this place is famous for.
Well, personally, I think they overdo it a little.
What do you mean?
Well, I ordered breakfast this morning, and the waiter brought me an order of clam and eggs.
Well, that's what I mean. Everything is seafood here.
Yesterday was my birthday, and they brought me a codfish cake with a candle on it.
What?
I don't care much for codfish, but the candle was delicious.
Well, Dennis, I didn't know yesterday was your birthday. Why didn't you give me a hint, and I'd have gotten you a present?
Well, gee, I wrote you a note and went up to your room at the Bangor house and pinned it onto your pillow.
Oh, was that your note? I thought it was from the chambermaid, and I sent her a bottle of perfume. Channel number 5.
That's Chanel number 5.
This was Channel. It came straight from the Penobscot River. Anyway, Dennis, when I go shopping tomorrow, I'll get you something for your birthday. Now, what do you want?
Would a gold wristwatch be asking too much?
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day will sing... Go away, kid. Go away. Dennis Day will sing a delightful number written by Cole Porter called the... Come in.
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, Bud. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can call up my wife and tell her to get that man out of the house.
I knew he'd appreciate it. Who's the letter from, Mary?
Let's see. F-I-L. It's from Phil Harris.
Oh, good old Phil. Boy, he's in the Merchant Marine now. What does he say, Mary?
Dear Jackson, here I am in the Navy, and I can't tell you how much good it has done me.
Well.
Remember those bags I used to have under my eyes? Well, they gave me a cap that was too big, and now you can't see them.
You must be the picture of health from the nose up.
My work here is almost the same as when I was a band leader, except that I have a much longer baton, and there's a mop on the end of it.
Scrubbing the floor, eh?
Frank Remley, my guitar player, is going to make a wonderful sailor. He has finally learned how to salute without sticking his thumb in his eye.
I knew he'd make good.
No more news, Jackson, but before I close, I want to thank you very much for that cigarette you sent me. Me and the boys enjoyed it very much.
What's he talking about? I sent him a whole package of cigarettes.
Happy New Year and love to the whole gang from Barnacle Phil the Sailor.
And if you're listening in, Phil, Happy New Year to you and all the boys at Catalina.
Okay. Let's have your song, Dennis.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire under stars filled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love under stars filled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and
That would you be so nice to come home to, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. And I want to dedicate that number to a very sweet girl I met at the Peacock Room last night. Betty Lou Bumgarter.
If you remember, Dennis, I introduced you to Miss Bumgarter. I met her first.
What do you mean you met her first? You were both sitting at a table and she came over and took your order.
I'm not talking about the waitress. I mean the beautiful girl Dennis and I danced with.
And what a dress she had on. Wow!
Well, it was a rather daring outfit. One of those strapless evening gowns.
I got so nervous I made her put on my suspenders.
Yes, Dodo, when you got up to dance with her, your pants fell down. Anyway, Dennis, you owe me for half the dinner.
What about the cab fare for taking Betty Lou home? I ought to pay half of that, too.
No, Dennis. You remember, you didn't ride with us. I took Betty Lou home alone.
Oh, yeah? That wasn't a spare tire hanging on the back, brother.
What? Were you peeking through that window, Dennis?
I never saw so much kissing in all my life.
Now, wait a minute, young man. I never kissed Betty Lou once.
I mean the cab driver after you fell asleep.
Oh, so that's why he wouldn't take a tip. Well, anyway, kid, we'll straighten out what you owe me later. Now, where's Abe Lyman? It's about time for a number.
I've been looking all over for Abe, and he doesn't seem to be around.
That's funny. He knows the program starts at 7 o'clock. And you think that...
Oh, here he is now. Hiya, Jack. Sorry I'm late. Hello, fellas.
I was wondering why you weren't around, Abe. Where you been?
Well, it took me a long time to get here. I'm living over in Bath, 100 miles away.
You're living in Bath, Maine?
Yeah, I got a room in Bath like you told me to.
I told you to get a room and bath. And. I met at the Bangor House of the Penobscot Exchange.
Well, ain't I the big jerk?
You certainly are. Believe me, from now on, when we're traveling around, I'm going to write everything down on a piece of paper and give it to you.
Who'll he get to read it to him?
Oh, Abe can read. He can write a little, too. Say, Abe, how do you like it up here in Maine?
Well, you know, I've never been here before.
Well, it doesn't take him long to get acquainted. Get a load of those 3 girls he brought to the show.
Where? Wait till I get my glasses. Oh, yeah, standing in the wings. Yeah, I like that tall one there. Hello, honey.
Hiya, sweetheart.
What's that?
That's the electrician. The girls are on the other side.
Oh, yes. 3 girls. Yeah, well, I gotta hand it to you, Abe. You're a regular Casanova.
Casanova?
Yeah.
Say, is that Lou Nova's brother?
Yes. In a way, only Casanova was more of a wrestler than a boxer, you know? Anyway, Abe, isn't it a thrill for all of us to be broadcasting way down east in Maine? Maine in the wintertime, with its snow-covered hills, its rivers frosted by Mother Nature, and snowflakes fluttering down on the peaceful countryside.
Ah, you're right, Jack. And there's only one thing more beautiful than snowflakes fluttering down from the sky.
What's that, Don?
Great nut flakes fluttering from the big 12-ounce economy size package. And everybody loves them, Jack, because they contain iron, niacin, and vitamin B1.
Snowflakes?
No, great nut flakes.
Oh, I see.
And I tell you, Jack, it's a real thrill when you wake up in the morning, rush over to close the window, and feel them beating against your face.
Great nut flakes?
No, snowflakes.
Oh, of course. Snowflakes.
And when you jump into your clothes and rush downstairs, what do you find waiting for you on the breakfast table?
A nice big bowl.
And what's in that bowl?
Fish flakes. Snowflakes. Great nut flakes. I'll get fired for this.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a bowl of toasty brown sweeters and that great nut flake.
30 years in show business, and I had to make a mistake like that. Play, Lyman. Thank heaven I got a little chicken farm in Waukegan. Song played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra, and with a vocal chorus by everybody in the audience. Boy, could we have used Rudy Vallee tonight. Say, before I forget it, tomorrow night you and your band and our whole gang are giving a show for the boys at the Boston Navy Yard.
Tomorrow night? I thought you were all going to stay up here and go bear hunting tomorrow.
No, I went bear hunting yesterday. Had a lot of fun, too.
Fun? Tell him what happened.
Tell him what happened. Nobody's interested.
Oh, I am, Mary. Now tell us all about it.
Well...
Oh.
Well, it seems that Jack Thomas and his Baumgartner a new fur coat.
I did not.
So he bought a gun and went out to bag a bear for his bag.
She's not a bag. She's very cute. She got better looking legs than Lieutenant Olson. I heard about that, fellas. Go ahead, Barry.
Anyway, Friday afternoon, Dennis, Jack, Rochester, and myself drove up to Guernsey's Winter Sports Lodge, and the next morning, must have been about 5 a.m., I heard the alarm clock ringing in Jack's room.
Holy smoke, it's 5 o'clock already. Mr. Benny, wake up. Wake up, Mr. Benny, wake up!
As President of the United States, I hereby promise Hetty... Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. What's the matter?
If you want to go out bear hunting, we better get started.
Yeah. Gee, it's chilly this morning. I bet it's below zero in here.
You sure look funny, Mr. Benny. The cold cream is all froze to your face.
Yeah, I feel like I've been varnished. Well, I might as well take my morning shower.
A shower? There isn't any hot water.
What do I care? I can take it. Well, here goes. Woo! 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 I tell you, Dennis, woo! 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 There's nothing like a cold shower to wake you up in the morning.
When are you going to get underneath it, Mr. Benny?
I wouldn't get under that thing for $1 million. Well, that's that. Come on, kid. I'm hungry. Let's go out to the kitchen and have breakfast.
Anyway, fellas, after breakfast, Jack went over to Rochester's room. Had an awful time getting him awake. You could hear Jack yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester! Hey, Rochester! Come on, Rochester. We got to get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
5:30, and it's me. Now kick those blankets off and get your clothes on.
I ain't had my clothes off since we left California.
Well, then get up. And listen, what's the idea of wearing those ear muffs in bed?
That's so I don't have to look all over my ears in the morning.
Now, Rochester, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get out of that bed. 1, 2, 3. Rochester! If you don't get up right away, I'm going to put you under a cold shower.
That does it. Yeah, come, boy.
I thought so. Now, hurry up. We're all waiting for you. We'll get started in a few minutes, Mary. Now, where's that Indian guide? He should be here by now.
What do you want a guide for?
Because they know where the hunting's good. They're leading me right to the bear and the moose and the duck. I'd sure like to get a mess of ducks.
How can you have the heart to shoot a duck when you walk like one?
Naturally, I walk a little funny. I'm wearing snowshoes. That must be our guide now. Come in. Well. Well, hello there.
You want him, Indian guide?
That's right. What's your name?
Why, me Chief Leaping Goose. How?
How?
De-do.
Howdy do. Now look, Leaping Goose. How many strings of beads you want them for being guide?
No beads, brother. Strictly cash.
All right, I'll give you $5. Well, we might as well get started. Hand me those 2 sweaters, Mary.
2 more? You've got on 8 already.
Well, it's cold. My teeth were chattering all night.
Well, why didn't you keep them in your mouth where it's warm?
Don't be funny. Hand me that sweater, Dennis.
Here you are. Gee, this is a pretty sweater. Where'd you get it, Mr. Benny?
It's one Lana Turner wore in a picture. I admired it, and she sent it to me.
Well, somehow on you it doesn't thrill me.
Not supposed to thrill you. Now, where's that Rochester? Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
If you don't hurry, we're going without you.
I'll be here when you come back with a candle in the window!
You get out here. Well, come on, Leaping Goose. Let's get our... Leaping Goose. Let's get our equipment together. Oh, boy, we're going bear hunting. We've been walking through the snow for 3 hours. Hey, Leaping Goose, we haven't seen a bear or a moose or anything.
Leaping Goose, much embarrassed. His face very red.
Well, of course it's red. You're an Indian.
Oh.
I know how to get a moose. Now, quiet, everybody.
Gosh, what's that?
That's the mating call of the wild moose.
Are you going to marry a moose, Mr. Benny?
No, I want to shoot one. There are a lot of them around.
Well, what do you want to shoot a moose for?
He wants to get a hat rack the hard way.
I want to get a bear. That's what I want. Now, stick close to me, Mary.
Okay.
You too, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
And Rochester. Rochester, keep up with us. I don't want you to get lost in this snow.
Oh, me?
Just stay near us, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what's that?
What's what?
That little animal sitting on the log over there.
Well, I'll be darned. It's a mink.
I think that's a skunk, Jack.
It is not a skunk.
Oh, boss, inhale.
Well, I'll be darned. Run, fellas, run for your lives. Hey, you know what? That really was a skunk.
You're telling me.
Walk behind us, Dennis. Way behind. Hey, Leaping Goose, when are you going to find a bear for us?
Look, Paleface. Here come man in fur coat. Maybe he help us.
Yeah, he might at that. Hey, mister, can you tell us where we can find a man in a fur? That's a bear! What's the matter with you? Now stand back, everybody. I'm going to advance and shoot
Oh, be
him.
careful, Jack.
Boy, it's a big one. We'll let him have it right between his eyes.
You mean between your eyes? Turn that gun around.
Oh, my goodness. Now watch me get him.
Watch out, boss. You're getting too close.
I don't want to miss him. Here goes. Ready? Aim. Well, I'll be... Now, listen, Bear. Give me back my gun. Give it back, I say.
Pick him up, Mr. Benny. He's got you covered.
I've got my hands up. Now, listen, Bear. I didn't come out here to shoot you. I was after a moose. I want to get a hat rack. You gotta believe me. Please don't shoot. I'm too young to die. And besides, I'm out of season. You can't do it, I tell you. You can't do it. Now, don't shoot.
Have you ever noticed how proud Grandma feels when she sizes up Junior and says, my, how he's grown? Well, we feel very much the same way about delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes, because, boy, how they've grown. Why, the increase in your purchases of grape nuts flakes during the past 3 years has been more than that of all other ready-to-eat cereals put together. And there's a reason. In fact, two big reasons. First, it's the malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor of Grape Nuts Flakes. Second, it's the grand nourishment you get from Grape Nuts Flakes. You see, they're a whole grain cereal, bringing you important vital food factors you find in the natural whole wheat, plus extra vitamin B1. Essential food values recommended as part of your daily diet by our National Nutrition Program. So, for delicious, nutritious breakfasts, serve tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal.
That was the last number of the 14th program in the new Grape Nut Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. We've all had a great time up here in Maine. I want to thank Governor Sewell, City Manager Farnsworth, Colonel Valentine, and all the boys at Dow Field. Say, Mary, before we leave for Boston tomorrow, let's go ice fishing.
Ice fishing?
Yeah, it's a great sport around here. You cut a hole in the ice, drop in your line with a hook on it, and catch a fish.
Anything over a half a pound will pull you right in.
Yeah, I guess so. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Mara and Ed Beloit.
Portland, you sound like Henry Aldrich's sister.
It's Texaco time with Peter Lorre, Lois January, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington bringing you a message from Texaco dealers from coast to coast. A message that can be expressed in these 6 words. Mileage rationing gives. It doesn't take. For mileage rationing is planned to give you longer service from your tires. But remember this. Longer tire life means nothing unless your car lasts longer too. And that's where your neighborhood Texaco dealer can give you invaluable help. He can't sell you as much of his famous Fire Chief or Sky Chief gasoline as he used to, but he can still give your car the famous Texaco service that will keep it delivering your essential transportation for a long time to come. So now that mileage rationing is saving your tires, complete the job and save your car by seeing your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, the New Year arrived. Tonight we bring you a man who tried to see the New Year in, but couldn't locate it on account of the dim out. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, you look a little dilapidated this evening, if you don't mind. Your skin is the color of a halibut stomach, to be quite frank with you. Were you out, there's a fish man in the audience. Were you out night clubbing New Year's Eve?
Oh, you bet, Fred. And what a night.
Really?
Yes, around 3 o'clock, some guy under a table started yelling at the top of his lungs.
Yes.
Well, I got down under the table to see who it was, and who do you think was doing the yelling?
Who?
It was me.
Kidding. Well, I heard that over at the store club, they had midget waiters New Year's Eve so that the people who were lying under the table could get service over there. I wasn't there, but that...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland. Well, you're just in time to participate, Portland. Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I'll say. Uncle Phil had 3 slots reserved at the automat.
3 slots reserved at the automat.
Huh? We were in the John L. Lewis room.
The John L. Lewis room at the automat, were you really? Well, that's where the eyebrows go, isn't it? That's the Did you have a special meal ordered?
No, we took slot luck.
Slot luck at the automat.
I had breast of shrimp.
Breast of shrimp, very filling too, isn't it?
Then we had a Leon Henderson salad.
What is a Leon Henderson salad?
It's 1 piece of lettuce with a ration card on it.
Oh, very good. And an IOU for the mayonnaise, I suppose. Well, it sounds very nourishing, Portland. I'd like to hear more about your New Year, but I have an appointment down at Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, starting next month, as you know, the government is going to ration all canned fruit, soups, and vegetables. And so then, our question tonight is, how will the rationing of canned goods affect you?
All right. Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in John Doe's house.
Say, John must be in. I'll knock.
I knew it. It's you again.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
Well, make it snappy, brother. I'm in the middle of a solitaire game, and I think I got myself cornered.
No kidding, have you really? Well, tell me, Mr. Doe, is this rationing of canned goods going to bother you?
Nah, I never buy no canned stuff.
Well, what? You don't really?
Nah.
Well, what do you use for food?
Well, me and the wife eat the same 3 meals every day.
The same meal?
Yeah, for breakfast, we both eat 3 pounds of dried prunes.
3 pounds of dried prunes, sir.
And for dinner, we both drink 2 quarts of water.
Well, what do you have for supper?
Nothing. We just sit near the fire and swell.
Well, John Doe has his solution well in hand. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is reacting.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum?
You're not interested in the conversation.
Well, tell me, is the canned goods rationing going to bother you?
Who needs cans? I'm conserving with everything. It's special with butter.
Oh, really? Well, how are you cutting down on butter?
When I'm eating bread, only one corner I'm buttering.
You only butter one corner of the bread.
This I'm folding over 4 times.
And?
Then I'm eating.
Well, how does it taste?
The first 5 minutes it is tasting like bread.
The first 5 minutes, yes.
But when you're coming to the butter,
Yes.
it is simply delicious.
Well, tell me, do you understand the point system of rationing the government is starting next month?
This is altogether simple.
Oh, really? How does the point system work?
You're going into a store.
Yes.
You're wanting 2 pounds coffee.
Yes.
You're pointing to the coffee grinder.
Yes.
The grocer is pointing to an empty shelf.
Yes.
You are pointing to your rationing book.
And?
The grocer is pointing to the door.
That is all there is to the point system, huh?
You are getting the point. So long.
Mrs. N has everything under control. I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is taking it.
Yeah.
Well, Soc, how about this? You look like a man from Lowell I knew in better times, old boy. Soc, how about this canned foods problem?
Oh, what cans? I don't eat nothing but meat.
Well, you don't eat anything but meat?
Nah.
You're carnivorous, in other words. Well,
Yeah.
Well, look it up and let me know if you are later. Well, hasn't the meat shortage bothered you?
Oh, it's brutal.
Really?
Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher's, slap a buck down on a chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door and say, help yourself, Socrates.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in halves, braid a couple of lambs, load my pockets full of tripe and kidneys and go home.
You were messy but homeward bound, huh? Well, how are you doing today, Socrates?
Terrible.
Really?
Last Saturday night, I go into the market.
Well, how much meat did you get?
The butcher's a friend of mine.
Yes?
He let me smell the meat hook.
Well, that's probably why he has... here we are, our last stop in Allen's Alley.
Tally-ho and yoicks away, Falstaff prime for his tete-a-tete.
Well, I hope you're giving up poems for the new year, Falstaff.
I am just closing out my old year special.
Oh, now look, I'm not...
Have you heard? She said you couldn't be ruder, as I toyed with the fin on her barracuda.
No.
Or, said the little calf to the big giraffe, when I look at your neck, I have to laugh.
No.
When I first saw Mother's bustle, I thought it was a muscle.
Now wait. That has definitely done it. Tonight we are discussing the rationing of canned goods.
Precisely why I am here. Once again, I have written a poem.
Oh, what is your canned goods poem called?
The world needs one big can.
Well, how does it go?
I've been working day and night to perfect a mighty plan. For to me it's quite apparent that the world needs one big can. If we'll all cut down on canned goods, the sooner the war will win. Our soldiers can use the extra food, and Uncle Sam can save the tin. And with that tin, old Uncle Sam could call on every man to melt and mold and shape the tin to make the world one can. We can only use the biggest can. We can't use one that's littler. And when Uncle Sam has made it, he can tie that can to Hitler.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thousands of soldiers and sailors are entertained by a young lady who is on the air every morning at 5:30 over this network. The boys in camps call her their Reveille sweetheart. And here she is, Miss Lois January, to sing for us, Dearly Beloved. Miss January.
Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were destined for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. A
you, Lois. That was swell. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, I brought this magazine to the studio tonight to show you. Take a look at this article here on the car of the future.
Well, that's very interesting.
It is, isn't it? It's the kind. This is the kind of a car we'll all be driving after the war is won, Jimmy. Look at this streamlining, these mechanical gadgets. Why, this car will do practically everything for the motorist, but whistle at a pretty girl.
Well, maybe it is the car we'll be driving when the war is over, Fred.
Yeah.
But the war isn't over yet, and the chances are that our present cars are going to have to last for the duration. That means it's our patriotic duty to make them last by making sure that every vital part gets proper lubrication. And that's the kind of lubrication your car gets when you take it to your Texaco dealer for a Marfax job. For Marfax service isn't just greasing. It's thorough stem-to-stern lubrication of every important chassis point with Marfax, the Texaco lubricant that won't readily pound out, wash out, or squeeze out. Make your car last by making sure that it gets correct lubrication. Regular, systematic Marfax service from your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
That was just a dash of Everything I've Got Belongs to You, played by Al Goodman and his They Came Here to Speak for Doe orchestra. Now, look, Portland, stop moving those chairs around,
I'm
please.
getting everything out of the way. There may be a fight.
A fight?
Isn't Jack Benny coming tonight?
No, not tonight. Mr. Benny will be here next Sunday night. And remind me to take the welcome off the mat, will you, before I go home?
Who is our guest tonight?
Our guest is Peter Lorre.
I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Come back here, Portland. What's the matter?
In pictures, Mr. Lorre is always killing people. I'm frightened.
Well, I hope he kills the audience here tonight. Why, Peter Lorre won't... Come in.
Has Mr. Lorre appeared yet?
No.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, any knives, daggers, stilettos, dirts, or other cutlery found sticking in people's backs after Mr. Lorre leaves tonight must be wiped clean and returned to the Keen Cut Cutlery Company at once. These utensils have merely been loaned to Mr. Lorre. Remember, just because it's in you, it doesn't mean it's yours.
Well, I wish that guy wouldn't spook until he was spooking, too.
Mr. Allen, I'm trembling.
You're trembling. I'm shaking like a crapshooter's sleeve here. But we have got to be brave, Portland.
Pardon me, is this Fred Allen's problem?
Yes. What do you want, little boy?
I'm Peter Lorre.
Mr. Lorre! Mr. Lorre, this is Fred Allen.
Ah, no!
Well, what's the... I don't know who's getting the worst of it here. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lorre?
Why, I wish you had told me, Mr. Allen. I'd had worn my makeup, too.
Well, I'm not wearing any makeup, Mr. Lorre.
Well, you fooled me.
Say, Portland, Mr. Lorre isn't anything like we expected, is he?
No, he's just a little shook.
Yes, you sure are a letdown, Peter.
How disappoint you, Fred?
Oh, yes. I thought you'd come creeping in here on all fours and drooling cyanide. Well, you're supposed to be a brutal killer. You couldn't take a fly away from a baby spider.
Oh, that's what I keep telling them down at the morgue.
You spend time at the morgue, do you?
Oh, yes. It's so nice and cool and peaceful at the morgue.
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Lorre.
Oh, if it wasn't for me, a lot of people wouldn't know about the morgue.
Now, wait a minute. Quit talking. You sound as though you're slab happy here.
But it is so nice and cool.
I know, you said that. You just said that before. You are an odious little runt, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, why do people think I'm such a monster? I'm just a little guy trying to get along.
Well, I know that, but you're not getting along in this vein. You're not trying to get ahead, you mean, and you're not getting mine, if that's what you have in mind.
Look at me, Fred. Please look at me. Do I look like a menacing villain who knows but one word, murder?
No.
Well, do I look like a Svengali? A demon with a hypnotic spell?
No.
Look deep in my eyes, Fred.
Yes, Peter.
Do you see anything but gentleness and love of humanity?
No. Who shall I kill now, Master?
Please stop joking, Fred. I am serious.
Well, then be careful with that gremlin look there, Peter. I am very susceptible. For a minute there, I had that old commando feeling.
Oh, if only the world would realize that I'm just an average man and not a mad, twisted creature.
Well, I know just how you feel, Peter.
You know, if people only knew the story of my life, they'd feel sorry for me.
Yours is a sad story, is it, Peter?
Sad. When I was 2 years old, I was an orphan. No father, no mother.
Oh, you poor kid. What happened to your father and mother?
Oh, I killed them.
Oh, you unfortunate child. Who brought you up?
Well, I went to live with my aunt and my uncle, and 2 weeks later I was homeless.
Homeless?
Yes, the house burned down.
Peter, you didn't...
Oh, no. My aunt set fire to the house.
Your aunt?
Yes, I set fire to my aunt.
It was an accident, of course.
Oh, yes. How did I know when I gave her that hot foot that she had a celluloid leg?
Oh, you poor, unfortunate little nipper. What did you do next?
Oh, I went to work for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Doing what?
So when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde, I had to remind him to put his money into his other suit.
Oh, you finally left Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes. Yeah, and then I went with a circus, sawing a woman in half. But it only lasted 2 months.
Why?
Well, I ran out of women.
Well, all of those hardships are over, Peter. Today you're a big success in pictures, and I know you must have many friends in Hollywood.
Oh, no, Fred. I just hang around with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi and Dracula.
Oh, well, what do you boys do for excitement?
Oh, every day we give blood to the Red Cross.
Well, doesn't giving blood every day weaken you?
Oh, it isn't our blood.
I'm sure that now you've opened your heart, people will understand you. I know that among our more morbid listeners, you have made many new friends tonight.
Oh, I hope so, Fred, and I want to thank you for letting me tell my side of the story.
You know, from now on, the people will know that you aren't always the villain. They'll remember you more kindly as the famous Mr. Moto.
Oh, you see, as Mr. Moto, I was the world's greatest Oriental detective.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lorry. Mr. Moto was the second greatest Oriental detective.
Huh?
The world's greatest Oriental detective is One Long Tan.
One Long Tan is an amateur.
Now, wait a minute, Peter. Look, tonight we can settle that question once and for all.
How?
I tell you what, I'll dig up a mystery. Mr. Moto and One Long Tan can work on it together. The one who solves this mystery will be the world's greatest Oriental detective, right?
Right.
Mr. Goodman, some music while Mr. Lorry and I get our mystery ready, will you?
And now, the battle all crime lovers have been waiting for. Mr. Moto versus One Long Tan. Tonight's super mystery is called The Missing Shot, or Who Killed Balsam Bemis. The scene, the Acme Broadcasting Studios. Miss Irwin, the hostess, sits at her desk on the 29th floor. The telephone rings.
Acme Broadcasting Studios. Sorry, Mr. Bemis is auditioning a program for Mr. Pomeroy of the Pomeroy Pen Company. Sorry, Mr. Bemis cannot be disturbed. Goodbye. I hope Mr. Bemis sells that program. Business is awful. Good heavens, it's shot!
Miss Irwin! Miss Irwin!
Yes, Mr. Pomeroy!
Mr. Bemis has been shot. It's murder. Calling all cars, if you've got gas. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Calling all cars, if you've got tires. Balsam Bemis, president of Acme Broadcasting Company, murdered. Calling Mr. Moto. Calling One Long Tan. Proceed at once to Acme Broadcasting.
Greetings and happy times, kiddy. Detective One Long Tan, Chinese Superman on job. Mistress of no time. Mr. 555. Catch him dead or catch him live. Mr. 555.
Now listen, you wet wasp Tibbet. There's been a murder committed here.
Who are you, Mr. Jelly Belly? Inspector.
I am Putney Pomeroy, president of the Pomeroy Pen Company.
And you, Mr. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
And I'm Miss Irwin, the hostess here at Acme Broadcasting.
And you, little man with sneaky face, who are you?
Oh, so if you're a detective, you tell me who I am.
Oh, don't make monkey business. I am Detective One Long Tan.
You are one big dope.
Well, Long Tan, maybe one big dope. You one little punk. Now, who are you? Come clean.
I am Mr. Moto.
Oh, Mr. Moto in person. Mr. Moto, one poor man, one long time. Mr. Moto, Oriental Nutnik. I'm a Yankee to the dandy. I'm a Yankee to the boy.
Now, listen, will you two guys stop chewing the fat?
Yes, why don't you both solve this crime?
Hey, that's a good idea. Make it a competition.
Very good. Long time make Mr. Moto look silly. Mr. Moto, small time, petty larceness, flatfoot.
Also, we shall see one long time.
Oh, so you bet we shall see also. You, Mr. Jellybelly, Mr. Pomeroy, you explain what confidentially. You explain why.
I came up here today to see about advertising my Pomeroy pens on the radio.
Oh, so?
Mr. Bemis auditioned a program for me, The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, so.
He took out a contract for me to sign. I told him I didn't like The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, so.
Oh, so and so.
I left Mr. Bemis in the studio. I went into the control room to get my coat and hat.
Oh, so.
As I was leaving the control room, I heard a shot.
That's right. I saw Mr. Pomeroy coming out of the control room.
Very good. You two have alibi airtight.
I am not so sure.
Not so sure. Long time lap up mandarin sleeve. Long time take over. One side, Mr. Moto. Maybe learn something.
Don't you want to examine the body, Longpan?
Examine body. Beginner routine. Inner sanctum stuff. Examine body. First, long-time grill, Lonesome Cowboy. Where's Lonesome Cowboy?
I'm right here. And I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Long time unless you for murder Boston Beamers.
Well, you're loco, Cooley. Why should... See, my gun's gone.
You bet. Your gun maybe shoot Mr. Beamer.
I've been robbed. Where's my gun?
Long time whiz into action.
If you're a detective, Longpan, why don't you examine the body?
You bet. Examine body, Mr. Moto. Where is body?
The late Mr. Bemis is in this studio right here. See, there he is.
Oh, boy, Mr. Bemis laughing. Mr. Bemis die in good humor. Just beat victory tag. Die in very good humor.
Mr. Bemis is just as I left him. The contract's on the table, the pen's in his hand.
And also look on table.
What, Longpan?
A Lewallowa.
Hey, Lewallowa. Hey, that's my gun.
Very good, Lonesome Cowboy. Mystery solved.
Also?
And how also? Solution obvious. Mr. Boston Beamers commit suicide.
That is my theory exactly.
And I say it is murder.
Oh, murder. Mr. Moto have motor trouble. Motor missing on one cylinder. Mr. Moto maybe need Marpac lubrication.
I still say it is murder.
Long time say suicide.
Also, murder.
Also, suicide.
No, so, murder.
Yes, so, suicide.
But why should Mr. Bemis kill himself, Longpan?
Solution obvious. Mr. Pomeroy not like Lonesome Cowboy. Mr. Bemis lose $1 million contract. Mr. Bemis steal Lonesome Cowboy, the wallower. Mr. Bemis commit suicide.
You got the solution, Longpan. Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Pomeroy. I, Mr. Moto, am arresting you for murder.
Me? Murder? Why, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Mr. Moto, get my goto. Shoot the goto to me, Moto.
If you will examine Mr. Bemis' body again, Longpan.
Okay, Longpan check, double check, and Shanghai check. You see one bullet hole forehead. You see one bullet hole, Mr. Moto.
Yes, one bullet hole in forehead, but 2 bullet holes in back of head.
2 bullet holes?
Mr. Bemis was shot from behind. 2 shots were fired.
You're insane, Moto. Only 1 shot was heard. Isn't that right, Miss Irwin?
Yes, if Mr. Pomeroy came out of the control room, there was only 1 shot.
Oh, so? But you fired 2 shots, Mr. Pomeroy.
I?
Yes, you murdered Balsam Bemis.
But I was in the control room getting my hat.
I know, but the control room is soundproof, and you fired 2 shots from the control room. But when you opened the door, you came out so fast, only 1 shot came out with you.
Mr. Moto, Silly Billy. You mean sound of one Lewallowa shot still sealed in soundproof room?
Yes, and I can prove it, Longpan. Look, I'll open this control room door and let the shot out.
Holy smoke.
You confess, Mr. Pomeroy.
All right, Moto. Yes, I had to kill Bemis. I had no choice.
I know.
How would you trap me, Moto?
In Mr. Bemis' hand, he has one of your Pomeroy fountain pens ready to sign the contract.
You see, fountain pen broken.
Yes, and that was my cue, Longpan. Huh? Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, I've spent $10 billion advertising my slogan, Pomeroy Pens Last a Lifetime.
Exactly, and Mr. Bemis' pen broke.
If word got out that Bemis had outlived the Pomeroy Pens, my slogan was ruined.
So Mr. Bemis had to die.
Yes, thanks to his Pomeroy pen, it lasted Mr. Bemis a lifetime. My slogan was safe.
Sketch ruined. Slogan safe. Sketch ruined. Sketch ruined. Moto full fast. short one. Mr. Moto. Long Tan? Mr. Moto make Long Tan look like Stumble Bum for fast bar.
This proves Mr. Moto is the better detective, Long Tan. There is no murder that Mr. Moto cannot solve.
Oh, no, Mr. Moto?
Oh, Long Tan, put down that gun.
Oh, yes? Yes, one murder, Mr. Moto. Never solved.
Oh!
Now, Mr. Moto, who killed Mr. Moto? No answer, you bet. Only Long Tan know who killed Mr. Moto. One Long Tan still, world greatest Oriental detective. Thank you. Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Peter Lorre for his visit tonight. Now, next Sunday, our guest will be Jack Benny, a man on the Rochester program, I understand. Now, Jimmy, have you any last words?
Last words? Well, a couple, Fred. Your present car will have to last, so make sure that it gets the Texaco dealer's regular service.
Yes, Jimmy. Mileage rationing saves your tires. Complete the job and save your car by seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Soldiers of the Press. Whenever new battlefronts are opened, you'll find the shock troops of news, the war reporters, moving up with our armed forces. For theirs is the difficult and dangerous task of keeping the home front informed of developments on the far-flung fighting lines. When American and British forces swarmed ashore in North Africa, 7 United Press correspondents rode with the Rangers and commandos in the landing barges or watched the action from the bridges and gun decks of warships screening the landings. This is the story of one of those men, Ned Russell of United Press.
You've never heard of Stuka Acres, I'm sure. And I know for a certainty you won't find it on any map. Yet in more than 3 years covering war, the events of 72 hours at Stuka Acres have left a deeper and more lasting impression on my mind than any other experience of my life. Stuka Acres is, or I should say was, a small Tunisian farm near the equally insignificant village of Tuburba. The name was given it by those of us who went through 3 days of incessant bombing and strafing by German dive bombers at that Allied advance post. But perhaps I'd better begin by telling you how I came to go to Tuburba in the first place. Well, I was one of a group of United Press correspondents sent out from London to cover what turned out to be the opening of a second front. I first set foot on North African soil in the half-light of a chilly dawn, with a small party of American Rangers who'd been detailed to take a strategic airfield at Blida, 30 miles southwest of Algiers. As we splashed ashore, a British lieutenant colonel with our task force commanded sharply,
"Deploy and take cover in the dunes, men. Be alert for a signal. Henderson.
Yes, sir.
Smith.
Yes, sir.
Laughlin.
Yes, sir.
Hart, you'll move forward with me.
May I accompany you, sir?
Can't make you out in the dark. Who is it?
Russell. Ned Russell.
Oh, of course, Russell. Yes, come along. But keep down, all of you. Now then, forward.
Okay. Oh. Hey, you behind. Watch out for that hole in the beach.
Hey, flatten out.
What was that?
It may be our signal. Listen.
That was V. Yeah, V for victory.
All right. Who goes there?
Friend of the American and British comrades.
Advance, friend. Give the password.
Cousin, 10-2-7.
Cousin, 7-2-10.
At last you've come. It has been a long night in the dunes and a cold one, but everything is in readiness for you. All French commanders have been instructed to facilitate the debarkation and establishment ashore of your American troops. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Captain Pierre Maron.
The landing was as simple as that. Within 20 minutes after we waded ashore, dripping wet from the surf, the fort at Sidi Farouk had capitulated. Half an hour later, the Blida airport fell into our hands without a shot being fired. 2 hours later, the bugler at Fort L'Empereur at the western gateway of Algiers sounded the ceasefire call, ending resistance there. So we pushed eastward. There was some fighting, of course, spotted but fierce at times. Still, the overall effect was somehow reminiscent of a comic opera. LBR, one of the suburbs of Algiers, will illustrate what I mean. We encountered limited French resistance there. Snipers who withdrew through the town firing from houses. They went. Our troops moved in, dodging from tree to lamppost in approved cops and robbers fashion, and whamming away at the enemy with their garrons. The natives were delighted. They watched from their doorways, and at every lull, someone would poke his head through the door of the local cafe and invite us to have a glass of wine. Results were being achieved, and rapidly. Make no mistake about that. Lieutenant General Clark and his corps of advance agents had done a thorough and effective job of laying the groundwork for the arrival of the Allied forces. But war with intermissions for Vin Rouge was hardly what I'd been counting on. 2 other American press representatives who had landed with our troops at Algiers were equally restless. A few days later, the 3 of us were having a drink in a small cafe in eastern Algeria. We were grousing about the lack of action when a mechanized force rolled through the streets.
Hey, look! The Yanks are coming.
Yeah, Bill. They say the Germans are getting set to make a stand at the Tunisian border.
Well, what do you say, fellas? Let's see if we can't thumb our way up front with this outfit. I'd like to think I'd filed one good story this week.
Wait a minute. Wait. Opportunity knocks.
Uh-huh.
One of the command cars has stopped. An officer is coming in.
Oh, hello, Captain. Won't you join us?
Oh, hello. The press, eh?
That's right.
What are you fellas doing here? Don't you know there's a war on?
No. There's an ugly rumor to that.
Well, that's what we'd like to talk to you about. Won't you sit down? Oh, waiter. Vin Rouge pour le capitaine.
Oh, thanks. One gets pretty dry herding a flock of tanks and half-tracks through this dust.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, here's health.
Right. USA.
And now, what's on your mind?
You're headed toward the Tunisian border, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
What are the chances of getting to see some action up that way?
From what I hear, they're good. That's why we're going up. Reinforcements. The Germans are said to have a sizable force somewhere east of the village of Taburba.
Well, how about hitching a ride with your outfit? If there's going to be a show, we'd like to be in on it.
Yeah, how about it?
Can you manage it?
Let's see now. Well, if you don't mind a bit of crowding and don't insist upon air conditioning, I think I can pack you into the rear of our command car.
Oh,
Okay,
great.
that suits me.
Well, let's be going.
Sure thing. Oh, by the way, I think we'd better introduce ourselves. I'm Ned Russell of the United Press.
Glad to know you, Russell.
How do you do, sir? This is William Stoneman of the Chicago News.
Hello, Stoneman.
And this is...
I'm Captain T.R.
That's how 3 members of the American Press Corps happened to wind up at Stuka Acres, where we almost ended our journalistic careers.
Russell and his companions moved on up to a small farm which served as battalion headquarters. They set up shop in a mud hut that formerly belonged to an Arab farmhand. Before the first night fell, the Germans made 3 bombing attacks on American and British positions less than a mile away. The following day, the Germans increased their pressure. German mortars moved into position to shell the valley in front of the farm. Waves of bombers came over endlessly. In 1 2-hour period, they counted 5 separate aerial attacks. Stukas, Junker 88s, and Messerschmitts, which zoomed down to strafe Allied positions from a height of only a few feet. The very earth heaved from nearby bomb hits, until Stuka Acres became a roaring, rocking hell. British and American guns from the ridges close by added to the din.
Our second night at Stuka Acres, I tried to transcribe my notes on my portable typewriter. But I found that I was half deaf from the concussion of the bombs. My teeth ached from shock. My nerves were jumpy. So I gave up and crawled into a corner to try to catch a few winks of sleep. Just before dawn, I was awakened by the sound of bombs and artillery, which were churning up a plowed field a few hundred yards to the south. I made a dash for headquarters.
Oh, hello, Ned.
Hello, Bill.
Say, did our neighbors disturb your nap? I'll speak to them about it.
Say, what's up? This sounds worse than what we went through yesterday.
I'm afraid it is, Russell. Our advance patrol reports that the Germans are moving up with 3 companies of infantry and 2 tank columns.
And the tanks are executing a pincer's movement.
Hey, Russell, here. Have a look through this window.
Okay.
See that ridge a mile across there?
Yeah, I see it.
Well, use your glasses.
Okay.
Now then, see those dark objects silhouetted against the east?
Oh, yeah.
Well, brother, those are German tanks.
Hey, that's too close for comfort.
You're right. And you needn't look now, but there are more of them north of us. And there are snipers and machine gun emplacements to the south.
To make the situation even stickier, German tanks and machine guns are laying down their fire to the rear. between us and the British artillery emplacements to the west.
Well, sir, what do we do?
Our tanks are moving up to attempt to push the German line back. We have excellent support from the British artillery to the rear. We'll stick, of course, and hope for reinforcements. But unless they arrive today, it's hard to say what may happen.
We stuck through another day of hell. The Stukas pounded us unmercifully. Shells screamed overhead. The rattle of machine gun fire and snipers' bullets filled every lull in the bombings. Fragments from high explosive bombs stripped the trees at Stuka Acres of all foliage. Our tanks turned back under the superior fire from enemy artillery. And I spent most of that day of terror huddled in a trench with Stoneman. When we dared to look up, we could see the bombs disgorging from their racks. Once we saw two hurtling straight toward us. We thought our numbers were up. We could hear bomb fragments whining just above our heads. At 9 o'clock that night, the commanding officer called a conference in the hut which served as his headquarters. He was eating his supper and talking with his officers as I entered the dim, candle-lighted room.
The enemy fire has subsided to the west. Oh, hello, Russell.
Hello, Captain. Commander.
Hello, Russell. I was just telling the captain that I agree with him that our advanced position here is untenable. Our lines are extended too thinly to cope with the force of the enemy. We must withdraw before he realizes the prize he's losing here.
No chance for reinforcement, huh?
And at present, none. But I wish to stress to all of you that this is not to be a general withdrawal. Our lines back of Tiboba are strong and will hold.
How soon do we leave?
As quickly as we can organize a convoy. Captain, what do your patrols report of the road to the rear?
It's a rough dirt track, a side road, leading back toward Meshes al-Bab. It appears to be the only way through the German ring.
I see. Does the enemy have it covered?
It was under fire from machine gun nests during the day, but our patrol reports it's comparatively quiet now.
I see. Needless to say, this is a dangerous task. We'll negotiate the distance. It's about 3 miles, isn't it, Captain?
About 3 miles, sir.
We'll negotiate that distance in complete blackout and in low gear. Take your time. If the noise of gunfire dies down enough to give us away, stop. We'll stay in close formation. You all know the rules of convoy driving. Any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Let's get going. Come on.
The memory of that drive will stay with me always. Our trucks, automobiles, and Bren gun carriers crawled through the darkness, with everyone straining his eyes to see vehicles only a few feet in front. I drove at the start. But in a little over a mile, my eyes became so strained that I couldn't distinguish the outlines of the truck immediately in front of us. Stoneman drove the last half of the distance. Once during that tortuous drive, a single sniper's bullet whined out of the dark, barely missed our windshield. Well, we completed the 3 miles in something over 3 hours. By then, every man was exhausted from strain. It was raining. We threw ourselves down under an olive grove and slept. We didn't care about the cold and discomfort. Following morning at dawn, the press contingent set out for the nearby village of Wedzarga, where we learned we could file our rain-soaked dispatches at a field headquarters. From there, they could be relayed to London and New York.
Russell's dispatches gave the public his brilliant personal account of his experiences in one of the most fiercely fought engagements of the African campaign. And to the end of his story, Russell added this summation of his 73-hour visit to Stuka Acres.
I'm resting here at Wedzarga a couple of days till I can go back to Tiboba with our reinforcements. But from here out, I'm working on borrowed time.
Ned Russell, whose story you have just heard, is one of hundreds of United Press correspondents who are facing danger, risking capture or death at the battlefronts around the world to report at first hand today's tremendous events. We will present another program in this series in the near future. Be sure to listen. And meanwhile, remember to listen for United Press News on the air. Look for United Press News in your favorite newspaper. It is your guarantee of the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
The Lone Ranger found his only living relative in the high border country just south of the Canadian border. The relative, a boy named Dan, was the 14-year-old son of the Lone Ranger's older brother.
Are you coming along with your packing, Dan?
Oh, I guess I've got just about everything. I'm going to leave the furniture here in Grandma's house. Maybe Mr. Martin will be able to sell some of it to the people that buy the house.
That's a good idea. We can't take much furniture when we start on our long trip south.
Oh, no, sir, I know it. Golly, I can't believe it's true.
What?
That I'm going to travel with you. Are you sure you want me?
Dan, you're my brother's son.
But if that's the only reason...
No, it isn't. I think as much of you as I would my own son.
Well, how does Tonto feel about it? I mean about having me travel with you.
Tonto's glad. He's at last found someone to whom he can teach all his knowledge of the woods and hills, of travel and trailing. You see, Dan, much of what Tonto knows has been handed down through the generations in the tribe of Indians from which he came. It's a source of great satisfaction to our Indian friend to know that he can teach the lore of the red men to you. In you, he knows someone whom he can trust.
Well, I just hope I'm worthy of that trust.
He should be here.
Wonder what's delaying him.
Dan, tell me this.
Yes, sir?
During the years you lived with your grandmother, did you have a chance to study history?
History? Oh, well, I guess not. That is not very much.
The history of our country, the lives of the men who made it?
Well, Gram told me stories about men like Daniel Boone.
The great pioneer.
She said I'd have to live up to a lot to live up to the name of Daniel.
She was right. In Daniel Boone, you have a namesake who knew the out-of-doors. Pioneer builder of America. In Daniel Webster, you have a namesake who was a great scholar. And in your father...
Dad certainly did things, didn't he?
He was a builder, Dan. A builder of justice in the West.
Mr. Martin told me a lot about history. He's been just about the best friend I've had.
Yes, I know.
Sure hate to say goodbye to him and Betty.
No matter where you go, Dan, you'll always have their friendship.
Look, there's something I've been wondering.
What's that?
Well, Mr. Martin took this house that Graham left me and gave me stock in his copper mine for it.
I know it. He was mighty fair, Dan.
But I don't want him to pay more than it was worth. He wasn't just being generous, was he?
Mr. Martin paid a fair price.
Well, I wouldn't want him to give me a lot of his copper mine stock just because he was sorry for me.
He isn't sorry for you. And Dan, he was mighty far-sighted in giving you stock in the mine instead of money. A lot of people would like to buy stock in his copper mine. It isn't for sale.
Oh, I know it. I don't need the money anyway. Whatever the stock earns will be put in the bank here and kept for me. I just hope he doesn't lose anything when he sells the house and property.
I guess Mr. Martin is a good enough businessman to take care of himself. And someone's riding this way.
Oh, I hear them.
Recognize the hoofbeats?
Wait. Yeah, that's Donald's horse, Scout.
Right. Good for you. Otto.
You come fast.
What's the matter?
There's plenty trouble. Me come catch you.
Where's the trouble?
Martin house.
Mr. Martin?
Him not there. Girl there and in trouble. Plenty trouble.
Betty's in trouble?
Stay here, Dan. I'll send for you if you're needed. Steady. Come on, Silver.
You're just the same as got a lion by the tail, Miss Betty. And you don't dare let go.
Stay there, Hooper. I've never shot a man in my life, but I'm perfectly willing to if I have to.
Now, you see here. I've tolerated your foolishness in holding a gun on me to keep me from saying what I feel like saying. But I'm hanged if I'll stand for it any longer. I'm leaving here and tell my friends where we can find a claim of our own and stake it out. I leave that gun where I knocked it.
I'll stop you. I'll
All
get
right,
you.
then I'll take the gun with me. Now, out of my way.
You. I'll stop him, no matter what I have to do. There's another gun here. I'll stop that crook. I know his scheme. You vile...
Oh, Miss Betty.
The masked man. What have I done? I've killed him. I've killed the Lone Ranger. Now, please don't try to walk right away. Stay where you are and rest. I'll fix you some broth.
The wound isn't nearly as bad as you make it out to be, Betty.
Oh, it's bad enough. I'm so ashamed of myself. Father had been here, but he went away and told me he was going to try to investigate something he'd heard. A plot against him.
Plot against him?
Yes. He didn't know what there was to it. He went to see the man who wrote to warn him, to learn more about it. I was here alone when this man who called himself Hooper came in. Well, I never in all my life heard such a brazen demand. He wanted me to sign over my copper mine stock to him. He went on to explain that he knew where gold claims could be staked, and that if I didn't make a deal with him right away, he'd tell the men, take them all off the job here, and Dad would be through. He couldn't get men to work for him.
Tonto knew about that?
No, I drew Dad's gun, an extra one, from the drawer of the table. I was determined that Hooper wouldn't do what he said. I saw Tonto riding near the house and called to him.
He came for me. He said you were in trouble.
I didn't know what to do. I still don't. Oh, forgive me, but I had to have someone to tell me what to do. And then you got here, and I shot you.
By this time, if Hooper intends to carry out his threat, he'll have told the men.
I suppose so.
He must be lying.
I don't know.
I've never heard of gold in the hills around here.
Neither have I, but there are new gold fields being discovered all the time. And you know how men are when they hear of a thing like that. They'd all rush away from here as fast as they could. This would be a ghost town almost overnight.
Hooper's a stranger in town, isn't he?
Yes.
If he is bluffing, he won't tell the men about any gold mine right away.
He won't?
If he really knew where there was gold to be found, why is he wasting his time around here?
Well, he had a pretty convincing argument. He said that it didn't matter whether Dad and I believed him. He could make the men believe him and follow him.
I see.
And he can do it, too. I know how easily a gold rush can be started.
He'll make another attempt to get himself a share in the copper mine before he acts. I'm sure of that. That will give us a little time.
Us? Then you will help?
Dan will be mighty glad of the chance to help you and your father.
Oh, yes.
So will I for what you've done for Dan.
But what can be done?
I don't know yet.
Oh, please lie there. Don't try to stand.
A little weaker than I thought.
Please stay there and rest. I'll go and tell Tonto and Dan where you are. I'll bring them.
Tonto and Dan came to the Martin home with Betty. The Indian gave Dan an object lesson in the treatment of wounds, then taught the boy to prepare a health and strength-giving broth that quickly restored the masked man's vigor. In the meantime, Hooper met one of Martin's employees, a man named Riggs.
Now, sit down, Riggs. You needn't be in a hurry. No one knows you're here in my room.
If Martin found out, I'd be through.
I want to tell you the way things stand. I saw how the girl acted, and she was real concerned about my threat. Her father will be the same way.
Martin ain't a man to be bulldozed.
He's no fool. You'll see that it'll cost him less to make over some mining stock to me than to have the mine shut down because the workers all leave.
Maybe.
It's too bad the girl didn't kill that masked man. Then we could have threatened Martin with exposing her as a killer.
Hooper, I think you're wrong there. The Martins are great ones for being legal. The chances are she'd go into the sheriff and give herself up.
Well, anyway, there's plans to be made. Now, just in case Martin don't come through, we'll tell a few of the boys, the ones you pick out, let them pull stakes and leave town. Then, if Martin don't come through, we'll let a few more of them in on us, savvy?
Instead of having them all leave at the same time, huh?
Yes. You'll know that I can make good my threats.
You gotta have something mighty convincing to show the boys. They'd move out if they weren't convinced there's gold to be had for the digging.
The men with wives and youngsters won't be in too much of a hurry to move. We'll have no trouble with the ones that ain't married.
Well, Hooper, what's there to show 'em?
Here. Take a look at this paper. This is what's called an essay. Shows just how much the ore's worth.
Where is this property?
The essay was made from a genuine claim away south of here in the gold country. This land I'm going to invite the men to come to is a different place. I changed the paper, you see.
Hey, that's pretty slick.
I tell you, Riggs, I've got big plans. The first thing I've got to do is get some shares of stock in the Martin copper mines. After that, I'll have some things to say about the mine.
Hey, Hooper.
What is it?
Look out the window. See that kid that's walking toward here?
There. Yes, what about him?
His name's Dan.
Well?
He lived in town with his grandma. Then when she died, Martin bought up her property from the boy and gave him some shares of stock in the mine.
Looks like he's coming right here.
Yeah, looks like it. Hey, you better speak to him. If he sees me here, he might say something about it, and folks will wonder why I was with you.
All right, go on back in the other room.
All right.
Now we'll see. Well?
Are you Mr. Hooper?
Yeah, what if I am?
I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Hooper.
All right, step inside.
I suppose I'm sort of young to be thinking about business deals.
What's on your mind, kid?
Well, my name is Dan. I've worked for Mr. Martin. I know him real well and his daughter, too.
Get to the point.
Well, I heard that you knew where there was some gold to be had for the digging. I want to leave this high border country. I thought maybe I could work for you. I'm strong. I can do a man's work. I'd like to work in a gold mine.
Sit down.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
You figure on leaving here, huh?
Yes, sir. Sooner or later.
Have you talked to Betty Martin since I called on her?
Yes, sir.
What'd she have to say about me?
Well, I wouldn't have known about you if she hadn't told me.
I suppose she thinks I'm poison me now.
Well, I guess she doesn't like you very well.
Well, my good intentions are always misunderstood. I don't want to make trouble for Martin, but I do have to take care of myself, don't I? Now, I know where there's gold to be had for the digging, where a man can stake a claim and make himself a fortune. But me, I'm too old for that. I want to sell my information.
Oh.
I'd like to make a deal so as I could have some of the stock in the Martin copper mines, sort of settle down.
Well, Mr. Hooper, I've got some stock in the Martin copper mines.
You have? Well, now, maybe we can make a deal. Of course, you're underage, but maybe we can make a deal anyway. Now, you sign right there, and you, Martin, will have to sign here.
All right, Mr. Hooper.
Dan, is it true that you signed your stock to that crook Hooper?
Oh, yes, I did, Betty.
But you're underage.
Oh, you're right, but your father signed, too. It was all done legally.
No. You mean Dad helped you throw away your stock? No, he couldn't. Dad, how could you do it? Why did you do it? Hooper's a crook. He's practically stolen Dan's stock in your mine and given him a worthless claim in some mountain south of here. And then Dad told me that you were the one who planned it.
Yes, Betty.
You, the best friend Dan has, the man who was going to treat Dan as if he were your own son. You let him be swindled out of his copper stock.
Yes, Betty, I did.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The Lone Ranger doing a thing like that.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Hooper met Riggs with a pleased expression after the deal with Dan was finally completed.
It's all legal, Riggs, and everything's done just as it should be. Hey, look at this paper.
I don't know how you put it over, Hooper.
Stock in the Martin copper mine, the best doggone proposition in this part of the country.
You mean to say Martin helped the kid assign it to you?
Yes.
Hang it all, Hooper. I can't make Martin out. Of course, he figures Dan is old enough to know what he wants to do. Yeah, I reckon that's it. If the kid wants to make a mistake, Martin figures let him make it and pay for it.
We won't need to waste time on the men who work in the copper mine. They can stay on their job. I've got the stock I want.
Maybe Martin knew that. Figured he'd sooner see the kid lose his stock than see the copper mine shut.
Yes, that must be it. Well, it don't matter.
Now, what are your plans, Hooper?
Me, I'm sitting tight for the time being. Just going to wait. Wait and get my plans all set. Then when I'm ready to act, I'll make use of the fact that I'm a stockholder to influence the men my way.
For several days after the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan rode out of the community, there was little more said about Hooper and his plans. And then one day, a tall stranger rode into town and looked up Mr. Hooper.
Whoa there, who? Hooper!
You calling me?
Yes. I want a few words with you.
Well, what's on your mind?
Is there someplace we can talk?
What's the matter with right here in front of the cafe?
Maybe you'd sooner not be seen with the people in town talking to me.
Why not? Who are you?
Name wouldn't mean anything to you. I want to talk about some property you have.
Go on.
I've ridden 2 days to get here. I came from the hills to the south.
Yeah?
I think you know those hills.
What if I do?
Don't you have some property staked out there?
I might have. Why?
Want to sell?
Sell? Why should I sell?
I just thought you might want to.
Stranger, I want to talk to you.
Oh, well, this...
You'll have to pardon me, but this man Hooper is a crook. He's a double-crossing, two-faced crook.
Now, you see here.
I don't know who you are, but if you're dealing with him, look out.
I'm on my guard, miss.
Now, Miss Betty.
You swindled Dad out of his stock, and then you promised my dad you'd stay away from the copper mine. But you aren't staying away.
I am too staying away.
Then why are the men leaving there?
Leaving?
Yes, 10 have already quit and left town.
Why don't you ask your father about that?
What?
Hooper, I'll see you some other time. Come on, boy.
Hang it all right.
Who was that man?
I don't know. But I don't know anything about the men leaving the copper mine. I've got to find out about that.
His voice. And the way he leaped to the saddle. The Lone Ranger.
Riggs.
Great day, Hooper. What's got into you?
I want to talk to you.
Likewise, I want to talk to you, too. That's why I came here to your room.
What do you mean about men leaving the copper mine?
I know they're leaving, that's all. That's why I came here. What have you been saying?
Nothing. You must have said something about the kid buying that hill on the strength of the gold assay I showed him.
I never said a word.
Well, someone did. That was a stranger just came to town and wanted to buy the land.
What land?
That worthless mountain land I staked. Riggs, there's something going on down there.
Who came to town?
I don't know who it was. Betty Martin busted up the talk. Hey, hold on.
I just saw Hawks go by. I got to speak to him. Hey, Hawks. Hello, Riggs. Hawks, come in here a minute. I got to see you.
I'm not at the mine now, Riggs. There's nothing you can say to me.
It ain't about the copper mine. Come inside a minute. Maybe you know Mr. Hooper. He's one of the new stockholders.
Hooper?
Howdy, Hawks.
Say, you're the one that swapped some gold land for stock in the mine.
How'd you know about that?
Me, I just got back from down there. So you made a deal with a kid, huh?
What are you laughing at, Hawks?
I reckon Mr. Hooper thought he was being downright generous, huh? Well, you sure were.
What's so funny?
Maybe you didn't know about the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
What about the Lone Ranger?
With thunderation. It was a Lone Ranger that sent the kid here in the first place.
What?
Well, it was a Lone Ranger that told Dan to get you to swap with him.
It was. Are you sure of that?
I ought to know.
You say you're working there?
Yep.
Digging?
Digging.
Is there gold there?
Riggs, I got no information for you. I'm picking the men we want. I got to shove on. My time's short.
You heard him, Riggs. What do you think?
I'm going down there and see for myself.
Yes, me too. Maybe. Oh, hang it all. It couldn't be gold there.
How do you know?
One chance in a million.
Did you mine it all?
Well, no.
Well, then we're going to see what's there. The sooner we start, the better.
Riggs and Hooper left the same day, and in the shortest possible time arrived in the mountains where Dan and a number of former employees of the Martin Copper Mine were working.
Working the place. Working it like all get out.
Hooper, those men won't work for nothing. I know 'em. They're the cream of Martin's hired help.
Yes, so I see.
Look at the way they're working.
There's the one called Hawks.
Oh, yeah. Wonder where the kid is at.
Well, he's likely over there in that shack. It's sort of an office.
Yeah, we can go and see if he's
What
there.
are you doing here?
Masked man.
You're on land that isn't yours, aren't you, Hooper?
No, wait a minute.
Riggs, what do you want?
Now, listen a minute. You told the kid named Dan to make a deal with Hooper, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
That, Hooper, is none of your business.
You knew this land was worth more than I was asking for, didn't you?
You fixed the price when you offered to trade it for Dan's stock in the Martin Copper Mine.
Well, yes.
Martin's in there now with Dan. He might buy it from Dan.
Buy this land?
Why not?
But he can't sell it. He can't. I know my rights. I know what was in the agreement. I've got a copy of that agreement. Come on, Riggs. I'll see about this.
I'm with you.
Now, hold up there.
Riggs.
Oh, Mr. Martin,
Why aren't you back home on the job? What are you doing here?
Well, I quit.
Oh, that's too bad.
Martin, you're dickering to buy this land.
What about it?
I see it now. You let your best men come here to dig and see what there was to the land.
You showed Dan an assay, didn't you?
Yes.
Then you must have known about the land.
Now, hold on. I know what the agreement is. You do too, Martin. You drew up the bill of sale yourself.
Not exactly. There was a lawyer that helped.
Yes, and it's a good thing for me he did. I've got some right, you know. Says that Dan can't sell anyone else for 90 days without first giving me the chance to buy back from him.
Dan would have lived up to his agreement, Hooper.
Sure thing. Oh, here's my friend.
Hello, Dan.
You're the one. You talked to me about buying this land. I recognize your voice. You had a fake mustache instead of that mask.
What's the matter, Hooper?
You knew this land was worth buying, didn't you?
I advised Dan to get it if he could.
You knew all along there was gold here.
Gold? There's no gold here.
That's a lie.
But don't you say that.
Steady, Dan.
Now, look here, kid. Martin can't buy this land, see?
Why not?
I've got the first chance at it. It says so in the agreement.
Well, if you want to buy it, say so.
Well, let me see.
Hey, Mr. Martin, we're sure glad you're going to develop this land. It'll be one of the biggest things we
Now,
ever
hold
will.
on, Jim.
He ain't going to develop it.
Huh? But I thought
Hooper has first refusal on Dan's offer to sell.
Hooper has. Why, hang it
And
all.
I'm taking the place.
Hooper, if you're buying this land because you think there's gold
There is
here,
no
you're-
gold, Hooper. You can't use the land. It's worthless to you.
Oh, it is, huh? Worthless to me.
Sure it is.
But if it's worth anything to you, Martin, it's worth something to me. I'm taking it, see? You, kid. Let me see that agreement. Let me see what the price is.
Well, here it is.
Shares of stock, cash.
Remember, Hooper, there's not only cash required, but also shares of stock in the Martin Copper Mine.
Well, I've got it. Cash and stock. I got them both. Hey, you Hawks. Come in here. I want you to witness the deal. Now, you sign here, Hawks.
Yes, Mr. Hooper, I'll sign.
Then you men. Come on. More witnesses I got, the better. I'll like it. There's your cash.
I got it.
There's the stock all signed over. Count everything in front of witnesses so you got no comeback. Martin, you guarantee that everything is legal and according to the book?
You've got the land back, Hooper. It's all yours.
Good.
The title is as clear as it was before you sold the mountain to Dan Reed.
That's all I want to know. Boys, you're working for me now.
Hold on, Hooper. We work for who we want, not for whoever tells us to work.
Well, I'll see that you're all well taken care of.
Me, I'm going back to Martin's copper mine. I know I'll be paid there.
Me, too. It's a doggone shame, Mr. Martin, that we couldn't go ahead with the job here.
Now, wait a minute. Riggs, you tell him.
Boys, you stick with me and Hooper and we'll make you rich.
How?
We'll pay you a percentage of the gold.
What gold?
Well, you're local, Riggs. There's no gold here.
I told you there was no gold here.
Hooper, did you buy this mountain back for the gold that's in it?
You can't fool me. I know a good thing. Lie all you like. There's gold here. Martin wouldn't want the land.
Hawks, have you seen any gold ore?
Not a smidge.
Me neither.
Now, look here, Hooper. Maybe you don't savvy. I had these men working here, digging a tunnel.
A tunnel to the gold ore?
No, just a tunnel. A plain, ordinary tunnel through the mountain.
Huh?
A tunnel through here would shorten the route we take our copper ore to the railroad. I told Dan I'd have men try their digging, and if the tunnel could be built, I'd buy the land from him.
A tunnel?
Well, the tunnel could be built, but it'd take a lot of cash to do it. The only way a man could do it and profit would be to use it, as I plan to do.
Hooper, you doggone fool. You blundered right into this.
You were told there was no gold here.
You're through, Hooper, and so's Riggs. It was the Lone Ranger who thought the tunnel might be a good idea, and so it was.
Well, it would have shortened your road a lot, Mr. Martin.
That's it. The whole thing was schemed to do me out of my land.
You've got your land back.
I was a fool, a doggone fool to listen to you.
Well, Martin, we better get back to the copper mine and make up for lost time.
That masked man, he schemed it all. I'll get him someday.
Come on, Hooper, he's leaving. Let's have a showdown with him. He busted us.
Yes, we'll have a showdown. Some other time. I'm beat right now. I've had enough of him. I just wish I knew one thing. Did he really think it'd be a good idea to build a tunnel? Or did he do this to pin my ears back?
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Tonight we are happy to present as our star a young lady of stage and screen, an old friend and former member of the Cavalcade Players, Nancy Kelly. Miss Kelly plays the role of Florrie in an original radio play of our time, Between Them Both, written by the popular screen dramatist Kay Van Riper. Nancy Kelly as Florrie on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. This is a fable of a girl named Florrie. It begins in the small stucco house of John Fraser and his family near one of our important airplane factories. It's 6:30 in the morning, and the Fraser kitchen is bright with electric lights challenging the cold dark outside. And at the breakfast table, 3 members of the family are very busy.
Can't seem to get awake this morning. How's about another cup of Java, Mom?
You know we've got a 1-cup limit.
Oh, well, here. Take half of mine.
Oh, no,
Do as I say, buddy. You need it, working hard as you do welding or whatever it is.
I'm not a welder, Mama. I'm a drill press operator.
Well, I see by the paper the railroads will be hauling even more next month than this.
What's that do to you engineers, Dad?
I don't know yet. Longer hours, maybe.
I don't want you to work too hard, John.
Yeah, if one of our daughters is risking her neck as a nurse in the Solomon Islands, Mama, I guess Bud and me can work a little harder at home.
I don't forget Beth. Why, I think of her most of the day.
Well, it's too bad everybody in the family don't think of her a little more.
Woman makes an engine jump the track.
Morning, Pop. Flora, you're going to be late to the job.
As usual. So crazy about herself, she even goes around singing a theme song. Only you're carrot top, not redheaded.
Little brothers should be seen and not heard. And in the necktie you got on, you're both.
Mind your own business.
Buddy, come finish.
I'm through, Mom. Where's my lunch?
Over there.
I got it. See you later.
Florrie.
Well, he started it. Well, can't I have my breakfast?
Hey, are you too lazy to get up the stove and back? When your sister was home, she waited on us. But you...
Now, that's right, Pop. But Beth was a blonde angel with braids wrapped round her head. Me, I got red hair with fire in it. And I pay board here, and I would like my breakfast.
Shh, it's here. Now quiet down, both of you.
Now, a red-headed woman makes an engine jump the
Stop
track.
that silly slop. It's an insult to a decent, hard-working locomotive. Emmy, give me my lunch money.
I put it in your coin purse, dear. Your heavy coat's in the hall. Goodbye, Dad.
Bye. See you tonight, when my run's over.
Florrie, what makes you so contrary? I pray for you every night, but
Don't bother about me, Mama. Save your prayers for Beth. Say, there's no more coffee.
1 cup, dear.
Oh, what a way for a country to be run.
Here, take the rest of mine. But aren't you going to be terribly late to work?
Probably. But they can make airplanes without me. I'm hungry.
Just a minute, Miss Fraser.
Yes?
Now, this is the third time in the past 2 weeks you've been late.
Well, I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
That isn't the point. The point is, do you know how many work hours we lose? How many actual planes we don't build by workers being a few minutes late?
Well, I don't see how a couple of minutes
Well,
could...
just you listen. In this factory, in 1 month, we lost about 106,000 minutes of working time. Poland was conquered in 37,000 minutes. France was conquered in 44,000 minutes.
Okay. Okay, but if I'm no good, why don't you fire me?
Because you happen to be born with one of the finest mechanical talents we've found in a woman worker. And we're waiting for you to start using it.
Listen, I'll come to work on time. But spare me the lectures, will you?
Hey, Florrie.
Hi, Mildred. Wait till I punch my card. Boy, am I glad I'm on the way out instead of in. 4 in the afternoon's the prettiest time of day to me.
Say, Florrie, every department in the factory's got a white satin banner with a star on it, meaning 100% is buying war bonds. Everybody but us, that is. You ready now to sign up for your 10%?
Gee, I'd certainly like to, hon, but I'll have to wait just a little while longer. I'll let you know the minute I can spare it. Hello. You saved that big bottle of perfume for me? Sultry evening, remember?
I should say so.
Well, I'll take it.
That'll be $10 and $1.30 tax.
Here you are. I certainly grudge that tax, though. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Don't wrap it yet. I want to use some. I got a heavy date.
Afternoon, Miss Fraser.
Hello, Nick. My boyfriend here yet?
Sure. He's waiting for you. Over in your private booth. We're going to get a sign for that booth. Property of Mr. Dave Emerson and Miss Florrie Fraser.
Yeah. We sat there a lot, all right.
Did you see him test that new plane this afternoon?
No, I worked that shift. Good?
Good. Terrific. Flew right over the roof here. That boy's hot.
Yeah, he's some guy. Well, bring me whatever he's drinking.
You betcha. Coming right up, Miss Florrie.
Hi, Wonder Boy.
I'm not a wonder boy, and what's more, Florrie, you're 10 minutes late, so don't give me a lot of bright conversation. Sit down.
Why, thank you. I hear you were clipping Angel's wings. You were flying so high this afternoon.
Oh, she's great, Florrie. Best plane we've built, I think. Say, I never knew they grew flowers in these places.
Flowers? Where? In a juke joint?
They must. Roses, I guess, all around here. Big white ones, the kind that look swell in a red-headed gal's hair.
Oh, David, you're one ahead. Dumb me. Like it, huh?
Mighty sweet. Say, you must think a lot of me. That must have set you back plenty.
I perfume me, darling, for me. Not for anybody else.
Tough little Florrie, the kid with a chip on her shoulder and a big, soft, mushmelon heart, huh?
Playing with fire, and he lights more matches. Now, you just don't know me, honey.
I bet I know you better than anyone, even your family. Say, how are they?
Okay.
What do you hear from Beth?
Oh, Mom had a letter last week. She's swell.
She's certainly a sweet gal, Beth is.
Yeah. Everybody always says that.
Florrie, when are we going to get married?
I don't know.
I keep asking, but you don't answer. You know, that's a funny setup, because if ever a dame was crazy about a guy, it's you.
Look at who's talking.
And if ever a guy was, etc., huh? When, Florrie?
Oh, someday. Maybe pretty soon. I don't know. Let's dance, honey, huh?
Oh, Florrie. You silly, funny, foolish little kid.
You are listening to Nancy Kelly as Florrie on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Florrie, played by Nancy Kelly, has returned home and is entering the family kitchen.
Well, family. Still up and in the kitchen, huh? And all of you. I didn't come back to dinner, Mom, because... Well, what's the matter?
Beth. Got a telegram from the War Department.
Oh, no. No, Papa, no.
Killed by shrapnel while nursing the wounded under fire.
They're going to give her a decoration for bravery. They're going to send it to Mom and Dad.
As fine a daughter as a man could have. Never a mean look or a mean word from her.
Papa, don't. Please, Papa.
Don't talk to me.
Well, why are you looking at me like that? Mama.
You think we didn't see? You think we didn't know? Beth was so in love with Dave Emerson she couldn't breathe. And what did you do? You walked right in and took him away from her. The big fool. Why do you suppose she signed up for overseas service so sudden? Because you broke her heart, that's why.
You hated your sister all your life. Now you must be satisfied.
No, that isn't true. That isn't so. Mama, tell him it isn't so.
You let Mama alone. She's half dead from crying. You never loved Beth. We did. Well, let us alone now.
Okay. Okay, I'm going up to bed. Only get to sleep. Oh.
Those Japs again. They're getting too close for comfort with that mortar. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
No message yet about plane reinforcement?
No, sir.
Cut off in a lousy jungle foxhole and not a blankety-blank plane in sight. Why? Why?
What? Don't you know, sir?
What?
Well, Florrie Fraser's lost so much time in the factory that the plane Florrie Fraser didn't build is the one we don't get. It won't ever get here, sir.
You mean we're going to be wiped out?
Well, yes, sir. I thought you knew.
No.
Hurry up, man. Bring up that ammunition. We're all out of shells.
We can't. There isn't any. Florrie Fraser didn't buy us any. But look what we have got.
A perfume atomizer, sure. Florrie Fraser says we can spray the enemy with this. $11.30 per bottle, including tax.
No.
Sultry evening for the Japs and the Germans.
No, I didn't mean.
Nurse! Fraser! Beth Fraser!
Yes, Private.
Getting closer, huh? Well, how do they know the wounded's in this cave?
Oh, they probably don't. Just that wild shooting all over.
Yeah. Think they'll amputate my leg?
No, of course not.
You're a good kid, Fraser. Beth Fraser, huh? It's a pretty name. You related to the Frasers in my hometown?
Afraid not. We live in another part of the country. I've been thinking of home, too. Of the kitchen. We've got yellow oilcloth curtains up over the sink. Mama's old-fashioned. Always growing something in a tomato can she wraps in green paper. Puts it on the windowsill. I guess it's the most beautiful place in the world.
Gosh, you're sure homesick, aren't you, sister?
I love home. I love the family.
No, Beth. Beth? Look out, Beth! Oh, no. No. Oh, Beth, forgive me. Oh, forgive me, Beth.
Well, I'm not Beth. I'm your conscience, Florrie.
Well, Miss Fraser, what's happened to you? You're early this morning.
Yes, I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Andrews. You said if I ever wanted to, you'd recommend me for that school for special training after working hours.
Yes, that was when you first started here.
Well, I'd like to enroll.
They don't want anyone in that course who won't stick, Miss Fraser.
Oh, but I'll stick.
How do we know that? Certainly not from your record. And we're kind of skeptical of sudden changes of heart. Little dramatic, we think.
Yes, I can understand that. How do I prove it, then?
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll put you on the dirtiest job on the line and give you the graveyard shift. That's the beginning. You want it?
Sure. Hey, Mildred.
Oh, you.
Look, I got my debts paid off. Put me down for 15% of my salary toward war bonds, will you?
15%, huh?
Yes. Well, anything the matter with that?
Takes you to make the grandstand play, doesn't it? Spectacular or else?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm sorry. I'll do like the rest. 10% and I'll buy more stamps on my own. Thanks. Hi, Dave.
Well, I'm honored. After 2 weeks of the cold shoulder, the Duchess calls and says she'll meet me at the joint. Hiya, Duchess. You drinking champagne or Napoleon brandy this year?
Nothing for me, thanks. I'm going home from here. I'm pretty tired. I've been working kind of hard.
Well, boy, Florrie, what's your diet been? You matched the tablecloth. You're skinny.
Yeah, I guess so. Dave, I wanted to see you because I've got something to tell you.
Yeah, I know, but skip the details. Just give me his name.
Whose name?
Look, when a dame who's crazy about me suddenly passes me up cold for a couple of weeks, usually it means somebody else has moved in, doesn't it?
Well, not this time. Beth is dead.
Oh, sugar.
Killed under fire. Decorated for bravery. I've got to tell you, Dave, I'm a liar and a cheat. After the first evening you spent at our house when Beth brought you home, I wanted you. So I fixed it the next day to meet you accidentally, you thought, and I told you kind of casually that Beth was practically engaged to Ben Herman. Well, it was a lie, and it worked. You never called her again. And being a decent guy, you let a couple of weeks pass, and then you started dating me.
Yeah, but Flora, you don't get the setup. Beth didn't give a darn.
Beth was in love with you. She said so the night you came home with her. The moment the door closed, she said she'd met the one man for her, and you were it.
Oh, no, she couldn't have.
Men are so dumb.
They don't see half what goes on with women.
But, Florrie, I've got to tell you, Beth
was a saint, see? And I'm no good. I sent her away to die just as plain as though I'd taken a gun and shot her. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, I'm in a spot, Florrie. I don't know what
Just nothing, that's all. That's why I couldn't make up my mind to marry you. I felt so guilty. Well, now I'm not going to see you anymore. I'm just going to work.
This isn't any time to argue with you, Florrie. I'll wait. When you're ready to see me, when you want me, give me a ring. I'll be there.
That'll be never.
Florrie, don't. I can stand women crying, but not one just sitting there with no expression and tears running down her face.
Goodbye now, Dave. Gee, I loved you.
There you are, Florrie. I got your dinner on the stove.
Evening, Florrie.
Hi, Dad. I don't want any thanks, Mom.
Hello, sis.
Hello, Buddy. Finished with dinner?
Yes. We've just been sitting here talking.
Well, I'd like to say something to all of you. Just a second, soon as I take my hat and coat off. No, sit down, Buddy. I can do it alone.
Florrie.
I've got to say it. I don't want to sit down if you don't mind. I'll just stand here against the chair. Listen, I want to talk to you about Beth and me.
But we... Let her go on.
Ever since I can remember, I've been jealous of Beth. I hated her. She was so pretty with real curls. She never fell down in the mud in her life or dirtied her good dress. And me? Well, I was a skinny kid with big freckles and stringy red hair with my knees scratched, and all I could do was climb trees and come home bloody and ragged and be the disgrace of the family. Why, when Buddy was born, he was Beth's little brother, not mine.
No, Florrie.
She was trusted to wheel him in the buggy. You were afraid I'd drop him. You know what that means to a kid, Mama? To feel nobody loves her. I was sick to my stomach most of the time, like a cold knot was in it. I was scared. And because I was scared, I was mean. All right, you didn't want me, but you were going to notice me. So I was ornery and nasty. It got to be a habit. I grew greediness on me and selfishness. And when Dave Emerson came along, I fell so in love with him, I just reached out and took him. And so I sent Beth away. I know it, Mama. It's my fault. I want you to know I know it. I've been wrong all my life. I can't take Beth's place. But give me another chance. All I want is a chance to try.
Florrie. Florrie, don't cry. Mama's got you. Mama's holding you. We've been wrong, too, Florrie.
We didn't know. Such funny things happen.
Gee, Florrie, I'm sure you wouldn't have dropped me.
Emmy, tell us.
We got a letter today. It was the last one Beth ever wrote. Here, I want you to sit down and read it.
Oh, I can't now. I couldn't bear it.
Go on. Read it now. Do as Dad tells you.
All right, Papa. Dearest family, what I have to tell you, I guess, will be the first really true thing I've ever said in my life. You see, my eyes have been opened. You can't watch the courage of our boys, the way they work and fight, the laughing way they die, or the screaming way they die, without something happening to you. You begin to see that the enemy they're fighting is fear and hate and greed. It makes you look into your own self to see if the enemy is in you, too. To face that enemy and conquer it so you can look the next dying boy in the eyes. So I'm writing you about Florrie. The truth is, like so many older kids, I guess I was jealous of a new baby. So
So I started out to push her away from you by a kind of nasty, phony goodness you thought was real. I did so many mean, little cruel things to Florrie. But the worst was about Dave Emerson. Florrie, he saw us together on the street and fell for you, and got introduced to me and just said right out how he felt about you. It hurt me so with jealousy that I told the whole family I was madly in love with him. Then I pretended he was giving me a brush off before picking up with my sister. I'd planned anyway on volunteering for foreign service. I was bored with home, you and myself. So now I used that, left you all thinking Florrie had broken my heart and driven me away. Please, dear young sister, I never knew. Forgive me if you can. Have to go dress wounds now. But oh, how I love each one of you. And I want you to know I'm at peace at last. God bless you and keep you. Beth.
I think God did bless Beth then.
Oh, poor Beth. Poor Beth. Oh, but the waste, Mama, the waste. What we could have had and lost.
I guess we should ask you to forgive us too, Florrie, for being so dumb. Parents sometimes ain't so hot.
Oh, Papa. Mama, don't.
Gee. Gosh. Oh, for Pete's sake, let's all quit bawling. Florrie, I'll make you the best offer I got.
What?
If you'll wash the dishes, I'll wipe.
Okay, darling. But you'll have to wait a minute. I gotta get a guy on the telephone first.
Thank you, Nancy Kelly. Recently, we announced that the DuPont Company has prepared an attractive booklet containing selected stories of chemistry at work in war, as told on Cavalcade. Many friends, old and new, wrote for copies, and some took occasion to tell us how they like these programs. Such comments are appreciated by all of us who plan and play these broadcasts. You may still obtain a copy of this booklet by writing to the radio section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. Tonight, a special wartime award for distinguished service to safety was made to the DuPont Company by the National Safety Council. In presenting the award, Colonel John Stillwell, president of the council, honored the DuPont Company for one of the finest safety records ever achieved by any industrial organization in the history of the United States. He remarked that 38 DuPont plants have had absolutely no reportable accidents in the last 18 months, and spoke of the world's record established by one of those plants. A record of 11 million man-hours of work without a reportable accident. These achievements, said Colonel Stillwell, are typical results of the magnificent safety program DuPont has so painstakingly carried out for many years. They serve as a challenge and an inspiration to every industry working under the stress and strain of wartime production schedules. They prove that even in wartime, accidents can be stopped. He went on, we who are conducting the campaign to save manpower for war power sincerely appreciate these safety achievements and the saving in human life they represent. It is a genuine pleasure, therefore, for me to present to Mr. Walter S. Carpenter, Jr., president of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, a special wartime award from the National Safety Council for distinguished service to safety. In accepting the award, Walter Carpenter, president of the DuPont Company, said, "I accept this award on behalf of DuPont men and women everywhere, and with deep personal satisfaction." Over many years, the DuPont Company has emphasized the prevention of accidents. Rules and practices have been formulated to this end by the management. But it is to our employees, to the day-by-day effort of each one of them, that credit for this award is due. Accident prevention is always important, but never so important as now. An injured American workman is a loss to the nation and a gain to the enemy, just as a wounded American soldier is. I believe DuPont men and women realize this. I assure the National Safety Council, through you, that there will be no let-up in DuPont's effort to save manpower for war power. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present a dramatization of Diary of a Pig Boat, a story of 24 hours aboard a submarine in the Pacific War Zone. Our star will be the popular screen player, Ralph Bellamy. Be sure to hear Cavalcade again next week when its sponsors, the DuPont Company, present Ralph Bellamy in a thrilling dramatization of the Saturday Evening Post article, Diary of a Pig Boat. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting America's favorite, the Blue Network Breakfast Club with Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Good morning to you. We got up bright and early, just howdy do you. The coffee's on, the table set, there's bacon in the skillet. And Harry Cogan and his boys have fumes to fill it. So come on, gang, and gather around. We'll start this meeting. Just line up here, I'll call your names and sing your greetings. Marion May, how do you do? And yours truly, who's glad to see you. And the Romeos, our guests today, let them in. Breakfast Clubbers, wake up and smile. A baby got happy makes life worthwhile. Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers, good morning to you. We got up bright and early to howdy do you. Daddy, mother, sister, brother, toss away all care. America, arise. The Breakfast Club is on the air. Good morning. Well, in case you were wondering what Everett Mitchell said back there, this is not Don McNeil. However, Don's train is in the station, and he's on the way here from the station. Be here in a minute, so we'll just kind of sit down and take it easy and listen to the Hey, Romeos, come on over here. I forgot. I thought Harry was going to do something. Here are the Romeos. No, suppose you kill about 3 minutes here, Sam, you and the fellas.
2:35.
2:35, while Don is getting here from the station, will you?
We're going to do Sugar
And
Blues,
then we'll
yeah.
have to take up a collection to pay the cab fare, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Thank you.
Sugar blues, everybody singing the sugar blues. The whole town is ringing, my loving gal, sweet as can be.
Oh, but the doggone fool turned sour on me.
So unhappy, feel so sad, I could lay me down and die. You can say what you choose, but I'm all confused. I got the sweet, sweet sugar blues, more sugar. Got the sweet, sweet sugar blues.
Blah, 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 blah,
I think McNeil was pretty smart staying away, I'm telling you.
He's no fool. Isn't that a stupid way to make a living?
Oh, I'll agree
So who's
with
making
you.
one?
Yeah. I'll agree with you on that, Sam. I understand when I was away on my vacation, I keep looking around every minute expecting somebody to walk in that door back there, and I hope they do. I understand when I was on my vacation that Harry and the boys started a little extra feature around the breakfast club here. Harry, come over here a minute, would you? And tell me a little about this thing that I don't know anything about here.
Well, we've had some requests for polkas.
Yeah, well, I like it. I'll come over tonight and play a little if you want to.
No. This is a musical polka.
Oh, musical polka.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we're going to feature Jackie Cordero on the clarinet.
Oh, fine. What's it?
And the title is?
Oh, clarinet polka. That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, I like draw polka much better. Thank you, Harry. I'll take a full house with that every time. I was giving Sam a little massage there. There's a reason we didn't know about that. You know, Don's once in a great, about once every 2 or 3 times every year, Don brings his family down here and has a little talk with them. Now, he isn't here yet, and they came down to surprise him. So I'm just going to throw a real little surprise at him and get over here and talk to him, and then when he comes in, he won't know anything about it. So I'm going to go and interview this fine family of Don's and have the pleasure of talking to him myself. And then when he comes in, why, he won't even get a chance to talk to him. Hi, Donnie.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
What'd you come down here for this morning?
Because Daddy just came back from his fishing trip.
He did. You think he maybe caught something?
Yeah.
You think so? You hope so, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's a mighty pretty shirt you got on there. You like it, too?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Blue.
Kind of tell folks what it looks like. It's a polka dot or something like that?
No.
Oh. Okay.
You boys, my family.
Oh, Sarah, what's going on here? Hello, Robert Patrick. How are you? Well, here, come on over and take over then. Here they are. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Jack.
Fine, how are you?
Fine.
Okay.
You're looking fine.
Thank you. So are you. Where?
Did you have a good fishing trip?
Oh, I sure did. How was your vacation?
Fine, swell.
Swell. Glad to see you. We'll talk it over later.
Well, look at the family.
This is your family.
You're telling me.
McNeil, may I present Mr. McNeil?
Hello, Mr. McGee.
How do you do,
Hi.
Mr.
This is Robert
McNeil?
Patrick.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
That's Tommy.
Hello, Tom. How are you, Tom? Hi, Don. How are you?
This is
Glad
your
to see you.
sister sitting
Hi, Bobby.
right over here.
Hi.
How are you? Hi,
This is your
sis.
sis.
Yeah, sure. I know the whole
There you
game.
are. I hope they all recognize you.
Wasn't
so
that nice
take
of
over.
them all to come down?
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely.
Wait a minute. What?
Welcome back, Daddy.
Well, thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. He's applauding like mad, just to chip off the old block. He gets his applause by himself. He knows what his old man goes through. But Jack, it's...
We're down to here in the program.
Are you?
Yeah, right there.
Hello, Harry. Hello, people.
I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Somebody gave me that broken down chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you. That's you, Sam, no doubt. Give me a broken down chair. What'd you say, Marion?
I say I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Sure did.
You did?
Yeah.
Big ones?
Huh?
How many?
Oh, 40, 50, 60.
Oh, we're going to have big fish dinner, huh?
Yeah. Well, that is
This week?
40, 50. I say 40, 50, 60. Of course.
Here we go.
Some of them were a little small. We had to throw them back.
Oh,
Matter of fact, we did get 20, 30 dandies, though.
did you?
Well, I say
Bring 'em
20,
home?
30. Of course, there are a lot of other fellas there that wanted to take fish, too. So I brought home 10, 20 dandies. So.
Oh, 10,
That's
well,
unimportant.
10, 20, that's...
Well, of course,
that's
there were
good
three of
enough.
us that came home together. I got...
You stopped on the way, I suppose. and-
I got a fish's head that's a dandy here. I want you to see it after the program, really.
In my solitude, you haunt me with reverie of days gone by. In my solitude, you taunt me with memories that never die. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love.
Thank you very much, Marion. That was grand. Certainly nice to see all this fine gang back again after a couple days.
Say, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm awfully surprised to see Robert Patrick, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I could have swore Don took him along for bait.
Yeah, me too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, make him quit picking on me, then.
Yeah.
He's always picking on me.
Isn't he a funny man, Bobby? Yeah. That's what I think, too.
He's tongue in his cheek, too.
Yeah.
See there?
Also some gum.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a silly man, isn't he? Yeah. Exactly the way we all feel about it.
He always picks on me.
Oh, boy. I'm glad we got in, but very little late this morning. They sure drive those trains fast nowadays. The fellow I was with this morning, Joe Hartenbar, who will be in here any minute now with the luggage and the fish, he tried to shave this morning.
He did?
A little later on, he's riding to Montgomery Ward for a new upper lip, and I hope he makes it, too. Boy, they really go, you know.
Don, you caught fish, you say?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not very important, you know.
No, I don't.
The main thing is, did you get any old rubber boots or rubber tires?
Yeah, that's us.
Oh, yeah.
Why, we saw an old rubber tire there, and you ought to see 6 boats almost turned over, waiting to get to it first. Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah, those are very valuable.
I know they are.
Filleted, they're wonderful, you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Fillet of boot. Is
Yeah,
very good.
excellent. I always get a big boot out of it myself. Now we're ready for Harry Cogan and the boys, I think, to end this quarter. All right, Harry, and let me see where I am.
Breakfast clubbers, may we salute you. The second call to breakfast is planned to suit you.
We can get 'em up, we can get 'em up, we can get 'em up in the morning.
Second call to come to breakfast, everybody come to breakfast. Eat your meal with Don McNeil, who serves a smile for you.
Yes, sir, second call to come to breakfast, and that brings Jack Baker, who has been your very fine master of ceremonies, I have no doubt, for the last 3 days to the fore. Jack, I'll be truthful with you. There on that river, I didn't listen to a radio or look at a newspaper. I haven't any idea what's going on.
You mean for 3 whole days?
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing. I didn't listen to you for 2 weeks when I was on vacation.
I think you got the better of the deal, you know?
No, I think, no fooling, I think that somebody should have introduced you and me instead of me introducing you to your family, because it's been, it's been exactly 3 weeks since I saw you, I think.
That is the
2 weeks and a
longest.
half.
The longest we've been apart for a long
Yes,
time.
I know it is. But anyway, I was tickled to death to see you walk in because I really wore myself out on this vacation, and I came home to rest, and here I had to go right to work and do your job and mine, too.
I thought you'd like a good change. Where do you want to go, Bobby? Or maybe you better not tell me.
Maybe you said where for me to go.
What are you going to sing, Jack? Jack sings The Way You Look Tonight. Here, Bobby, come on over. We'll talk to Mama.
Someday, when I'm all alone, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you're lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart, and that laugh that wrinkles your nose just 'cause I love you, just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look
Jack, that's swell, boy. You're right back in the old voice again, I see.
Thank you very much.
The way you look tonight. Last night we had an awful lot of fun on the train. We got a hold of 6, 7. Turned out to be about 20.
How much did you win?
Just a minute.
Oh.
20 boys from the Army.
Good hands you have?
Huh?
Oh, good hands all
We
the time?
didn't play cards.
Oh.
We all sat around and talked and had a lot of fun. And it happened that a lot of these boys are breakfast clubbers. And this morning I woke up, and here they were right outside the berth with a mouth organ playing "Good Morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Good morning to you." So I had a little dose of that before I got down here this morning. Swell boys, too. Boys from New Jersey and Texas and Florida and Oklahoma. All over.
Oh, I really had some fun in those places.
Did you?
Yeah, over in New Jersey I had a lot of fun. And down in Texas, oh, man, did I have fun
You?
in Texas.
Not for
Yeah, and down in Oklahoma. And
Don, how can
Where
you
were
go
you
all
anyway?
these
Oh, I was just flitting around from one place to the other.
Every place but Gary.
Really? That's fine. I'm going to talk to some of the other breakfast clubbers who are here this morning and see what they have in their minds. Oh, first, though, however, we have to have something a little cultural on the program. I imagine you've been having that the last
thank
3
you.
days.
Yeah.
Not you, Sam.
We're both very glad to be here.
Yeah.
Sam and I. Yeah.
Well, this happens to be opera that I have in mind. Today is opera morning. Oh, set it. This is the prelude to Act 1 from La Traviata by Verdi. And our maestro, the man with the dual personality, Harowitz Coganini 1 minute, Prince of Pep the next, he's chosen for our opera the prelude to Act 1 of La Traviata. Now, the story of this thing is very familiar.
Terry is doing a slow burn over there.
Is he?
I think he's mad, too.
Really? This is based on the play Camille. This tells a very sad story about a girl named Violetta who has more troubles than your rationing board. She finally goes into a decline. She fades away to a shadow and dies. Now, the first time that La Traviata was produced, the part of fragile little Violetta was played by a very big prima donna. And when this ample lady announced in a feeble voice that she was dying, the audience howled with laughter, and it broke up the show. She was a little too big for that. So great care has been taken every year since to get just a little tiny babe to do Violetta. I have a feeling that some breakfast clubbers who aren't exactly in the bantamweight class themselves may be yearning to act the part of delicate little Violetta. So today we're playing for all the kitchen Camilles who weigh in at 150 pounds or better, but hanker to languish a little bit. You just forget all about your round, rosy cheeks and pretend you're wasting away glamorously at about 90 pounds. You're reclining on a satin chaise lounge, surrounded by sofa pillows and pallor. And you did all this without dieting or exercise. Just lie down now and take it easy. And sing very beautifully this lovely prelude to Act 1. Harry, while the gals dream about it, about being so beautifully unhealthy, play for them. Now, oh, Sam, quiet. Quiet, please. absolutely beautiful as Violetta. Thank you, Breakfast Clubber, for doing that so nobly.
I like that romantic stuff.
You like that romantic?
Yeah.
Well, you were doing a good imitation of Violetta yourself.
Yeah, when I was young, all I thought about was girls.
All you thought about was girls when you were young, huh?
I thought about baseball when I was playing. I outgrew it, though, Don.
Well, you outgrew it. Don't think about girls anymore,
No,
huh?
think about women.
Yeah. Oh, Sam, for goodness.
You know, I was thinking about baseball.
What?
I was thinking about baseball.
Were you?
You were talking about that guy, Camille, in there.
No, Camille. Camille.
Oh.
That's different. No, Camille. Camille's playing
Opera
first.
stars play baseball?
What?
Do opera stars play baseball?
Not that I know
He
of.
couldn't hit a home run, I bet you.
I bet she couldn't either. No, sir, I don't believe.
What do you mean confusing the people like that?
Oh,
Tell them
Sam,
things
stop.
like
I said Camille was an opera singer. He thought it was Camille with the Dodgers.
that. Oh.
Is he still with the Dodgers?
Yeah.
By the way, I'd like to send my regards to station KENO in Las Vegas, Nevada, and station WKEY in Covington, Virginia, who joined the Blue Network recently. So to Maxwell Kelch of Keno and Earl M. Key of Wookie, let's send him a little Cordon G, all right? There's a Cordon Bleu for you. Welcome to the Breakfast Club. And now it's memory time around the breakfast table. Memory time and song without words. You know, talking to these soldier boys on the train last night as I was, it reminded me of a little poem that a private, Hyman Lazowitz, sent to me not so long ago about being just a private. You know, you can have your deeds of glory and all your tasks so nobly won, but if it weren't for all the privates, this war would not be won. Masterminds may plan the battles and strategic things to do, but it's just a lowly private who must carry these things through. So next time you drink to heroes who are known from coast to coast, just think of the simple private and then drink another toast.
In Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, I hope that was a little inspiration for you this morning, and certainly is for me to get back to the Breakfast Club again and hear our hymns once more in our memory time. And so, as we come to the end of this little quarter together around the breakfast table, supposing, Harry, you and the boys give vent to your feelings here.
This program came to you through facilities of the Office of War Information.
6:15 for News of the World Today and a column about faces and places in the news, brought to you by Roma, America's largest selling wines, the 2-to-1 favorite in California. In Washington, an investigation of conditions in Puerto Rico is impending, and there may be an explosion against the regime there of Governor Rexford Guy Tugwell. Throughout the nation, people are now discussing, along with the war, the new victory tax. Later, there'll be more on the subject of taxation, as well as some information about the island of Puerto Rico. But first, here is tonight's front page in the news.
In Russia, the Caucasus offensive gathered momentum today as the Red Army pursued the Germans west and northwest of recaptured Mozdok, 60 miles from the oil center of Grozny. This latest drive is retaking territory rivaling in importance that seized on the Stalingrad front, in the Veliki Luki area, and on the Middle Don. Russian offensives continued at a slower pace on other major sectors, where the Reds are within 70 miles of Latvia and 100 miles of Rostov, gateway to the whole Caucasus. In North Africa, American anti-tank forces and planes aided the French in beating off a heavy tank attack by the Germans and Italians upon Allied positions about Fuduk today. This fighting, some 20 miles west of the railroad highway junction at Kerouan, brought the first disclosure that American ground troops were in that sector. Meanwhile, United States light Douglas bombers and fighters strongly attacked concentrations of German tanks in the vicinity of the port of Sousse. In the Solomons, the Japanese had made their most successful attempt in 6 weeks to get supplies to their forces on Guadalcanal Island in the Solomons. 8 enemy destroyers reaching the vicinity of the northwestern end of Guadalcanal Saturday. They were attacked by torpedo boats which scored a hit on one and possibly 3 hits on 2 others. Enemy airplanes, in turn, bombed the PT boats but inflicted only slight damage. The Navy communique did not say whether any of the destroyers got through to Guadalcanal. London. Advisers to fighting French headquarters said today that Adolf Hitler had created a closed military zone 3 to 5 miles wide along the entire French Mediterranean coast from Menton to the Pyrenees. Preparations are being rushed to create fortifications in depth. In Marseille, the German High Command headquarters and another establishment frequented by Nazi soldiers were bombed last night at Marseille, the Vichy radio said tonight. Several people were reported hit. London. The RAF showered its first 1943 bombs on the pockmarked German Ruhr last night, despite bad weather which limited the raid to a small number of planes. 3 were lost. In just a moment, our feature column, Faces and Places in the News. But first, a message from the Roma Wine Company.
Dependability is just as important in wine as in friends. And that's the big reason why Roma wines are so tremendously popular. Yes, year in, year out, you can count on Roma wines for the same delicious, true-to-type flavor, absolutely every time. And dependability like that doesn't just happen. No, sir, that's the result of more than half a century of experience in making fine wines, besides all the modern, scientific advantages of America's largest winery. So you see how smart it is to buy the favorite. You see how Roma can bring you such fine quality, such smooth, satisfying goodness for so little money. That's why you'll be wise to insist on Roma wines whenever you want to be sure of satisfaction. And that means every time. You can't go wrong when you buy Roma, the product of America's largest producer of wines, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Chairman George of the Senate Finance Committee said today he believed Congress would write into law some adaptation of the so-called Romo pay-as-you-go tax plan. The subject of taxation, particularly the new victory tax, is of concern to all of us. And on this subject, our columnist has more information.
As America goes into her second year of war, with record taxes to be collected, big, solemn Henry Morgenthau, Secretary of the Treasury, has in his lap the biggest job of his life. His department will be burning more and more midnight oil as the weeks wear on, and Henry the Morgue will perhaps grow grayer, wearier, and grimmer. For this week, with most of the nation already worrying about how to pay the March 15th installment on 1942 income tax, the Treasury Department chief is occupying his time ironing out all the kinks incident to collecting the new victory tax, 5% of all wages over $12 per week per person. Under some conditions, a portion of the victory tax may be applied against next year's income tax. However, the maximum credit that an unmarried person may be given from his victory tax is 25%. The maximum for a married couple, 40%. If the taxpayer does not qualify for the credit toward next year's income levy, the amount is held by the Treasury for rebate or application on income tax after the end of the war. Even if the victory tax is not deducted from our paychecks, we still have to pay it. Agricultural workers and domestics will not have the tax withheld from their wages, but they will be required to pay their 5% quarterly to the Treasury Department. Divorced persons paying alimony don't have to deduct the tax from payments, but the recipient of the alimony will have to pay 5% to the Treasury. Income taxes, too, are going to be stiff this year. A single person who earned $1,800 last year will pay more than 11%. From there on, it goes upward. A married couple with an $1,800 income will pay only $70 on it for 1942. And there's little use to look back to the good old days when, as in 1916, income tax didn't even start until a single person earned $3,000 a year, a married couple, $4,000. For next year, even if the war is over, it's a safe bet that there won't be any decrease. Just to make the picture more interesting at this point, the Treasury Department is planning to propose some new taxes for this year to raise another $6 billion and bigger victory tax rates. The perennial national sales tax, or enforced savings, are considered the greatest contenders to collect the additional shekels. Another good tax possibility for this year is that all federal levies may be placed on a pay-as-you-go basis. There was a Rummel plan before Congress that proposed skipping 1942 income taxes and beginning 1943 with a salary levy that would cover everything. That went by the board some time ago, but no one ever knows when some dead herring may come to life in Congress as it faces a war finance picture more complex than ever at the next session. Servicemen will have to pay the victory tax, but it won't be deducted from their paychecks. Like income tax, it can be left until the end of the war. But the wise boy in the service won't let either tax pile up. For a year or two hence, he may have a large and beautiful IOU staring him in the face when he doffs his khakis or blues. But even with the biggest tax levies in history staring America squarely in the eye, there isn't much grousing about it this year. We're in this war to win at any cost, and those of us who are just paying out dollars can't help feeling that we're still doing very little compared with the millions who face the possibility of paying with their lives for our freedom. And if it's any consolation to anyone who thinks we have big taxes to pay, we're still only shelling out about only 2/3 of what Britons do. And with fewer things to buy, we won't miss the money too much. And another thing most Americans can be thankful for is that they aren't Henry Morgenthau. For however complex taxes may look to most of us, they don't look half as bad as to the man who has to see that they are collected. While the rest of the nation digs deeper into its genes for money to pay for the war, Henry Morgenthau has ahead of him a 365-day headache, and with the prospect of taking home every night a bigger-than-ever batch of work to pour over into the wee hours. From Washington today comes news of petitions from various groups living on the island of Puerto Rico asking for the removal of its governor, Rexford Tugwell. Puerto Rico, often referred to as the Gibraltar of the Western Hemisphere, is an American possession about which most of us know very little. It's an island in the West Indies, about 3 times the size of Rhode Island, 1,100 miles southeast of Miami, and 1,200 miles northeast of the Panama Canal. Discovered by Columbus, it was acquired by the United States during the Spanish-American War. Although it had long been known as Spain's richest and most conservative colony, its people welcomed the Americans as deliverers. But now, the island is impoverished, and the standard of living is amazingly low. A good illustration of this is the amount of milk consumed. In the United States, the per capita consumption is 3/4 of a pint per day. In Puerto Rico, it is exactly 1 teaspoonful. 40 cents a day is a good income there, but meat costs 30 cents a pound. People live in rickety shacks. Their slum dwellings make the hovels of Calcutta look healthy by comparison, and in some villages, all of the people suffer the ravages of malaria. Puerto Rican babies are scrawny, sickly, and underfed, and the infant mortality rate is the highest in the world. Overpopulation is the main cause of Puerto Rico's dire poverty, but there are other reasons. Paradoxically, sugar is one, for the island lives by sugar. But 65% of the sugar industry is absentee-owned, which means that great profits leave the island. Employment for sugar workers is seasonal, only a few months of the year, and in recent years, the price has drastically fallen. Other factors which have contributed to Puerto Rican poverty are tariffs, which require natives with little money to pay high prices for goods, and complex shipping laws which have prevented the building up of trade. But today, Puerto Rico is a vital pivot in the defense of the United States. This is partly because of its geographical location, which finds it an important block to the eastern approaches to the Panama Canal. Its importance, however, is a political factor mainly, because we own it. It is the only site in the Caribbean Sea with which the United States can do as it pleases. Recently, our defense efforts have been booming on the island. The Army has a great air base there, and the chief Navy project is the Isla Grande base at the harbor of the capital city, San Juan. Other Army, Navy, and air projects are in progress. Puerto Rico is seeing the most strenuous days in its history, and as a result of so much military activity, the low standard of living is already showing signs of rising. Today, plans are underway for the curtailment of disease, poverty, overcrowding, and unemployment among the natives on our valuable island outpost. The legislative action announced today, which is to be taken as a result of the request for a new governor, points the way toward better days for Puerto Rico, long neglected Gibraltar of the Western Hemisphere. We will have more news in just a moment.
We marvel more every day at the wonders of modern scientific production. And when you sip delicious Roma wines, you're benefiting by one perfect example of that modern miracle. For the Roma Wine Company, America's largest producer of wines, has added all the advantages of the most up-to-date modern methods to the experience of over 50 years in making fine wines. In America's largest winery, Roma has the scientific equipment that assures true-to-type wines, that makes dependably delicious wines every time. It's no wonder, then, that Roma wines lead in popularity, especially when you can buy such fine quality, such smooth, satisfying goodness for so little money. So remember, when you're buying wines, ask for Roma wines every time.
Now, here is the news.
London. Harold Macmillan, newly appointed British resident minister, has arrived at Allied headquarters in North Africa, where it's expected he will confer at once with General Henri Giraud, High Commissioner, and other French leaders in an effort to smooth out the rift with the fighting French. The Berlin radio quoted a Japanese army spokesman today as declaring that Japan would continue on the attack through 1943 to put herself in position for the conquest of China, India, and Australia, Midway, and Hawaii, and perhaps for landings on the North American continent. London. The Admiralty announced tonight the loss of the destroyer Fire Drake. It had a complement of 145 men and was commissioned in 1935. New York. Paul V. McNutt, War Manpower Commissioner, said today the armed services will almost certainly claim every replaceable male employee of military age and fitness in every industry, regardless of its essentiality. Washington. President Roosevelt enlarged the authority of the Office of Defense Transportation today to cover all domestic transportation within the territories and possessions of the United States, including local bus and streetcar services. The War Department has purchased 6 hotels, a school, and a private hospital for use as permanent military hospitals, and has leased 6 other hotels, 2 schools, and 3 private hospitals as temporary military hospitals. Bulletin, United Nations headquarters in Australia. Victorious Allied troops in New Guinea are preparing to smash the last remaining remnants of the defeated Japanese Papuan Army. General Douglas MacArthur's headquarters announced today.
Now we'll say good evening for your host, the Roma Wine Company, Fresno, California, your reporter and your columnist. We'll return tomorrow and every evening, Monday through Friday at 6:15, with news and the column about faces and places in the news. And remember, to appreciate America's finest wine, don't drink it, sip it. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds.
This is Don Lee Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Hey, gang, here's a story for you that's so thrilling, I'll bet you'll be telling all your friends about it. It's about one of the adventures of one of the smallest Marines in the service. They call him Half-Pint in the Marines. You see, Half-Pint is only 5 feet 7 inches tall, and he weighs about 150 pounds. But, fellas, it isn't size that counts in this man's army, it's strength. This Half-Pint was strong as a bearcat, and in A1 condition. One rainy day in the jungles of Guadalcanal, he volunteered for patrol duty to catch some jets, and they put him in charge of the group. It was raining cats and dogs that morning.
Okay, fellas, you checked your equipment? All right, now, listen. 3 Japs are reported within sniping range. We've got to go and get them. Come on, let's go.
Hey, look over here. Footprints in front of you. Looks like about 8 Japs. Expect they're in that village over there.
Quiet, they'll hear us. Now, let's amble around the village and find out where those Japs are and let them have it. Come on, gang. We've got to crawl through the bush. They're in that hut over there. Listen. Everybody set? Let's go!
And the Marines did it again. Half-Pint and his patrol wiped out that Jap nest. Which just goes to show, fellas, that you don't have to be big to be tough. And that brings up a point I want to make. You can't expect to be sturdy and strong unless you eat right, which includes getting all your vitamins. And today, hundreds of fellas and girls are starting to get 2 very important vitamins, B1 and D, by sitting down to a swell big bowl of delicious Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. Have you tasted those crunchy, nut-sweet flakes yet? Well, believe me, you'll certainly go for the real hearty flavor of crisp, delicious Pep. So ask your mother to get you a package of swell-tasting Kellogg's Pep tomorrow. And make Kellogg's Pep your special breakfast cereal.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Editor Perry White went out to the Metropolis aircraft plant to witness a test of an amazing robot pilot, a mechanical man designed by Dr. Liveright. They found the mechanical man to be almost human, equipped with eyes, ears, and even a brain. Responding to the orders of Dr. Liveright, the mechanical man took off alone in a single-seat open cockpit plane and disappeared into the sky. 20 minutes later, the plane came down with a screaming dive and crashed on the field. When the wreckage was examined, the cockpit was found to be empty. The Tin Man had vanished. Later, while an investigation of the mysterious occurrence was being conducted, Lois accepted an invitation to view the aircraft plant with Professor Jolson, a scientist employed there. As our last episode ended, Professor Jolson was showing Lois the huge wind tunnel in which new plane models are tested when... But wait. Listen.
Professor, that fan is starting up.
Yes, I see. We've got to get out of here quickly. Come on.
Yes, Professor, I can't move forward. I'm being dragged back toward the fan.
Great heavens, so am I. The fan is spinning in reverse. It's the suction I spoke of.
What do we do? It's pulling me back.
Fall down quickly.
Yes, but I'm still being pulled backwards.
Those steel hooks in the floor. That's where the planes are anchored. Grab hold of one. Grab hold. Hold on, Miss Lane. Hold on if you value your life.
The suction is getting more and more powerful. I don't know how long I can hold on.
You've got to hold on. We've both got to. If we don't, we'll be stuck. If we don't, we'll be stuck. If we don't, we'll be stuck.
I don't know how long I can hold on.
You've got to hold on. We've both got to. If we don't, we'll be sucked back into the whirling blaze of that fan.
Oh, this is horrible. I can't stand much more of it. If only Superman were here. But he's not. He's not.
Meanwhile, at the very moment that Lois is wishing Superman was present in the guise of Clark Kent, he is talking with one of the machinists in the aircraft plant's machine shop.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Kent.
You want to know if I believe the mechanical pilot, the Tin Man, is actually possible, is that it?
Yes, you worked on it. You helped construct it. I thought perhaps you could tell me a little something about it.
I'm afraid not, Sep. That is not any more than you already know. You see, us workmen just built the mechanical body.
Yes, I know. Tell me, did you ever see this so-called brain that Dr. Liverite guards so carefully?
Well, just once, that's all. I went into his cottage one day to get a blueprint I needed, and he was working on the brain then. I didn't see much, though, just a mass of wires, switches, that sort of thing. And that's funny.
What? What's funny?
Through the window there, look. The red light is on outside the wind tunnel.
And what's so funny about that?
Just that I happen to know we ain't testing nothing over there today. That red light means the wind machine is working for everybody to keep out. Yeah. And I was sure I saw Professor Jorgensen and Miss, what's her name, a reporter girl?
Lane.
That's right. I thought I saw them going there 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Maybe you did.
I think I better go over and have a look. Nobody's supposed to be fooling around in there without permission, you know. Not even Professor Jorgensen's supposed to turn that fan on. It's too dangerous. Excuse me.
That's quite all right. I'm glad you left. Something tells me this may be a job
For Superman. Out of these clothes. Yeah, so. And out through this door. Now, up, and away! Here's the door to the wind tunnel. I'd better go in. Great Scott. Lois and Professor Jorgensen inside the tunnel hanging on for their lives. Hold on, I'm coming. Better get up into the tunnel first. Oh, the structure's terrific. Hold on till I get to you. For heaven's sake, don't let go.
How can you make it?
Got to hold back with all my might against this terrible suction. Wait a minute. There, Miss Lane, I've got you.
Oh, thank heaven.
Oh, she's fainted. You got here just in time. Now you, Professor.
It doesn't matter. I think I'm finished.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I've got you. There. Now, out. There. Lois is out cold. Well, better leave her that way. But the professor... It's been a great strain for a man his age. He's in pretty bad shape.
Hey, you. Stay where you are. What's going on there?
My machinist friend. I'd better be on my way. I'll just leave these two here. He'll see that Jorgensen gets medical attention. Now, up, and away!
A short time later, after the excitement of Lois's narrow escape has died down, she is sitting in the office of Yates Peterson, president of the Metropolis Aircraft Plant, discussing the incident with Peterson and Clark Kent. Listen.
The most surprising thing I've ever heard of, your being saved like that by Superman. I never really believed Superman existed until today. But then some very strange things have been happening around here. I'm still trying to figure out where that Tin Man disappeared to.
I don't think you'll ever find the answer to that, Mr. Peterson.
I'm afraid you're right, Miss Lane. Too bad about Professor Jorgensen. He's a nice old man and a brilliant scientist, I understand. Yes, I'd give a good deal to know who turned on that fan by accident. That was no accident, Mr. Peterson. What do you mean? Well, I don't see how you can believe it was after what Miss Lane has told us. You mean about the plane that almost ran her and Jorgensen down?
Yes. That and the incident in the wind tunnel. We tried to find the man who was piloting that plane, and I understand he's left the premises. Matter of fact, he turns out to have been a pretty shady character.
That's true. He wasn't living where he said he was, and no one knew him at that address.
And that wind tunnel business. Whoever turned on that fan turned it on deliberately. I'm sure of that.
But why? I'm not sure myself, but I've got a hunch it's got something to do with Dr. Liverite's Tin Man. Oh, Mr. Kent, you can't be serious. I certainly am. But that sounds ridiculous. Excuse me. Sorry. Hello? Yes, this is Peterson. Oh, yes, Doctor. What's that? Why, that's simply wonderful. How in the world did you do it? And so quickly? Why, that's wonderful. Well, how soon do you think you can have it finished? I see. Excellent, Doctor, excellent. We'll arrange for the trial late tomorrow afternoon. Fine. Yes, right. Goodbye. That was Dr. Liverite. He tells me that by rare good fortune, he's remembered almost the entire formula for the Tin Man's brain.
Say, that is quick work. Is he putting the brain together now?
Yes, he says he's going to get to work on it at once and promises to have it ready by tomorrow afternoon. Mm-hmm. His staff are also working on the metal body, and we should be ready for another test late in the afternoon, tomorrow.
Isn't that kind of fast?
Why, no. certainly not. We're anxious to prove or disprove the mechanical man's usefulness as quickly as possible, that's all. Oh, wait, excuse me. I'll be back in a minute. Some arrangements I must make for the test tomorrow.
All right.
What's the matter, Clark? You look a little suspicious.
Well, I am suspicious, though I don't really know why. You know, I don't like half the things that are going on around here, Lois. Take this latest development, for instance.
You mean Dr. Liverite remembering almost the entire formula for the mechanical brain?
Yes. Now, that just doesn't make sense to me.
I know, that occurred to me, too. But it's perfectly possible that a man who has invented something should remember what it was he invented.
Oh, yes, but what's the hurry about testing the thing? Peterson plans to test the second Tin Man tomorrow afternoon. Why so quickly? You know, scientists are usually very careful men who test everything carefully before giving it the supreme test. But now here these two are going to test... well, that's taken care of. By the way, you two will come out tomorrow afternoon for the test?
Oh, I'd certainly like to be there.
Yes, so would I. More ways than one.
What was that, Clark?
Oh, nothing at all. Well, fine. Show up here tomorrow about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And if Dr. Liverite is successful in completing his second Tin Man, we'll have another test. It'll make quite a scoop for the Daily Planet. Yes, it will indeed. Well, many thanks, Mr. Peterson. Come on, Lois.
Right with you. Come on now, Clark. What are you holding back for?
Oh, I just feel like walking slowly.
Yes, of course he wants to walk slowly, for his keen ears are listening to what is going on in Peterson's office. He has heard Peterson pick up the telephone and ask for Dr. Liverite.
Give me Dr. Liverite.
Come on, Clark, for heaven's sake.
Wait a minute, Lois, while I tie my shoestring.
Kneeling down, pretending to tighten his shoelace, Kent listens.
Hello, Liverite. This is Peterson. Listen, that reporter Kent and the girl, Lois Lane, are getting suspicious. What do you think we ought to do? No, I'm not getting nervous, but... all right. Okay, just as you say. But if they get any nosier, we'll have to do something about them and do it quick. Right. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Clark, haven't you finished tying that shoelace yet?
Yes. Just finished, Lois. Let's go.
Well, this is a strange turn of events that begins to shed light on the mystery of the Tin Man. In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Superman. But right now, here is another important message.
Say, gang, isn't it a fact that when you get something extra good to eat at breakfast, it kind of gives you a lift for the rest of the day? I know, it sure does for me. And that's why I want to tell you all about that super delicious cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Because those crisp, golden flakes taste so doggone good that you just can't afford to pass them up. Yes, sir, there's nothing like a big bowl full of crisp, delicious Kellogg's Pep when it comes to downright good eating. What's more, Kellogg's Pep is good for you as well as good to eat. So start right now making delicious Kellogg's Pep part of your regular breakfast, huh? Ask your mother to get you a package of Kellogg's Pep when she's at the store tomorrow. And join the Pep parade right away. Remember, Pep. Get in step. Make your cereal Kellogg's Pep.
And now back to Superman. Unknown to Lois, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, has overheard a most revealing conversation between Yates Peterson, president of Metropolis Aircraft, and Dr. Liverite, inventor of the Tin Man. What are these two men up to? Can they have had something to do with the disappearance of the first Tin Man and with what happened to Lois and Professor Jorgensen? Superman is determined to get at the bottom of this mystery, so don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode. And listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's where you'll eat meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? Milton Berle. Yeah, the star of the new Ziegfeld Follies. What? Has he got nice legs? No. Duffy, please, you remember Milton, the kid that used to steal the joke books? Yeah, then say that he made up the jokes himself? Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, Milton... Duffy, with you, everybody's a bum. Well, Duffy, why don't you be more like me? You know the New Year's resolution I made? What? Stop stealing from the cash register? No, Duffy, I resolved that I will help my fellow man, be he mineral, vegetable, or even you, Duffy. Goodbye. See now,
what's that sign you're writing, Mr. Archer? Welcome sign for Milton Berle?
No, it's a resolution, Eddie. One of them New Year's sayings. You know, sort of a proverb. Listen to it. There is a well-known golden rule. Through the ages, it's been true. Always be good to your neighbor. He may live next door to you. That's good, huh?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, too.
Yes,
how about hanging up a sign for the waiter? Me.
Like what, Eddie?
Well, like this. The golden rule has a fine intent, but a 10-cent tip will pay the rent.
Money. Eddie, don't you know that there's some things in life that money can't buy?
You give me the money, I'll do the shopping.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. Hey, Finnegan, you know who's coming down here tonight? Milton Berle, the star of Ziegfeld Follies.
Oh, boy, the Ziegfeld Follies. What's that?
Finnegan, that's a show, you know, with a lot of beautiful dames, them chorus girls, dressed up in nothing but, you know what I mean, Finnegan?
And they call it the Follies? What's foolish about that?
Finnegan, they don't call it the Follies because it's foolish. They call it the Follies because people laughed at Ziegfeld, you know, when he first put the thing on. You know, like the first time they opened that fish market. They called it Fulton's Folly.
I see. Then, Arch, why don't they call it Ziegfeld's Fish Market?
Well, Finnegan, it is a very strange quirk of human nature that when a guy pays $4.40 for a seat, he'd rather see a dame than a fish.
I see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. How are you? My, you look charming tonight.
I do, don't I?
Miss Duffy, I didn't mean it. It was just part of me resolution to be nice to people.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. I know I look attractive tonight. A woman always knows when she's more attractive than usual.
How?
Fellas whistle at her on the street.
I see. Well, how come you're all duked out? Is there something special?
Oh, certainly. Ain't Milton Berle coming here tonight?
Yeah.
Well, ain't it possible he can get me in the Follies?
No, it ain't.
Why not?
Because the Follies has got all the stage hands they need.
I don't want to be a stagehand. I want to act. I want to sing. I want to dance. I want to recite.
What's Berle gonna do? Sell cold drinks in the lobby? You and the Follies. Oh, that kills me.
Oh, yeah? What's so funny about it? Wasn't I the star of the 10 Jolly Girls AC Military Review and War Bond Pageant Follies?
That sounds like the greatest military reverse of the year.
Oh, yeah? Well, it just so happens I was the hit of the pageant. Why, when I walked down the stage and said, I am Miss G, the boys need me. Gee, I was so good the audience stood up and shouted, send us to Africa. So now why couldn't Milton Berle
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy. The Follies is different. It ain't for a girl like you. In the Follies, you gotta walk up and down on the stage in a bathing suit. You know, 1,000 guys is leering at you, making unkempt remarks. No, giving you the once-over, making you feel uncomfortable.
So what? I do it all summer for nothing at Coney Island. I feel very comfortable.
Please, Miss Duffy, don't ask me to ask Burl about a thing like this, huh?
Well, Archie, what about that resolution of yours? Help your fellow human being.
That's right. I'm helping Burl. He's a human being, too. I think. Miss Duffy, I've been thinking it over, and I think I got it. The way I can get your job in the Follies.
How?
I will change you into a different woman. I'll turn you from night into day. I will be Frankenstein, and you will be my monster.
Well, what are you going to do to me?
You, Miss Duffy, are going to be a glamorous French singer.
But I can't speak French.
So what? You can't sing, neither. I will make you a glamorous star with boyfriends by the galore. We'll get Seymour and Finnegan to help us, and you'll be... Wait a minute. Hey, Bud, what are you snooping around for?
I'm Clark Dennis. I sing here.
So what? So who's stopping you? Ladies and gentlemen, Clark Dennis, a terrific singer. Good enough for you, Bud?
Good enough.
Okay. Come here, Miss Duffy. I want to talk to you a minute. Here's what I want
you to do. As long as you're not in love with somebody else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You got me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me, baby? Why don't you fall in love with me?
Dennis, if you was prettier, I might get you into the Follies, too.
Announcing the arrival of Mr. Milton Berle of New York, Hollywood, and Low State.
Thank you. Thank you, my good man. Thank you. Thank you. Here's something for your trouble.
And for my trouble, this is a nickel. I got more trouble than that. Hey, wait a minute. This is a lead nickel.
Oh, how cheap of me. Here's a lead quarter.
Well, Milton, how are you? You're looking as fine as a fit fettle. You look great.
Oh, well, it's very, very easy these days, Archie, to fool people. A shave, a haircut. Say, Archie, you're looking pretty fit yourself.
Well, I lead a very healthy life, you know. Plenty of exercise.
Yes?
Get me daily dozen every day. 12 games of pool.
Pool rooms, my good man. What do you do for fresh air?
I play with the window open.
Archie, that is not enough. You know that health is the most important thing in life. Now look at me. Strong, sturdy, full of vigor. Yes, sir, out in Hollywood I go horseback riding, play golf every day. Then to the mountains, skiing in a bathing suit, the icy wind circulating through my blood.
Milton, what are you coughing about?
I came out without my rubbers. But, Archie, I've got great resistance. It'll go away in about 4 months.
Oh, that's too bad. Milton, I understand...
Too bad, did you say, sir?
You know, Milton, it's a funny coincidence. I seen your last picture, and I don't know, somehow or other I suddenly got a hunch you'd be back in New York sooner.
My dear boy, do you know that the Schuberts had a terrible time getting me to leave Hollywood? You didn't know that, did you? They sent me telegram after telegram, wire after wire, and I ignored them. Finally, they sent me a paid wire, and I opened it. It said, Burl, come back to the legitimate theater, and I laughed. Then it said, we want you for our new musical, and I sneered. Then it said, we want you to star in the Follies with 50 beautiful girls. So here I am.
50 beautiful dames?
Yes?
What are they paying you, Milton?
Who cares?
Same old Milton, a pushover for feminine punctured. By the way, Milton, I wonder if I could get a girl in the Follies.
Why, sure, Archie. I'll be glad to get you one. There's lots of them.
No, Milton, this is a dame I want you to put into the Follies.
Oh, into the Follies. Oh, I see.
A beautiful French dame, you know? The biggest star in Paris. The toast of the Thames.
Thames? Archie, if you're thinking of that river in Paris, the word is Thames.
That's the French pronunciation. Anyways, Milton.
Yes?
When this dame sings them French love songs, you know, like Mademoiselle from Armentières, it brings lumps to your eyes. But why should I stand here talking? I'll have you meet her. Monsieur. Monsieur.
Yes?
Mr. Boyle, I want you to meet that glamorous French star, Monsieur Fifi la Duffy.
Oh, la la, mon chéri.
Tinky, tinky, parlez-vous?
Oh, you speak French?
Do I? Now, say, wait a minute, Archie. I was down here 2 years ago, and the girl punching the cash register looked an awful lot like Fifi here.
You did, huh?
Yes.
Probably a case of reincarnation.
Fifi, haven't I seen you before?
Possibly in France.
What did you do in France?
Oh, I studied in the singing school.
What singing school?
The 10 Jolly Girls AC.
AC?
Yeah, that's French. Academy.
Now, tell me, my little moron glacé. What could you do in the Ziegfeld Follies?
Oh, I sing.
You sing?
Yes, I sing, I dance, I recite.
What, no train zeal?
Now, Milton, wait till you hear this dame sing. You'll see why she aroused the rage of Paris. Milton, she's got millions of guys chasing her, offering her a king's ransom. Jewels, a diamond Tarara.
A what?
A Tarara.
What about a Boomdier?
That too. Nothing is too good for this dame. Now, Milton, the piece de resistance. You are about to hear the greatest living French entertainer of her nationality, dead or alive.
Can I take my choice?
Milton, listen to her first. Mr. Van Steeden, drum roll, please. Thank you. Ladies and gendarmes, we now introduce the darling of Montmartre, the wickedest woman in Paris, Monsieur Fifi la Duffy. Proceed ahead, Pete Tight One.
Merci, messieurs and senors. And to you, dear Mr. Boyle, I throw the kiss.
Lucky for me, I can't catch.
First, I will act for you a scene from one of my biggest prompts, L'amour toujours odeur.
Odeur.
When the scene opens, I, Mary Bully Bass, am talking to my sweetheart, Pierre. Ah, Pierre. Pierre, I love you. I love you so much, I hate you. And other times I hate you so much, I love you. I love you, you fool. Don't touch me. Go away, I adore you. Come back. No, I despise you, you fool. I despise you and love you and despise you. Kiss me.
This sounds like the foreign version of Tobacco Road.
Pierre, why do you spurn me? Why are you so cold? Can it be that somewhere you have another woman waiting for you?
Well, if he hasn't, he's nuts.
Ah, Pierre, you have another woman, but I will have revenge. From this you will not escape. From this you will die.
From this, we can all die. You know that. Now, look, Archie, I've heard enough. Will you tell her... What is this now?
Wonderful to see you again. You remember me, Jacques Seymour?
Yes, we.
Who is this walking mattress here?
He's just another one of Fifi's countless admirers.
Oh, I see.
Fifi, tell me you love me. Tell me that you will become my wife and live in my 78-room mansion with 14 servants.
What, Fifi La Duffy in 78 rooms? You want me to live in a shack? Jack?
Shack Jack. I'll be back, Whack.
Now, wait a minute.
Fifi, if you do not love me, life has no meaning for me. Farewell, Fifi La Duffy. I kill myself.
Another day, another suicide.
She's certainly a killer, ain't she, Milton?
Yeah.
Eddie, remove that plump cadaver.
Okay, Mr. Archie. Let's go, corpse.
Now, listen, Archie, I've heard enough. Besides, I've really got to run along now.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I have to leave.
But give the dame a chance. You can't judge a book just by reading it. Wait till you hear her next speciality. Go ahead, Monsieur.
Thank you. I would like to present now a few impersonations.
You'll love this, Milton. This is where she rises to her depths of greatness.
Thank you. For my first impersonation, I give you that great French actor, my oh so dear friend, Charlie Boyer.
Whatever happened to Ben Turpin?
In this impersonation, Charlie is talking to Hedy Lamarr in Algiers. You are beautiful, Hedy. I love you, Hedy. We will elope, Hedy. At midnight, Hedy. Be ready, Hedy.
Oh. Be ready, Hedy. I should have stood in Betty.
Wait.
Oh, fine. Who is this character here?
I am another one of Monsieur Duffy's lovers.
This dame must have an X-card on Lavers.
Bonjour, Fifi. Do you remember me, Monsieur Finnegan?
Finnegan!
Cherry, I have for you a gift.
A gift? Ooh la la! Give me the gift!
Look at that, Milton. A diamond and emerald-studded whistling tea kettle.
A tea kettle, take it away, Finnegan. I do not like tea.
Marry me and I fill it with coffee.
Marry you? Never!
Never? Then I kill myself.
Another day, another suicide.
Listen, what's par for this course?
Milton, this goes on all the time. Guys kill themselves like that. This dame's a second Bluebeard.
What was that? What happened?
Another guy outside. He didn't even bother to come in. Now, where was we?
My song.
Yeah, her song. Now it goes from murder to massacre.
The title of the song is Parlez-moi d'amour.
Parlez-moi d'amour. That will build you up from obscurity to oblivion.
Parlez-moi d'amour. The words I am longing to hear. Parlez-moi d'amour. Repeat them again, I implore.
You ever hear anything like it, Milton?
No, not since my sister backed into a hot stove. Serious.
Parlez-moi d'amour and whisper these words to me.
Great, ain't it?
Yeah, she sounds like an all-clear signal.
There you are, Milton. What is your verdict?
My verdict? She's guilty.
Should never have made them resolutions. Excuse me, Milton. Will you? A minute. Miss Duffy. Milton just heard you sing.
Yay?
Yes. There's only one way for you to get into the Follies.
Ow.
Ow. You gotta play up to the guy. Give him a kiss.
Ow!
Mr. Boyle!
Ooh la la!
Oh, you are so beautiful, so handsome. In France, we have the old French saying, faces like yours are fashioned by the angels.
Faces, but not the nose. The nose was made to order.
Milton, do not joke with me. I love you. I will love you always. Never will I leave your side. Never will I stop kissing you.
Never.
Never!
Milton, holy cat!
Ho hum, another day, another suicide.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. The platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
In these first days of 1943, we of the United Nations have set our feet firmly on the long road to victory. On the military fronts, we are on the offensive. It may be a long, hard pull, but we can face the future with confidence. Even in Tunisia, in French North Africa, the military situation looks bright. But at the same time, a political situation has developed which introduces a discordant note into the unity so necessary to our military operations. For the latest developments in French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
Terrific air battles that have yet taken place in the North African sky. When the day was over, the scores 28 Axis planes destroyed fortresses, some 2 more, that makes 9 Pullman trains up and down. Much of it was Cantor's 88.
We regret that interference makes Mr. Collingwood's reports from Algiers unlistenable. He was reviewing the story of recent Allied air activity in which Allied bomber squadrons supported by P-38s and P-40s, our best fighter planes, have been smashing at all of the Axis supply ports on the eastern Tunisian coast. At Sfax and Gabas and Sousse, the Axis has been repeatedly bombed until those supply ports are reported in shambles. Insofar as the political situation is concerned, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are now reported exchanging correspondence to arrange a meeting to iron out the political difference among Frenchmen fighting the Axis. The London spokesman of the fighting French reports that further correspondence will be necessary, a not altogether promising sign. Next, for the news from the European front, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London generally is a pretty quiet place on Sundays. There's not really been what you would call a hectic Sunday since that Sunday the Allies landed in Africa. Today, London heard about the continued heavy Allied air attacks on the island of Crete, some of them made by United States Army Air Force bombers operating under the Royal Air Force Middle East Command. 30 of these American bombers took part in yesterday's large-scale daylight attack on Crete, the first big daylight raid on the island since the Germans captured it more than 18 months ago. From French North Africa came those dispatches to London saying that the American flyers yesterday had their busiest day since the Allied landing. There was little news from the British First Army in Tunisia. Apparently, large numbers of American troops are still needed to police the areas in Algeria and Morocco, the communication lines, which the late Admiral Gala was supposed to make safe. But there's never any news about that. Home-based Royal Air Force fighters were flying back and forth over the cold straits of Dover during the afternoon. Formations of high-flying fighters left their vapor trails in the clear, bright sky above the French coast. 4 German fighter bombers dropped their bombs on a small southeast coast town of England, hitting an empty church and an empty school, as well as a few houses. When the 4 small German planes were seen coming in from the sea, they were high up and still climbing. Cautiously, they dropped their bombs from 15,000 feet, nearly 3 miles. As you would expect, some of the bombs fell into the sea. London Sunday newspapers printed prominently the United States State Department's white paper outlining the record of the American policy of avoiding war, which finally came to an end on that December 7th when the Axis countries demonstrated they were operating under a different policy. The London papers published the report under such headlines as U.S. was warned of aggression and U.S. was warned about Pearl Harbor attacks year before Japan struck. Now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment, but first, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's the picture of an event we hope never happens.
Why, Emily, there's nothing to fix in a radio. Here, let me show you. Stand back out of my way now. A couple of wires come apart. That's all the matter. Oh, broken. I've fixed it all right. The screwdriver slipped and smashed a tube. Emily, this would never have happened if you'd stood back like I told you.
And it never would have happened if that radio had been taken to an Admiral dealer for service. Now, a tube is broken, and since tubes are difficult to obtain, this family may have to do without radio until the war is over. Play safe. Make it your rule to call an Admiral dealer when your radio needs attention. Admiral dealers are trained in the science of radio. They are experts in servicing, and they have all the equipment and tools necessary to put your set in first-class condition quickly and economically. Radios are precious these days. Your set is worth more than you paid for it originally, because it probably can't be replaced until after victory is won. So treat it right. Call your Admiral dealer and know why people say Admiral service is America's assurance that the radios on the home front will last for the duration. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio, here's John Daly.
The official midday communique from Moscow reported new Red Army advances on the Central, Stalingrad, and Caucasus fronts. The communique was general rather than specific, but it reported that a strongly defended German base north of Veliki Luki was occupied and that the Red Army was 27 miles beyond Kotelnikovsky in the drive southwest of Stalingrad. The Germans are counterattacking both west and southwest of Stalingrad and west of Moscow, but the Russians report all attacks beaten off and advances everywhere. For the moment, with the threat to Stalingrad lifted, probably the most important front is that west of Moscow, in the vicinity of the German defenses in the Velikiye Luki Rizhev-Vyazma area. Much of the future progress of the Russian winter offensives depends on the ability of the Red Army to maintain its momentum in their attacks on the hedgehog defenses in depth, which the Germans built in this area after the failure to take Moscow in 1941. Press dispatches from the front are a little more specific than the noon communique about operations near Velikiye Luki. But since they are dispatches, the news is, of course, unofficial. One dispatch reports that the Russians have cut the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad and advanced 14 miles along the Moscow-Riga line to Novosokolniki, only about 70 miles from the Latvian border. The cutting of the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad may mean that the siege of Leningrad will be lifted. That city is now in its second winter of siege, and the fact that the Red Army is concentrating so much strength in the Velikiye Luki area is an indication that the lifting of the siege of Leningrad is also one of the objectives of the winter campaign. However, progress on the Central Front is comparatively slow and will probably remain so. The Germans have been digging in there for more than a year, behind a formidable system of fortifications, including concrete pillboxes, trenches, anti-tank traps, and all the other types of World War II tested defenses. These defenses, as most of you know, were built by the late Fritz Todt, who built the West Wall on Germany's French border. They are the sort of defenses which the Russians have been banging their heads against for a good many months. For instance, in the offensive against Rizhev, the Russians earlier this year reached the outskirts of the city itself, only then to have to turn back and hold their front-line positions without making any great progress forward. Now it's believed that the Russian armies have bypassed all of the Rizhev defenses, and the Rizhev city itself is still in German hands. The fact that the armies can sweep around Rizhev, the Russian armies, and still leave the Germans inside the city attests to the importance of this new kind of fortification which was built by the late Fritz Todt. It's a fortification which must be slowly and systematically crushed. Another important factor in assessing the potential of the Russian offensives is the cost to the Russians in manpower and material. We have no idea as to the extent of Russian casualties since the winter offensive began well over a month ago. We can be fairly sure that they have been large, perhaps so large that the Russians will have to accept limited objectives for the winter campaigns. However, there is one clear indication that the Russians have all the strength they need. Military men point out that if it was necessary to husband manpower, the Russians would not have spread their attack over such a large area. For instance, considering the Red Army's successes before Stalingrad and in the Middle Don, it was hardly necessary to launch another offensive in the Nalchik region of the Caucasus. With the fall of Velikiye Luki, much, by the way, of the Germans, which, by the way, the Germans in their communique hint is still in their hands, there is good reason to feel that the Russian winter offensive will achieve successes that will perhaps even surprise the Russians themselves. Today, the communique, the noonday communique, which, as I said, was more general than specific, still reported that the Russian armies in all of the 7 fronts in which they are now fighting are continuing to make advances. They're advancing in the center, they're advancing both north and south of Stalingrad, and they are advancing in the Caucasus in the Nalchik region. It's a feat which nobody expected of the Russians, at least at this early date. But we might all do well to remember the old adage, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to Columbia's correspondent in Cairo. Again, that interference has cut Mr. Morrison's report off from Cairo. This is evidently a bad day for shortwave broadcasting, but we will continue to call in CBS correspondents abroad, trying the Pacific area next. First of all, some of the news from Cairo, which Mr. Morrison was giving you. There is a hint today that a large-scale battle may be shaping up in Libya. It's reported that the British Eighth Army is now in contact with the Axis forces in the Wadi al-Kiba area, about 180 miles east of Tripoli. But a British communique says there's nothing to report on the progress of activity. Yesterday, the British radio said that the Axis forces were digging in at a point it slightly farther to the west along the line of the Wadi Zemzem, a rugged, dried-up watercourse. It declared that the Axis had assembled some tanks at that point and that the enemy troops were building trenches and throwing up fortifications. Once again, we looked for heavy action in the Libyan fighting. But at the same time, we must remember that General Montgomery's 8th Army has stretched itself additional hundreds of miles away from its main supply bases. That even now, the principal secondary supply bases may be as far back as El Agheila, and it is going to take time to pull those supply forces forward so that the main armies can go into action. There has been increased action in the Pacific War area, so Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Pearl Harbor. The war on the vast Pacific Front continues to step up in the frequency and intensity of aerial raids in the New Guinea, Bismarck Archipelago, and Solomon's Island Islands, with the news highlighted this week by the announcement of the raid on Wake Island by American bombers and force. There's bitter and savage fighting on the Papuan Peninsula of New Guinea, where Allied troops are continuing to cut up stubborn Jap forces in the pockets along the Buena Beach area. But beyond this ground fighting and the constant patrol fighting on Guadalcanal, the big story is on the sea and in the air. This is the world's longest battlefront and its deepest. Land fighting is a series of battles for strong points fought over perhaps bloody but relatively unimportant areas of land. It's the same out here, with surface ships and bombing trains fighting for strong points, which are strategic islands moving through all over great stretches of ocean to get to these strong points of land. The Wake Island attack is the third on that island, the fourth at low level. It was a soul-satisfying raid to all who remember the Marines' great stand a year ago. But it is still more significant than that. There were evidently large planes and force carrying some 75,000 pounds of bombs through the Wake Island without the benefit of any landmark at sea, found the Arabs grounded and returned to their bases without mishap. Now mark this. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean areas, made a significant remark in commenting on that raid. He said, and noted carefully, let the enemy take such consolation as he may from the thought that this raid is only a sample of things to come. Unquote. The Jap must now be alert wherever he holds land in the entire Pacific area. Ours is now the ability to choose the place where we will strike next and striking first. It will come soon and also at a time of our choosing. Admiral Nimitz is not one to speak lightly. When he says the Wake attack was but a sample, be assured he promises still greater attacks and still greater force. This despite the fact that the Pacific Fleet and the Pacific Army forces, with relatively small aids from our allies, this Pacific force of ours is fighting a war against Japan, a major world naval and military power. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
We've heard the news of Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. Now, for some developments in Latin America, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Bogota, Jack Fendel reporting.
The war is being fought on many strange battleships and with many types of ammunition. This country is still neutral or non-belligerent. It broke diplomatic relations with the Axis powers right after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But part of the war is being fought today in the Cantor of Colombia, only a few hours by plane from where I am speaking. Under the pressure of democracy's need for every ounce of rubber that it can scrape together, the force of Colombians and North Americans is cutting roads through jungles and laying out airfields so that the larger army of men who follow them will be able not only to gather rubber, but speed it onward to the United States. $1 million worth of United States money is the first ammunition in another phase of this war, as a group of American doctors and nurses starts a public health and sanitation campaign here. Their fight will be centered on disease here that don't respect national boundaries and neutrality laws and could easily spread to the nearby Panama Canal if unchecked. But while public opinion and many government circles here have centered their attention on domestic issues and economic problems, the Army is preparing for all eventualities and for the possibility that hostilities may come to be short. Under War Minister Alejandro Galvez, a recent nationwide conference of high-ranking Colombian Army officers adopted measures which will place the Army practically on a war footing. Not all of those measures can now be revealed, but they include a unified command which will ensure more efficient execution of military plans and directives, and more advanced training methods and the lessons of modern warfare. It has likewise been announced that War Minister Galvez, together with a group of generals and other officers, will visit the Panama Canal Zone sometime this month to inspect the defenses there. While this will ostensibly be a courtesy visit, it will Canal, the fleet gives opportunities to the authorities of the canal zone to discuss more coordinated plans for the defense of the Panama Canal, to which Columbia is so important geographically. This is Jack Sandell at Bogota, turning in now to CBS at New York.
We regret that atmospheric conditions have made so much interference in our shortwave pickups, but hope that the reports from Honolulu and Bogota were understandable. Now for the news at home, Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The Navy has just reported that American bombers in the Solomons have set one Japanese destroyer afire and left another in a sinking condition. The destroyer formation was first sighted off Shortland Island at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, Solomon's time. It was immediately bombed by a squadron of flying fortresses, but no hits were observed. 3.5 hours later, it was again attacked, this time off Rendova Island by a squadron of Douglas dive bombers protected by Wildcat and Airacobra fighters. The destroyers were escorted by Zero fighters, but these were taken care of by our own, while our bombers proceeded to bomb the surface squadron with good results. No more has been heard of the destroyer squadron since then, although it's reasonable to suppose that a number of ships got through to relieve the Japanese on Guadalcanal. There's been no land fighting on Guadalcanal of much importance lately. Just artillery duels, a clash between patrols now and then, daily air bombardments of the Japanese emplacements, and at least a daily raid on Munda, where the enemy is being harassed to prevent him from setting up a going airdrome. Major General Camel, Chief of Army Ordnance, announces that the production of tanks, guns, trucks, and munitions will be reduced in the coming year by from 10 to 20%. About $8 billion worth of contracts will be canceled. But more than this amount will be added to appropriations already outstanding for the manufacture of airplanes, merchant ships, and naval vessels. In 1943, according to the War Productions Board, will manufacture roughly 100,000 airplanes, with the emphasis on heavy bombers and cargo planes instead of fighters. Our merchant vessel goal for 1943 is 20 million tons. This year, we only produced 50,000 airplanes and a little over 8 million tons of merchant shipping. As you probably know by now, the value of Period 3 oil coupons will be cut at midnight to 9 instead of 10 gallons. And the issuance of B and C gasoline coupons will be resumed tomorrow, with the difference that this time a B card will only be good for 378 instead of 470 miles per month. You'll need a C coupon from now on, and they'll be hard to get if you have to travel 379 or more miles per month. Last night, the State Department issued a white paper on the tragic decade, beginning in 1931 with Japan's invasion of Manchuria and ending in 1941 at Pearl Harbor. It's 144 pages long and costs 25 cents. You can obtain it by writing to the Superintendent of Documents. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Here in New York is Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott, with an analysis of the latest developments in the fighting in the Pacific. Major Elliott.
The capture of Buna Mission eliminates another Japanese foothold on the northern coast of Papua. But as General MacArthur is careful to point out in his dispatch, it does not mean that the Japanese resistance in this part of New Guinea is ended, as the Japanese still hold a well-fortified position in San Amanda Point. The tenacity of the Japanese resistance indicates that they are aware of the importance of their positions in New Guinea and suggests that they are trying to delay the development of a two-pronged Allied attack on Rabaul in New Britain Island, their principal advanced base in the Southwest Pacific. The same consideration applies to the persistent and costly Japanese efforts to establish and operate an air base at Munda in the New Georgia Islands, which stands between Rabaul and Guadalcanal, much as Buna stands between Rabaul and Port Moresby. The Japanese resistance at both these outlying posts be brought to an end. The way would be open for a twin advance of Allied forces with Rabaul as ultimate objective. Certainly the capture of Rabaul would not be easy. It is well fortified and will be stoutly defended. But with the loss of its covering outposts, it would be fatally isolated and exposed, and could be supported by the Japanese only from their great fleet base at Truk in the western Caroline Islands, almost 800 miles away. It would, under such circumstances, be necessary for the Japanese to decide whether the retention of Rabaul was worth the risk of their whole remaining fleet in a great naval action to attempt to restore Japanese command of the sea in this area. If not, they could only bid their garrison at Rabaul sell its lives as dearly as possible, as has been done at Puna and on Guadalcanal. Why is Raval so important? To the Japanese, because it covers the approaches to Truk and is the keystone of all their outpost system in the Southwest Pacific. From our point of view, Raval is of great consequence because its secure possession would enable us to set up there a great submarine base, moving the point of departure of our submarine hundreds of miles nearer to their target area, which is the sea immediately south of the Japanese main island. Our submarines have been doing magnificent work in the Pacific, striking at Japan's most vulnerable point, her merchant shipping. On this shipping, the whole future ability of Japan to carry on the war depends. Already, operating from their distant bases, our submarines have shown results, sub for sub, about 3 times as great as those obtained by the German U-boats from the Atlantic. If they can have the additional advantage of a forward base like Raval, they will do far better. And we have new submarines coming constantly into service. The possession of Raval will be to us an immense advantage, which the Japanese cannot possibly afford to let us gain if they can find means to prevent it.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word for Admiral Radio.
We're going to let you hear an authentic sound, the noise to be heard inside a tank during battle.
Third Battalion, advance to Hill 51. Third Battalion, advance to Hill 51.
That's the sound inside a tank during battle. And if you listen closely, you heard the tank crews getting orders by radio. Those radios, Admiral is making many of them, perform the miracles of this war. Credit for their design must go to the men of the Signal Corps. Credit for building them must go to American workers. The men and women, for example, on the assembly lines of Admiral's 2 great plants. Admiral workers are conscious that they're doing something bigger than they've ever done before. They're building radio equipment upon which American men will depend for safety, for efficiency, yes, and for their very lives. Good equipment is built because of this spirit. Victory will come sooner and at a far lesser cost because of it. And with victory, Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Have you heard the latest rumor? Then keep it to yourself. This doesn't mean Americans are forbidden to talk about the war. Talk about it all you wish. But don't mention something merely because you heard someone else say it. Talk only about the things you yourself read in a reliable newspaper or you yourself hear on the radio. Let's meet the Axis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBB America Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, George Burns has made 2 New Year's resolutions. First, resolved that Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, shall never hold another meeting in his house. And second, resolved that this year he'll be more romantic and greet Gracie each morning with a kiss.
Oh, sweetie pie. Oh, love bundle. Here's your daddy with a great big kiss. Oh, sugar baby.
The little rascal's probably hiding. I wonder if my little doll could be in the living room.
Oh,
no. No. Oh. And I felt so romantic. Gracie, I'd like to see you alone, please.
Oh, I'll be right out.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, girls, you know, every morning since the new year, George tries to kiss me like Charles Boyer. He calls me his beautiful Gracie. Isn't it clever? He knows how to say my name in French.
Gracie.
Oh, I'll be right there. I'll be right back, girls. Well, all right, dear. I'm ready for my morning kiss.
I'm out of the mood. Gracie, since New Year's, how many times have I told you I didn't want that club of yours meeting in this house?
11. Why?
Because I don't want them here, that's why. I made a New Year's resolution that they couldn't meet here again. Now it's broken.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll break one of my resolutions, too.
Oh, thanks.
Let me see now. Which one shall I break? Don't peel vegetables with your electric razor? No. I broke that yesterday. The razor, too.
Look, just get those women out of here.
But, George, today's meeting is so important. We have to figure some way to raise money.
Raise money? For what?
Well, to get all the birds to stay in Beverly Hills this winter instead of flying south.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, we're going to fill the bird baths with mint juleps.
A great idea and very sound.
Oh, yes. We even took it up with the mayor.
What did he say?
Oh, never mind what he said. But I wish there was somebody higher than the mayor so I could report him.
Report him to Gary Cooper. He's very high, 6'4".
Oh, George.
Yes.
Well, I better get back to the meeting.
What have I done to deserve this? What have I done? Why can't those
Hiya,
women...
George.
Hello, Bill.
Well, gee, what's the matter, George? You look about as happy as a butcher.
The Uplift Society is meeting here again. I just can't get rid of those dames.
You know, George, when women come here, you should put on a very long coat.
Why should I put on a long coat?
Because in this house, you certainly don't wear the pants.
Certainly is very, very clever. I suppose you could break up that meeting.
Sure, easy. There are two ways to handle women, George. A, the caveman method, and B, flattery.
Use A. If I ever saw dames who belonged in a cave, those do.
No, George, I think flattery would be better.
Well, okay, but flatter them out of here.
Yeah, all right. Watch this.
I never... Oh, look, it's Bill Goodwin. Oh.
Well, girls...
Girls? Bill, don't overdo it.
Ladies, as I look into your faces...
Yeah?
As I look into your faces, I realize how charming, how lovely, how beautiful...
Yeah.
A bar of Swan soap is.
Oh.
Swan, the beautiful new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Now, you women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer. In fact, Swan is so pure that thousands of mothers use it for bathing their babies. It's kind even to a little baby's tender skin.
Bill, do you think I'll ever be bathing a tiny little bundle of yours?
Well, would you like to, Tootsie?
Oh, yes.
Well, all right, I'll have my laundry at your house in the morning. Now, remember, ladies, if Swan is kind to a baby's tender skin, then you know it's going to be kind to your hands and help keep them lovely when you use it for washing the dishes or for any other soap and water job around the house. Well, I'll be going now.
Just a minute, Bill. You're supposed to flatter those women out of here. Do you call that flattery?
Do you call those women?
All right, Bill's gone, Tootsie. Stop quivering.
Oh.
Now, let's get on with the meeting, girls. We still haven't decided on any way to raise money.
Oh, I've got it, Gracie. Why don't we give a lawn party like we did for the Russian war relief and sell punch?
Well, I'm afraid not, Clara. You know, too many people remember that party, the last one, and it was all my fault.
Oh, now you mustn't blame yourself. We all helped mix the punch.
Well, yes, but I'm the one who thought that vodka was the Russian name for 7-Up.
Well, what about this, Gracie? Why don't we put on a play?
Why, Blanche, that's marvelous. A play is just the thing. I'm just sure there's enough talent in this club. You know, they say any woman can be a great actress if she suffered, and we're all married.
I'm not married, Gracie.
Oh, I know, Tootsie, and we may not be able to use you. You've suffered too much.
What sort of a play should we do, Gracie?
Well, I think a horror play would be nice. There's a lovely one about a doctor who takes a drink and fangs come out of his mouth.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, that's the one. I had a colored cook once, and her club put it on. Only they called it Dr. Amos and Mr. Andy.
We'd need someone really hideous to take the leading part, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
Well, stop looking at me. It makes me nervous.
Oh, well, I think we should get a man to play that part. Maybe one of our husbands can be the monster. It's a wonderful part.
Really? Well, my Harry's just the type for it.
Oh, now I don't know. I think my Frank is much uglier than your Harry.
Well, it may sound like personal pride, girls, but I'm sure my George is more repulsive than either of them.
How can you say such a thing, Gracie? My Harry is knock-kneed.
My George is pigeon-toed.
Well, my Frank has exactly one hair on his chest.
Well, my George hardly has a chest.
Well, I hate to be stubborn, but when my mother first saw Harry, she cried for 3 days.
Well, when my mother saw George, she laughed for a week.
It might interest you to know that my Frank was turned down by 20 girls before I accepted him.
Well, it might interest you to know that Tootsie Sagwell said she wouldn't marry my George if she had the chance.
Did you say that, Tootsie?
Yes, I certainly did.
You see?
Well, that settles it, Gracie. Your George certainly gets the part.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right. Here's the tune, the 6 hits and a miss recorded a little while ago, and now everyone's humming it. Cole Porter's You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To.
Then it's definitely decided. My husband can have the lead in our club play.
Yeah, he's great. Right.
Oh, well, I'll break the good news to him.
Gracie, haven't those buzzards gone home yet?
George, not so loud. The girls are still in there, and there's a big crack under the door.
Say, there is, isn't there?
Yes.
I wonder if I could get a hose under there and attach it to the exhaust pipe of my car. Then I could leave my motor running.
George Burns, don't you dare. We've only got an A-book.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing that's
Oh,
stopping me.
George, I have some news for you, dear.
You have it?
Yeah. Guess what the girls said you could do?
Yeah, well, they can do the same.
Yeah. Oh, no, George. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society has chosen you for the lead in our play, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Me?
Yes.
I wouldn't act in a play of theirs if my life depended on it.
But, George, this is a golden opportunity. It may lead to a career in the movies or something.
Oh, don't be silly. Who'd see a play given by that broken-down club?
Well, lots of people. One year, Harry Morton had the lead in our play, and a scout saw Harry and liked him.
Really?
Well, yeah, and look at him now. He's a scoutmaster.
A golden opportunity. Gracie, forget it.
Oh, but it's a wonderful part, George. I can see you now. You're drinking the potion that makes you change from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. You gasp. You gurgle. You choke. Your face turns purple. We'll dye your hair yellow for the part.
What?
Well, it'll be so pretty with your purple face. Now the potion is working. You're going mad. You give a blood-curdling laugh.
Stop it. I won't take the part. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't take it if you burned me at the stake. I'll go back in there and tell them that.
Well, all right, George.
Well, Gracie.
Well, he's a little undecided. Now, let's see who gets the female lead. The part Lana Turner played in the picture.
Gracie, I'd make a perfect Lana Turner.
Oh, Tootsie, don't be silly. Lana Turner's a blonde.
Oh, yes, there is that one drawback.
Now, the only way to decide will be for me to audition everyone for the part. Now, all you have to do is give a terrifying scream and then say, help, help, he's choking me. Now, who wants to be first? Please. We'll have to settle this some way. Oh, I know. We'll let the oldest one start first. Now, who's first? Well, it looks like I'll have to decide who gets the part myself.
Oh, Gracie, I'm the last one in the world to try to influence you, but before you give out the Lana Turner part, I just want you to know that I have a dozen eggs.
Why, Clara Bagley. Shame on you, Clara, for trying to bribe me. You haven't got any butter, have you?
No.
Well, shame on you trying to bribe me. You have to audition like everybody else, Clara. Now, let me hear you scream and then read the line.
Okay.
Oh, Tootsie! Tootsie, stop at this instant.
Oh, gee, I'm awfully sorry, Gracie. It sounded like a mating call, and I answered automatically.
Tootsie, don't let it happen again. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll all scream together, and the one who does it the loudest gets the Lana Turner part. All right, now. 1, 2, 3, scream! Well, that was delightful. My, such talent. Now we'll try the line. 1, 2, 3, try.
Help! Help! He's choking me! Oh, he's choking me.
Good heavens. What's going on? What's going on?
George, please stop yelling. How can we rehearse with you making all that noise?
Gracie, without a doubt, you women...
We are not, dear, and that's at the front door.
All right, and believe me, you are. I'm coming. Well?
Me and my folks heard a lot of screaming over here. You having any trouble, Grandpa?
Grandpa, why, you little...
Don't get tough with me, Grandpa. You ain't such a hard guy, except around the arteries.
Look, will you go? I'm having enough trouble.
Then you're having trouble.
Listen, kid. In a few minutes, I'm going to take a half a dozen women and kill them in cold blood with a big sharp axe.
Gee.
Yeah. So go back and tell your folks I'm having trouble. They'll understand. I see they've had trouble, too. Am I having trouble? We'll be run out of town. Stop it. Everybody is complaining. We'll be the laughing stock of the whole neighborhood.
Oh, well, let them laugh. They laugh at all great actresses. They even laughed at Catherine Cornell.
Catherine Cornell?
Yeah, but look at her now. This year she beat Yale 13-7.
All right, but stop yelling.
Jimmy Cash with a song right out of the top drawer, Moonlight Becomes Me. All right, Jimmy.
You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so dear, moonlight becomes you so.
Gracie, was that a mirage, or did I actually see those women leave?
Well, yes, dear, they went home to rehearse, all except Tootsie.
Yes, I'm going to help Gracie find some things for the play. We need a big knife and some rope and an axe.
Well, I hope you find them and you use them.
Oh, George, you'll just love this play. And Tootsie's got a marvelous part in it. Tootsie, do your part for George.
That's the part?
Yeah, that's it.
Great part.
Yeah.
The new Betty Davis.
Yeah. In the first act, she rushes out moaning.
She and the whole audience.
Hey, Tootsie, you didn't do that moan very well. Let's hear it again. No. It's not heart-rending enough. Oh, by the way, did you hear that Victor Mature is getting married?
Yes!
That's the moan I wanted. That's it.
Well, gee, I better not lose it. Oh!
Out. Tootsie, go down to the basement and lay that egg.
Yes, and Tootsie, when you're finished, look around for an axe.
All right.
Boom!
Oh, George, I'm so happy you're going to play Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
But I'm not.
Oh, you'll be better than Spencer Tracy and Frederick March put together. I always said you were a better actor than either of them. Well, goodbye, dear.
Better actor than Frederick March or Spencer Tracy put together. Ridiculous. Some people don't even think I'm as good. Oh, well, what do they know? Say, if this play was being given by a real company, I'd show them a thing or two. What a job I could do with that Mr. Hyde part. Just ruffle up my hair like this. Pop my eyes. Roll out my cheeks. Let's see how this looks in the mirror. Oh. Hey, so good I scared myself. Now I drink the potion.
Hello, George. Did you get rid of the club?
Phil, don't you notice something different about me? Look. Phil, don't you notice something?
New necktie?
I'm being a fiend. Didn't you see Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh, that's what you're doing. Well, sure, I saw it, George. In fact, I was a technical advisor on that picture.
You were what?
A technical advisor. You remember that wonderful scene in Dr. Jekyll's laboratory with all the bottles and test tubes?
Yeah.
Well, I advised him to wash them all with Swan soap.
I thought so.
Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles of Baby Gentle Suds and Whiz.
Couldn't have made the picture without you.
Oh, certainly not. How do you think they got that scene where nice Dr. Jekyll turns into the fiend, Mr. Hyde? How do you think they got him to go mad?
How?
I stood beside the camera with a bar of Swan soap and wouldn't let him have it.
That made him angry.
Angry? It drove Dr. Jekyll mad.
Yeah, went nuts.
He wanted that Swan soap because he knew that Swan is not only purer than the finest Castiles, but it gives you heaps and heaps of Baby Gentle lather. Lather that's great for your hands and swell for anybody's complexion.
I suppose without Swan soap, the picture never would have made $1 million.
Well, that's right. And they were so grateful they insisted on splitting it with me.
They split it with you?
Well, sure. They took half the bar of Swan and I took half. You know, you can break Swan in two with a simple twist of the wrist and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your face and hands.
You know, Bill, sometimes...
Hey, Grandpa.
Are you back again?
Yeah. Did you kill those women like you said?
Yeah. I killed them. I slaughtered them. I did it all with my little hatchet. Now get out of here before I go to work on you.
You see? What did I tell you? Come and get him, officer.
Officer.
Gee, I didn't believe this kid, but I just heard you confess. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Oh, now look, officer. I was just kidding. Do I look like a murderer? They got low foreheads, squinty eyes, and faces like apes.
Yeah, I know. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Bill, will you tell this cop I'm not a criminal? I'm a comedian. Tell him I make people laugh.
Well, George, there's a pretty stiff rap for perjury.
Well, Gout, will you go? I'll straighten this thing out myself.
Okay, Bluebeard. See you on visiting day.
Gee, Mr. Burns, I've been living next to you for a year now, and I always thought you was a drip.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and now you turn out to be a fiend who murdered 6 women. Could I have your autograph?
Out. Go on, get out. Beat it. Now, officer.
It don't look good for you, buddy. You're practically in a chair. I can see the headlines right now. Burns.
Look, officer, I'm perfectly innocent, and my wife will prove it. Oh, Gracie, will you come down here?
Yes, dear.
Now you'll find out what a chump you are, accusing me of being a fiend.
Oh, George, look what I found for you. An axe to kill Mrs. Morton and a rope to hang Mrs. Bagley. Oh, I couldn't find any poison, so you have to kill Tootsie Sagwell with your bare hands.
Go away.
It's starting to don't look good for you, buddy, again.
Who's he, George?
Gracie, don't you see the man is wearing a policeman's uniform?
Oh, you found one and he's already in costume. He's just the right size to drown the bathtub. How do?
How do you drown in the bathtub?
Look, Gracie, this
Quiet, you. Lady, are you this man's accomplice?
Well, how dare you? We've been married for years.
Look, officer, I'm supposed to be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and...
Quiet, you. Look, little lady, suppose you tell me the whole story.
Why, I'd be glad to. Where shall I begin?
At the beginning.
Of course. Why couldn't I think of that? Well, you see, half the time my husband is a monster, and half the time he's a doctor.
Yeah?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, when he's a monster, he hits people over the head with a club. And Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, when he's a doctor, he feels very sorry, so he gives them an aspirin.
And Sunday, I'm an air raid warden.
You see, when he's the monster, all he wants to do is kill women. It's sort of a hobby with him.
Like pressing flowers.
Then the drink wears off, and he's himself again. He sees all these dead women lying around, and he's very embarrassed.
Can't stand an untidy house.
So what does he do with the bodies?
Well, he buries them in the basement.
Ah.
Look, this has gone far enough. There are no bodies in the basement.
Does this door lead to the basement?
Uh-huh.
You know what?
What?
It don't look good for you,
buddy.
buddy.
I know. Look, I've had enough of this. Gracie, get Tootsie up here. I want the policeman to see her.
Oh, Tootsie, come on up here. I want you to meet a man. Where is he?
Well, here you are, officer. Is this woman dead?
Well, she's been dead. I know a haunt when I see one.
Officer, all that's been going on here is a rehearsal for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a play. A show.
Oh, a play.
A play, yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you think my husband was really a murderer?
Well, yeah,
Well,
but...
how dare you? And you thought he'd keep the basement full of women? My goodness, if he did that, I wouldn't have room for my pickled peaches. I dare. Now you get out of here. Why, my sweet little Georgie wouldn't hurt a fly. And believe me, if he ever does kill anybody, you won't get our business. Goodbye. Why, George. The nerve of him thinking you look like a fiend. Well, come on, dear. You've got to rehearse your part.
Gracie, I'm not going to do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Let Harry Morton be the monster, or Frank Bagley.
Oh, but, George, you know how little money our club has.
Well?
Well, if one of them does it, we'll have to buy makeup.
George and Gracie will be back again in just a second. And say, I hope you remember to try Swan the next time you wash the dishes. When you get Swan in that dishpan, just see if it doesn't give you suds faster than other floating soaps. And after you've used Swan for the dishes a couple of times, take a look at your hands. Just see if Swan doesn't help keep 'em looking white and smooth. You'll know what it means to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oh, what a day. Now I can sit down and read cowboy love tales. Listen to this, Gracie. Oklahoma Tex found himself miles from civilization, without no horse and no food. Quickly, he shot a buffalo and roasted it. Never had Tex...
Well, what did he do with the fat, George?
The what?
The fat. You know, the government needs fat to make bullets and bombs, and Tex should take it to the butcher.
But Tex has no horse.
We'll let him ride on the buffalo.
I'll tell him to shuffle off.
The makers of Swan, the new white clothing soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. By the way, don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network. So next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies, lend an ear to me, ladies. Listen here to me, better complexions in just 2 weeks. Palmolive brings you proof that speaks.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Then each time take 1 minute more to massage Palmolive's remarkable beautifying lather into your skin. Then rinse, and that's all. 36 leading doctors prove 2 out of 3 women get better complexions with this new method in just 14 days. Get Palmolive because...
there may be new beauty for you as soon as you do.
So start today the Palmolive way.
Use tooth powder every day, brush your teeth the Colgate way.
When you hear that jingle, you know the makers of Colgate Tooth Powder present Al Jolson, his guest Monty Woolley, and Carol Bruce, Parky Carcass, and Ray Block and his orchestra. And here's Al.
I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. I'm quitting the blues of the world, just singing a song, just singing a song. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned the parson. Hey, Pa, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm going to fall. And I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. Don't want any million, I'm getting my share. I've only got one suit, just one, that's all I can wear. A bundle of money won't make me feel gay. A sweet little honey is making me sad. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. And I'm quitting the blues of the world, just singing a song, just singing a song. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned a parson. Hey, Pa, get ready to call. Just like a Humpty Dumpty, I'm a-going to fall. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a pleasant New Year's. I know I did. I spent mine in Miami, Florida. And Freddie, let me tell you something, boy. The trains were jammed. I had to stand all the way to Baltimore. And to pass the time, you know, I was reading a paper over another guy's shoulder. All of a sudden, the train lurched, and I swallowed a whole page of funnies.
Wait, just a moment now. Wait, what are you laughing at, Al?
I'd like to see Dick Tracy get out of that one. But I finally got a seat on the train, Freddie. I sat right next to Henry Kaiser, you know, the shipbuilder. And that was even worse.
What happened, Al? Well,
when noontime came around, 12 o'clock, Kaiser broke a bottle of champagne over my head and said, time to go to launch.
Well, I suppose you stopped off at Washington on your way down to see your folks, didn't you?
Oh, I certainly did. And let me tell you something, Freddie. It was so crowded in Washington, honestly, I couldn't find a place to sleep. Of course, I could have stayed in that empty room at the White House. But then you never know when Mrs. Roosevelt's going to come home. But believe you me when I tell you this. I was at the White House for lunch. But we had to wait about an hour before we could eat.
Was somebody late?
No, but the president had to call up the mint and have him send over a quarter pound of butter.
Say, Al, you mean it's just as hard to get food down there as it is up here?
Hard? It's harder, Freddie. When you walk in a restaurant in Washington, here's what they do. They give you a card. The head waiter calls out a bunch of numbers, and whoever yells, not yet, lady, not yet. Now I gotta tell the gag all over again. Well, anyway, in Washington, it's so tough to get anything to eat that they give you a card, the head waiter calls out a bunch of numbers, and whoever yells bingo gets something to eat. That's the idea.
Welcome back, Al.
Carol Bruce, how are you, honey?
Say, how'd you like Washington?
Oh, it's changed, Carol. I hardly recognize the place with all the Republicans back in town. You know, everywhere you go, people are singing that new song dedicated to the income tax department. It all comes back to me now. And now our little Colgate girl, Carol Bruce, sings Taking a Chance on Love. Take it, Carol.
Here I go again, I'm hearing trumpets blow again, all aglow again, taking a chance on love. Here I slide again, about to take that ride again, starry-eyed again, taking a chance on love. I thought that cards were a frame-up I never would try. But now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now, I see a rainbow blending now. We'll have our happy ending now, taking a chance on love. Here I slip again, about to take that tip again. I've got my grip again, taking a chance on love. Here I prove again that I can make life move again. I'm in that groove again, taking a chance on love. I walk around with a horseshoe, in clover I lie. And Brother Rabbit, of course you better kiss your foot goodbye. On the ball again, I'm riding for a fall again. I'm gonna give my all again, taking a chance on love.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a new feature, The March of Time and a Half. First, we bring you a man from one of America's great factories. Sir, will you tell our listeners what your job is?
I work in a powder factory.
You mean you work for DuPont and fill those little cartridges with gunpowder?
No, I work for Colgate and fill those little cans with tooth powder.
Time marches on.
You know, friends, they say that the quickest way to lose a sweetheart is to take their love for granted. But believe you me, there's an even quicker way. That is to take your breath for granted. That's why it's important for you to know that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder stops oral unpleasing breath and stops it instantly. Now, that's a scientific fact. So make sure of having a breath that's sweet and wholesome with Colgate tooth powder. And it's so easy. Nothing extra to do, no costly mouthwashes to buy. You simply brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. Why, the very first time you use this remarkable new tooth powder, you'll feel how it bursts instantly into a lively, active, penetrating foam that swirls busily into those hard-to-get-at places, goes to work right where much oral breath trouble starts, leaves your mouth feeling completely refreshed, gloriously cool and clean. Meanwhile, of course, the soft, safe polishing material in Colgate tooth powder reveals all the natural, attractive brilliance of your teeth. And that's why I say to you, for a breath that's sweet and a smile that dazzles, get Colgate tooth powder. It's the tooth powder that cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. And friends, occasionally you may find a dealer who does not have Colgate tooth powder in stock. Now, please remember that these are war times, and we assure you we're doing everything possible to get supplies to all dealers promptly.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have as our special
now,
guest...
just a moment, my friend. I'll take care of my own introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know just what has preceded me thus far in this program, but I assure you that I shall be an improvement. Some of you may have seen me in The Man Who Came to Dinner, in which you'll agree I was exceptionally delightful. I also appeared more recently in 2 pictures entitled, respectively, The Pied Piper and Life Begins at 8:30, in which I might say, without fear of contradiction, I hope, that I gave superb performances. I presume that will sufficiently identify me. My name is Monty Woolley, spelled wrong.
Just a moment, Mr. Woolley. Just a moment. This is my show, and I do the introducing around here.
Quiet, you crooner.
What do you mean, crooner? For your information, Mr. Woolley, I'm a song stylist. Did you ever see me get down on one knee?
You're nothing but a frustrated crap shooter. I should have this radio show. I'm an actor. I have talent. I have personality.
Yes, and I have just the radio show for you.
Which one?
One Ham's Family. Now look, Mr. Woolley, just because you're a big movie star doesn't give you the right to insult me. You know, I made a few pictures myself, you know.
Oh, yes. I saw 1 or 2 of your pictures.
Really? And what'd you think of them, huh?
Were there any other questions?
Okay, let's forget about my pictures. Monty, please, let's not insult each other. After all, you did a wonderful thing last week when you played Santa Claus at Macy's. Oh, it was wonderful. Tell me, how'd you like it?
Oh, quite an experience.
Yeah?
The little fellows didn't believe I was Santa Claus.
Really?
One of them tried to take off my coat, and another tried to take off my beard. I didn't know whether I was at Macy's or Minsky's.
Money, I can appreciate how you felt because I played Santa Claus at one of the department stores, too.
Well, what happened?
Well, one chubby little fellow was very destructive. He broke a pinball machine, trampled on the horse racing games, and smashed 3 roulette wheels. I take him over my knee, give him a spanking, but I'll never do it again.
Well, why not?
I found out I was spanking Mayor LaGuardia.
The mayor must have been pretty mad.
Mad? He was furious. I made the mistake of spanking him with a racing form. But I don't understand why you ever played Santa Claus, Monty, because in the Pied Piper, I got the impression that you dislike children.
That, Albert, is malicious propaganda. Really. I adore children. I love to bounce them on my knee and cuddle them in my arms.
Oh, pretty.
Especially little girls between the ages of 18 and 22.
Well, I like kids like that myself. For years, I've been trying to adopt Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a very lovely girl. A little on the mature side.
Well, to the victor belongs the spoils. But, Monty, I wanted to top you. The reason you prefer that age is because you don't know how to handle infants.
Nonsense. There's never anything wrong with a baby that a little Colgate talcum won't cure.
I didn't know they manufactured that, too. Well, anyway, but look, if I were a baby, Monty, you'd scare the life out of me, honestly, with that chinchilla drape on your puss. Really, you would.
Are you, by any chance, casting aspersions on my particular alfalfa patch?
No, Monty, I like it. I think you're a cute dilute with a zoot snoot. I really do. But tell me something. What do you need that beard for anyhow?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Albert. With this shortage of Brillo, it comes in very handy for swabbing pots.
Shortage of Brillo. Well, anyway, if I... a little poon. Well, anyway, if If I were you, I'd shave it off.
What? Me walk around with my face sticking out naked? Are you mad? I've always worn a beard. My father before me wore a beard. I guess I'd take after my father. How is it that you never wore a beard, Albert?
I guess I'd take after my mother.
Now suppose we have no further reference to my facial adornment. I came here tonight to be amused. Well, amuse me, Albert.
You want to be amused?
You call that amusing? As far as I'm concerned, I could have more fun with a moron, an imbecile, or even an idiot.
Hello, kids. Well, you got your wish, Monty. Allow me to introduce you, gentlemen. Mr. Woolley, park your carcass.
Is that a name or an invitation?
Say, Jocelyn, if this is the Fuller Brush, man, that's a fine place to carry samples. Now, wait a minute, Pocket. Wait a minute. Here's something you ought to know. Mr. Woolley wants no reference made to his beard. Okay, then I'll stop beating around this bush.
Now, look here, my psychopathic friend. I'm afraid you don't realize who I am. Yeah. Did you ever see The Man Who Came to Dinner?
See it? I was in it.
You were not? I happen to remember every actor in The Man Who Came to Dinner. What part did you play?
I brought the bicarbonate. That's a fine way to talk about Mr. Woolley, who's been honored all over the world. Pocky, suppose you've been given banquets in 45 great cities. How would you feel? Oh. You still don't even know who our guest is. Look, come here. Yeah? I'll give you a hint.
Go ahead.
Does the name Monty mean anything to you?
Oh, sure.
Well, this is Monty.
You're crazy. This is Tuesday. Yesterday was Monday.
But I didn't come here to dilly-dally, Mr. Willy-nilly. Now, just a moment. Not willy-nilly. We just told you it's Woolley. Do you get it? Woolley.
Listen, if I could get woolies, I wouldn't be wearing cottons.
May I try, Al?
Yeah, go ahead.
I never had a stooge before. Now, look, Mr. Park Your Torso.
Park your torso? Say, the least you can do is to get my name right, Mr. Woolworth.
Woolworth. Woolley. Lee.
Oh, Lee?
Yeah, Lee.
I know your sister, Gypsy Rose.
Now, just a moment, fat boy. I'm a very tolerant man, but from now on, I'll have no more of your lip, upper or lower. You are an insignificant, unsophisticated, insipid excuse for a man with the personality of a dead halibut.
Boy, is he insulting somebody. But let me tell you something, Mr. Pulley.
The name is Woolley, not Pulley.
Yeah.
A pulley is something that belongs at the end of a rope.
Well, start swinging.
Parky, please.
Yes, and let me tell you this, Mr. Scully.
Woolley.
You may think that you're a great actor, but you know they're putting me in a picture next week which is expected to win the Academy Award?
The Academy, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. And my leading lady they're giving me is the most beautiful girl in the whole Hollywood.
Lana Turner?
No, sir.
Betty Grable?
No. Hedy Lamarr?
No.
Well, what glamour girl are they giving you?
Elsie the cow in a sweater. Mr. Woolley and Mr. Jolson will return in just a moment. Right now, friends, the makers of Colgate tooth powder have asked me to take this time to pass on a very important message from Uncle Sam. A message to you women about a vital contribution to the war effort that only you can make. Only you can supply the waste kitchen fats that are necessary to make high explosives. Only you can be depended on to save these waste kitchen fats, tablespoonful by tablespoonful, and to turn them in so our fighting men can have the bullets and shells they need to win this war. Remember that no amount of waste fats is too little to save. A tablespoonful a day adds up to a pound a month, enough to produce the gunpowder it takes to blast an Axis tank wide open. So every time you prepare a meal, pour off all the waste cooking fats into a clean, smooth-edged can, won't you please? When you've saved a pound, take it to your meat dealer. he'll send it off to war. Make it a habit in your kitchen. Save waste fats every day.
Save each bit of kitchen fat, the rusty axis of the map.
This is Monty Woolley again, ladies and gentlemen. At the rehearsal this afternoon, I was thrilled, as I hope you will be, by the musical selections you were about to hear. They're all from the pen of that late, great genius, George Gershwin, set in brilliant new arrangements by your conductor, Ray Bloch, and sung, as I have never heard them sung before, by your star and my friend, Al Jolson. This melody will always linger.
Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. The folks up north won't see me no more when I get to that Swanee shore. Someday he'll come along, the man I love. Then he'll be good and strong, the man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. Oh, sweet and lovely lady, be good. Oh, lady, be good to me. Somebody loves me, I wonder who. Baby, it's you. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. I've got rhythm, I've got music, I've got my man who could ask for anything more. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more? I got plenty of nothing, nothing's plenty for me. Got the sun, got the moon, got the deep blue sea. Got my gal, got my Lord, got my soul. It ain't necessarily so. It ain't necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so. It ain't necessarily so. Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Oh, your daddy's rich and your ma is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. Let the drums roll out, let the trumpet call, while the people shout, strike up the band. Hear the cymbals ring, calling one and all, to the martial swing, strike up the band. There is work to be done, there's a war to be won, Come you son of a gun, take your stand. All in line, ye bow, come along, let's go. Hey, leader, strike up the band. Thank you, folks. That's all for tonight. We hope you tune in next week at this time. We'll bring you another great guest star. that great American humorist Robert Benchley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, good night. Thank you.
Don't forget, friends, it's a date for next week with Al Jolson and his guest, Robert Benchley, presented by Colgate Tooth Powder, the tooth powder that cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by Billy Mills Orchestra and the King's Men. The show opens with Sing My Heart. With that same old problem that hits us about this time every year, trying to remember to write 1943 instead of 42. May I suggest one easy way to help you remember? Take a pencil and paper and write this sentence down 10 times. This year, 1943, I will take better care of the things I have. Now, if you want to make the sentence complete, you can add with genuine Johnson's Wax. It's true, if you'll wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork regularly during 1943, you will be giving them real protection against wear and dirt at almost negligible cost. And you'll be saving yourself many hours of work, besides adding to the beauty and cleanliness of your home. Housekeeping authorities call this protective housekeeping. And remember, there are 100 extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax in your home. Windowsills, leather goods, lampshades, Venetian blinds, and many others. Tonight we offer you a rare piece of Americana. A picture of a plain American citizen too full of his wife's good dinner to squawk about the new taxes. Too contented with his Christmas cigar to criticize MacArthur and Eisenhower. Too comfortable in his slippers and shirt sleeves to gripe about rationing. And just too satisfied with his own status quo to worry about anything at all. So, before this beautiful scene fades, quick like a bunny rabbit, let's join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Ah, Molly, that was really a dinner you dished up tonight. I don't know how you can be so beautiful and be such a good cook, too.
Stop it, McGee. That was a very ordinary dinner.
That was the finest feed I've flung a fang into in many a moon, baby. And for another thing, this is the best cigar I ever smoked.
Where did you get it?
Got it for Christmas. Got a whole box of them.
From whom?
Cousin Waldorf. Found it in the mailbox.
Who on earth is Cousin Waldorf? I never heard of him.
You didn't? Gee, I thought he must be a cousin of yours. I never heard of him either.
Well, who was it addressed to?
Well, the tag just says, "Too Stinky from Cousin Waldorf." I naturally thought it was for me.
Why, Fibber, McGee, those were left here by mistake. Neither of us has a Cousin Waldorf.
Well, we have now. Whoever he is, I hereby adopt him. Anybody that can pick out a cigar like this can be a cousin of mine. Ah, do I feel wonderful. Look at the way these slippers fit. Snug in the heel and room enough so as I can wiggle my toes.
Oh, my.
I hope nobody comes in tonight and wants to borrow $1 million because they could have it.
See, what's in those cigars besides tobacco?
Don't worry, I just feel good.
You certainly do.
Yeah.
And it isn't normal. But while you're in this genial mood, suppose you tell me what you want done with that blue pinstripe suit in the hall closet.
I ain't worn a blue pinstripe suit for years. Must be an old one. Give it to somebody.
Oh, I hate to give it away. It's in wonderful condition.
All old clothes look in wonderful condition till you try and wear them. The Moss have probably been using that suit for an aircraft carrier.
Say, there isn't a moth hole in it. It's as good as new, though it looks a little large for you now.
All my clothes are getting too big. The way I've been cutting down on butter and sugar and walking so much, I'm losing my businessman's bulge.
Well, the world's getting smaller every day, dearie. No reason why you shouldn't lose your little globe.
Oh, I don't... Hey.
What?
You've been talking about buying a new suit.
Yes, but I bought some more bonds instead now. We mustn't buy anything we don't need, you know.
Yeah, but you need a suit. Look, you can have that pinstripe one. You can have it cut down to fit you for $10 or $15.
Oh, no.
And I must have paid at least $47.50 for it when it was new.
I've been with you every time you've bought a suit since we were married, McGee, and $37.50 is your top price.
Oh, I was counting the $10 I always save by walking upstairs.
See, you remember the last suit you bought? That shark bone herring skin?
You mean shark skin herringbone?
All right. But remember how the man talked you into buying it because a mandolin went with it?
He never talked me into any no such a thing. I had my choice between the mandolin and a Pepper Martin baseball bat.
Well, you should have taken the ball bat. You never got to first base with the mandolin.
Well, I guess I didn't at that. I turned out to be a kind of a falsador.
What's a falsador?
That's a troubadour that went sour. Don't you get it, Molly? Troubadour, falsador? That's a play on words.
Ain't funny, McGee.
It ain't, huh? Wait till I see that Skelton. I paid him $2 for that. Anyway, you take that suit and have it made over for yourself.
No, McGee, I hate to do that. You might want it again, dearie.
Forget it, Molly. You deserve it, Molly. You've been a good kid. Now, go ahead. Call up my tailor.
What do you mean, your tailor? You never had a tailor-made suit in your life.
Well, he's still a tailor, even if he only sets the buttons over, ain't he? Anyway, his sign says tailor. Here, give me the phone.
Oh, now, McGee, you're too impulsive. Let's not rush
Impulsive, my clavicle. You deserve the best there is. If I had the time, I'd raise some sheep and clip them and weave you a all-wool suit with my bare hands.
No. You spin enough yarns for the house of Kuppenheimer as it is, dear. Here's the phone, but I still don't
Quit
think
arguing now. You're going to be the best-dressed woman in town if I have to make over all the old clothes I got. Hello, operator. Give me Threadbomb the tailor next door to Mert. Is that you?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your nephew. Well, he should have known that the Book of the Month Club couldn't do that.
What did he want them to do?
Send him a new A book every 30 days. What's that? Okay, connect me. Hello, Threadbomb. This is Fibber McGee speaking. Hey, do you cut down men's suits for women? Huh? Oh, is that so?
What did he say?
He says he couldn't cut one of mine down for more than 3 women.
Oh.
Now, look, Threadbomb, how late do you open? Okay, we'll be right over, Threadbomb. That was Threadbomb. Come on. Get your hat and coat and the suit, and I'll put my shoes on, and we'll get right over there. Did we ever start to go any place that the doorbell didn't ring?
Oh, it just seems like that, dearie, because if we've already gone, we don't hear it ring. Come in. Hello there, Abigail, darling.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Well, Uppy, if you ain't a sight.
What?
For sore eyes.
Oh.
Have a chair, Uppy. Take 2. They're so small, and you're so...
McGee. Sit down, Abigail. We're not going out for several minutes yet.
Oh, I won't delay you, my dear. I merely wish to inquire if you had a pair of ice skates I could borrow, with shoes attached, of course.
Ice skates? Well, freeze my lagoon and call me Sonia.
I'm sorry, Abigail. I have some, but I don't know where they are. But I look for them tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much. I start skating lessons Thursday, and I don't wish to buy skating shoes until I'm sure I shall continue.
What size shoes you wear, Uppy?
Of course, one must allow for heavy wool stockings, you know.
Oh, yes, of course, Abigail. But what size shoe do you wear?
Well, doesn't one wear a larger ice skating shoe than one's ordinary size? I should think that allowing for proper circulation, one should
What
have...
size, Uppy?
My instructor told me to get them as large as possible, so that
Yes, what size?
Because at first, with the unaccustomed exercise...
What size?
11 and a half.
11 and a half. You ever do any skiing before, Uppy?
I am not skiing, Mr. McGee. I am skating.
Oh.
The size threw him off, Abigail. And I'll call you as soon as I find them.
Oh, what you kidding her along for, Molly? You wear a 5.5 shoe. How can she squeeze those landing barges of hers?
McGee. Abigail's big feet are no concern of yours. From whom are you taking lessons from, Abigail?
Oh, from the same instructor Mr. McGee had 2 years ago.
Gee, honest, he remember me, Uppy?
Oh, he does indeed, Mr. McGee.
I was a good student.
Yes, he said you were the only skater he ever knew who could make a figure 8 the way you did.
What way was that, Abigail?
Well, Mr. McGee would make a 2 with the left foot, a 5 with the right foot, and a figure 1 20 feet long with his head. And that added up to 8.
I guess I was pretty good at that. When I was a kid back in
He
Peoria,
also said that Mr. McGee must have had muscles of iron.
Oh, my goodness, I never
Because
realized.
otherwise they couldn't have gotten so rusty between lessons.
Oh, that was just...
And furthermore, he said Mr. McGee should take up hockey.
Hockey?
Hockey. Say, you got to be pretty good on skates to play hockey.
He said it would give Mr. McGee a chance to skate and carry a cane at the same time. Oh, goodbye.
Where's this tailor shop, McGee?
Right down the street here, but don't hurry. I want to finish this cigar Cousin Waldorf sent me. I'll bet these cost 2 bits apiece if they cost a nickel.
You know, I still can't think who Cousin Waldorf is. I'm sure he's not on my side of the family.
Well, anybody that sends cigars like this can be on my side. I'm glad I got one.
Excuse me, lady. Hey, buddy, can you spare a $50 for a little liquor?
No, I can't.
And you ought to be ashamed.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why, lady. 50 cents will buy 5 war-saving stamps.
I thought you wanted it for a little liquor.
Oh, that's me kid brother. He'd rather lick a war-saving stamp than a lollipop. Gee, thanks, mister.
Well, here's the tailor shop, Molly.
Well, I'm glad we're here. This suit box was getting pretty heavy.
Oh, you should have told me. I'd have carried it a little ways for you. Come on.
Happy New Year to both of you, one and all.
Hi, Threadbomb, old man. Remember me, Fibber McGee?
Certainly, McGee. How could I forget an old friend and a customer who still owes me $3.25 for repairing an overcoat in October? So, what could I do for you, please?
Oh, yes, we came here. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Threadbomb. This is my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure. You know, my husband thinks this old suit could be cut down to fit me.
Well, what could we lose by looking at it? A nice fabric.
How's the material?
Fabric is material, McGee.
I see.
It's a very nice piece of goods, Maggie. It's a shame to cutting it up for a mere trifle like $12.50. So let's make it $14.95, huh?
It's $12.50 or nothing.
Who makes anything or nothing? $12.50 it is. McGee, hand me my tape measure, huh? Please.
I don't see any.
Standing in the corner.
That's a yardstick.
So everything is frozen now. Even tape measure. Stand still, please, Mr. McGee. Back a dozen and a half. Shoulder 2 by the hips and drop the armhole for 12-inch hem lapels as is. Only taking 5 inches on the voice. Basting 14. Better make it 15. Okay. Narrow cuff piecing with the vest 2-button style. Allow for left shoulder a trifle up. Keep the swing natural. Shoulder skirt 16 inches. Fill out the collar so it shouldn't leave pockets on the side. Can you come on Thursday for a fitting?
What say, Bud?
Well, he wants me back Thursday for a fitting. Yes, I can make it, Mr. Threadbomb.
Good. Oh, this was a beautiful suit, McGee.
Oh, my.
Good tailoring. It's a pleasure to work a fabric like this.
It seems to be. Now, let's see, Wellington, old man. That'll be $12 and a half plus the 3 1/4 I owe you. That'll be $15.75. Is that right?
No, 16 and a quarter.
How's that?
When you pay cash, there's a slight additional charge.
What do you mean, an additional charge? You ought to give a little discount for cash.
Look, cash means no bookkeeping. Uh-huh. No bookkeeping means I got nothing to do Saturday night.
Yeah.
So Saturday night I go to a moving picture. Who's paying for that? Me.
Listen, now, you make it $16 even and sit in the balcony.
It's a deal. Thursday, Mrs. McGee.
She'll be here, Threadbomb, and do a nice job. The best is none too good for my wife.
Ah, now, McGee.
McGee, I'm building a suit that Lucius Bibi is making it with Goo eyes. I'm making a suit that... Excuse me, please. Threadbomb the tailor on pins and needles to order a suit. Who is it, please? Oh, Mr. Adolf Menzu. Oh. Just a minute, Mr. Menzu. An old customer. See you Thursday, Mrs. McGee.
Okay, come on, Molly. Let's go.
My. Did you hear that, McGee? Adolph Manju. The best-dressed man in the movies.
Yeah, and Threadbomb rang that telephone bell with his foot. I saw him step on the button. But don't worry, he's a good tailor. I mind one time he made a suit.
Hello there, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Have a cigar. And a cigar, what I mean. Got him for Christmas.
Oh, then this isn't one of your usual brand.
And what's the matter with my usual brand?
Oh, nothing. But I imagine if a polecat smoked cigars, those would be the kind he'd give the boys when Mrs. Polecat had a baby.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you, my fine-haired friend.
Oh, now stop it, McGee. I'm getting a new suit, Mr. Wilcox. A beautiful pinstripe. The tailor's making it from one of McGee's old suits.
Well, that's great, Molly. What's he doing with the material left over? Make slip covers for the car?
Ah, go on, Junior. You can't make me mad tonight. I feel too good. Had a fine dinner, been smoking the best cigars ever had, from a cousin Waldorf I never heard of, ordered Molly a new suit, and I hear they're going to ration spinach. Everything is rosy.
You know, you look pretty contented yourself, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I am, Molly. One of my Johnson Wax customers told me to get out of her house and never come back.
What? You got through out?
Well, no, not exactly. She just said I'd insulted her, is all.
Why, Mr. Wilcox, I never would have thought.
Oh, she was just kidding. She said I'd insulted her intelligence by assuming that she didn't know all the hundreds of uses for Johnson's Wax for floors, furniture, and woodwork.
Oh, my.
She said she'd been using Johnson's Wax in her house before I was in rompers. And if any young pup thought he could tell her any use for it she hadn't already discovered, he was mistaken. Because she'd brought up a large, healthy family with her Johnson Wax housekeeping, and she knew there was nothing like it to seal surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness.
She must have threw you out awful slow to tell you all that.
Well, it's a pleasure to be tossed out of a place with an accompaniment like that, pal. But hey, what's this about Fibber's cousin Waldorf?
Well, I don't think he's got one, Mr. Wilcox, and I know I haven't.
Somebody left a box of cigars in our mailbox, Harlow. Says from cousin Waldorf. What was I supposed to do? Scour the town for him? Drag out the throw net?
It's throw out the drag net, McGee.
Well, Waldorf is an unusual name. If I hear of anybody like that, I'll let you know. Well, thanks for the cigar, Fibber.
Fine. Let me know how that cigar smokes, Harlow.
Oh, I never smoke them. I grind them up and put them in my pipe. See you later.
Hey, did you hear that, Molly?
Hear what?
He grinds up cigars and smokes them in his pipe. Why, that's primitive. He ain't civilized. Any guy who'd smoke a 2-bit cigar in a pipe would put ketchup on ice cream. I'll bet. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going in the drugstore here to get a fashion magazine. I want to get an idea of some accessories to go with my new suit. I'll be right out, dearie.
Okay. She's a good kid. Really thrilled about that new outfit. But she deserves every old suit I got. What's it to me if I...
Hi, mister.
Hi, kid. What's it to me if I... Oh, hi, sis. I didn't realize that was you.
It is, though, I bet you.
Yeah, hey, ain't it kind of late for you to be out on the street?
No.
Huh?
No, my daddy's in the drugstore and I'm waiting for him.
Oh.
He's getting some cigarette lighters.
Cigarette lighters?
Mhm.
Forget to buy a few Christmas presents?
No.
Huh? What's he getting cigarette lighters for?
Oh, gee, he's been buying hundreds of them, mister.
But why? Why?
You won't tell?
I won't breathe a word to a soul, sis.
Promise?
Yeah, give me the inside winchell on this now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Mhm.
he buys a lot of cigarette lighters, and he has the drugstore man fill them up.
Uh-huh.
And then he gets home, and he takes the cotton out of them, and squeezes the cotton into the gasoline tank in his car. And then he throws the empty cigarette lighters on the scrap pile, see?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's pretty expensive transportation, sis. He must be paying around $500 a mile.
Oh, no, we don't drive any place, mister. That wouldn't be patriotic.
Well, then why put all that stuff in the gas tank?
Well, gee, every couple of nights my daddy says, well, who wants to go for a little trip? And everybody says, I do. And then...
Now, wait a minute, sis. First you tell me you don't go any place in your car, and then you tell me that
gee, I'm trying to tell you, mister.
Well.
I'm trying.
Mhm.
We don't go anyplace.
I
Our
see.
car hasn't even got any wheels on.
Oh.
It's up on wooden blocks.
Well, then how can your father take you for a ride?
He doesn't.
But you just said he did.
I did not, I
Why-
bet you. No. No. I just said he asked us if we wanted to go for a ride, and we all say yes.
Yeah, and then you... I wish Ellery Queen had come past this corner. Now, look, sis, how can you go for a ride without any wheels on your car?
Well, we all get in, and Daddy starts the engine, and we got a moving picture machine on the front seat, and a screen up on the garage wall. And, gee, last week we went to Yellowstone Park, and the week before that we went to South America, and once we went on a trip so long that...
So long what?
So long, mister.
The King's Men sing Hitch Old Dobbin to the Shay again.
Hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. You won't use a car anymore. Old Dobbin remembers each shady lane when Mom and Dad went spooning that led to honeymooning. Hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. Open the old barn door.
When Grandpa went courting with Grandma at night, they hitched up old Dobbin
And they did all right, so hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. You won't use a car anymore. You'll have a happy new year if you hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again.
You won't use a car anymore.
The old village blacksmith is back again with super service for us.
He sings the anvil chorus.
Hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. Open the old barn door.
You gave up your tire, so you're doing your part. If she's patriotic, she'll give up her heart.
So hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. You won't use a car anymore. Hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. You won't use a car anymore. Put all your old rubber on a leaping Jeep
And make a hit with cutie, because you've done your duty.
So hitch old Dobbin to the Shay again. Open the old barn door.
If you want to park and she whispers, nay,
You always can tell her you ran out of hay. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll win a victory in 1943 if you hitch old Dobbin to the Shay.
Swell, kids.
Here, dearie. Here's your slippers.
Oh, thanks, Mom.
Ah, you're the sweetest man.
Yeah.
You give me that suit of yours.
Forget it, baby. Glad to do it. I never liked the pinstripe suit very much myself anyway. Makes me feel like I was in a cage.
Oh, I like them.
Mhm.
I can hardly wait to get it from Mr. Threadbaum. You know, it nearly broke my heart to see him rip it to pieces.
Good little tailor, that thread bomb. I had an old checkered vest once, and he put some chamois sleeves into it for me. Made a wonderful sport jacket.
Why didn't you ever wear it?
Can't. It don't fit good. It was a vest I had in my college days, and I've grew a little since then.
Your college days?
Sure. You remember when I was taking that correspondence course in short story writing? From the New York College of Journalism and Electrical Engineering. Used to wear my sport jacket down at the post office and back every day.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
You used to wear your hat turned up in front and smoke a pipe.
Yeah.
Did you ever complete that course?
No, I had to give it up. I couldn't keep the pipe lit. Hey, you know what would look smart with that suit when you get it? I think if you...
Come in.
Telegram for Mr. McGee. I'll take it, Bud, and here's 35 cents for yourself.
Gee, thanks. Don't forget to give this telegram to Mr. McGee.
This is Mr. McGee, son.
It is? And he give me 35 cents? I guess those other messengers don't know what they're talking about. Thanks, mister.
Say, you better give up smoking those expensive cigars at Cousin Waldorf's, dearie.
Why?
You're getting delusions of grandeur. Who's the telegram from?
Let me see. Oh, it's from Wallace Wimple.
Ah, little Mr. Wimple. I've really missed him around here. What does he say?
He says, we'll be home next week. Miss Sweetie Face terribly. Hope she misses me, too. If she does, her aim isn't what it used to be. Regards, Wallace Wimple. Imagine that, Molly. It'll be nice to see the little twerp again, won't it?
Yes. I hope he's all healed up by now. What were you...
Who's that?
Let me peek. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Uh-oh. It's that Mr. Tolliver, the man who moved in the house down the street.
Wonder what that big blowhard wants. Every time I see that guy, I want to cancel my good neighbor policy.
Heavenly days, he's impatient, isn't he? Come in.
Oh, so there you are, you nasty little gyp artist. Thought you could get away with it, didn't you?
What are you talking about, Tolliver? You big noise and a small character.
You know what I'm talking about. You thought it'd never be traced, didn't you? Come on, where is it?
Where is what? And keep your voice down to a bellow, if possible.
Where's my blue pinstripe suit?
Your
blue
pinstripe suit?
Yes. My blue pinstripe suit, my tailor left it here by mistake yesterday, and I can prove it. Oh. You'll either give it back or pay me $125, McGee.
Oh, my gosh. You don't mean it isn't...
Oh, this is a terrible mistake, Mr. Tolliver. We didn't know. I mean, we thought...
Come on. Where is it? That suit was a Christmas present. And if anything's happened to it, you little insect, I'll pin your ears back with your own teeth.
Now, wait a minute, Tolliver. This is all a misunderstanding. Now, take it easy. Calm yourself. Here, have a cigar. Molly, give Mr. Tolliver a match.
Sure. Here, Mr. Tolliver.
Yeah.
I know you like that cigar. It's a very expensive one. Mr. McGee got them from his cousin Waldorf.
I don't care if he got... his cousin Waldorf. So that's where my Christmas cigars went. Waldorf is my cousin.
Oh?
Yes, and it was Waldorf who gave me that new pinstripe suit.
What?
And you'd better do something. McGee, if that suit isn't over at my house inside of an hour, you'd better get in touch with 6 friends and an organist.
McGee.
Huh?
Don't look now, but I think you're going to have a new suit yourself, with 2 pairs of subpoenas.
Haven't you had the experience of going into a home that's so spick and span and orderly that it makes you feel good to be there? Floors and furniture gleaming, woodwork free from smudgy fingerprints, no dust accumulation? You know, it's true that most of us feel more comfortable and happier in a clean, tidy, orderly home. And what's more, we're likely to be healthier there, too, because a clean home is a sanitary one. Where there's less dirt, there's apt to be fewer germs. That's another good reason for using genuine Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream in your housekeeping regularly, because a waxed home is really a clean home.
Don't forget, McGee, we're going to Summerfield next Sunday to visit Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know. You going to wear your new suit?
I think so. Did you pay Mr. Tolliver off?
$125.
Heavenly days. Counting the alterations, that suit is running into a nice figure.
Well, there's a nice figure going into that suit.
Oh, stop it.
Okay, good night.
Good night, Doc.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the California desert for the men of the mechanized forces, the glider school, and Camp Young, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, soldier on the Desert Hope, telling you to always use Pepsodent, and while you may get freckled or a beautiful tan, you'll never get heckled for what's in your pan. Yes, sir, here I am in beautiful Palm Springs. This is where the California Chamber of Commerce takes pictures of the sun to put on Los Angeles greeting cards. You know, Palm Springs used to be a great, famous winter resort for people from Los Angeles, and a few of them tried to get here this year. All along the road through the desert, we passed the bleached bones of guys who only had A cards. We came down here by bus. It was a pretty bumpy trip, but after a while we came to a smooth stretch of road, so the driver got out and put the tires on. And we passed one farm, and on account of the egg shortage, there were 3 government officials standing around a chicken. They were waving an American flag at it and yelling, "Strain a little, Matilda." And when we got here in Palm Springs, a big crowd of soldiers were at the station. I got off the bus and started to make a speech. Then Rita Hayworth got off right behind me. The doctor says he'll have most of the hobnails out of my face by Thursday. And I want to tell you, Palm Springs is really growing. If it gets any bigger, they may build a railroad line to connect the depot with the town. And some of the... We know, don't we? Some of the Hollywood starlets still come down and walk around the streets in shorts. I wouldn't say these soldiers notice them, but this is the only town in the country where the MPs have to wear rubber gloves so they can go around and push the privates' eyes back in. Skinny Ennis put on shorts the other day and went out and laid down in the sand. A vulture took a look at him, then he flew home and said, "Warm up some sauerkraut, Margaret. I found some spare ribs." But I want to tell you, the Army has really taken over around here. Every year they used to elect the Miss Bathing Beauty of Palm Springs. This is the first season they ever held a contest to pick out Mr. Fatigue Suit in 1942. The other night I saw an officer in a club holding a martini in his right hand when a private passed by and saluted fast. They're still trying to get the olive out of the lieutenant's eye. I went to a party here New Year's Eve, and I wore my tuxedo suit, but I guess the pants were a little tight for me this year. When I bent over the seam, started singing, "Praise the Lord," and passed some stronger stitching. Skinny was there. He went formal, too. He borrowed a full-dress suit, and it had very long tails. The wind caught him, and 2 hours later, a lookout reported a black P-38 passing over Albuquerque. It was a nice night, though. Some soldiers started flirting with my girl, and I was about to let him have it when I saw how big he was. So I let him have her instead. But you should have seen how perfectly behaved the members of our armed forces were at that nightclub. A Marine was dancing with a girl, and a sailor stepped up and said, "May I cut in?" And the Marine stopped dancing, bowed low, and graciously clicked his heels against the sailor's head.
This hasn't anything to do with the New Year's resolutions, and this hasn't anything to do with how I expect to be a better man this coming year. It has to do with Pepsodent 50 Tough Toothbrushes. They were great brushes in 1942, and they're even better now. So, as long as I go right along using my Pepsodent toothbrush, I'm sure I'll be doing my teeth and smile the best favor possible. Because Pepsodent toothbrushes now have improved Fibrex bristles, sturdier, heavier Fibrex bristles in all 50 tufts. That means greater cleansing power, just as Fibrex means gentler cleansing action. Pepsodent 50 tuft toothbrushes feel better because 50 tufts are set in one small compact head. They feel better because Fibrex is flexible but firm. And they clean better because no brush was ever designed with more thought to how well it gets into every area of the mouth and teeth. So I won't beat around the brush. All I want to tell you is get a Pepsodent toothbrush. Use it regularly, and you'll come up smiling a bright smile all year long. Remember, 50 tufts, the price is 50 cents.
Thank you, Wendell. And here's Francis Langford.
Speaking for the gang, I'd like to dedicate this number to a swell fellow we often poke fun at here on the program, but whom we all love, our own Bob Hope. Constantly I look for you, no day or two, but constantly I wish you near, and now you're here, so close to me, and it isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly. And that isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly.
Thank you. That was Francis Langford singing Constantly from Road to Something, I forget. Anyway, now I want to introduce that glamorous Columbia star, Miss Rita Hayworth. Right here.
Thank you, Bob, for that lovely introduction.
Well, how do you like this crowd of soldiers? What do you think of these soldiers here tonight, huh?
I think they're wonderful, Bob. I love soldiers. And I'd like to kiss every one of them as part of my duty to my country.
Yeah, well, the entire audience will now rise and sing God Bless America, right? Well, tell me, Rita, have they been keeping you busy?
Yes, Bob, I just finished a picture. You were never lovelier.
What's that?
You were never lovelier.
Well, I like the way you do your hair, too.
No, that's the name of the picture, Bob. I made it with Fred Astaire, the great dancer.
Are you kidding? Well, I can dance just as good as Fred Astaire. Just watch this, Rita. There.
Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in? Listen, you might as well face it, Bob. You know, Esther. I've seen you at dances, and you should really learn to dance correctly.
What for? I like my own method. It's less tiring.
Well, maybe. But I want to tell you very honestly, girls feel a little silly on the floor, carrying you around piggyback.
Well, for waltzes, I don't use the spurs. But anyway, You know, I can't understand what you see in Fred Astaire. How about me as your leading man in your next picture, Rita?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, but I like men that are daring and adventurous.
Mm-hmm.
Men that can duel with knives. What would you do if you had a knife in your hand?
Get as much butter on it, and I couldn't run like the devil. Just run! To get this butter off my tongue while I'm there. What's the matter? Don't you want a handsome leading man, Rita?
Well, Bob, you're quite good-looking, but you're not as handsome as some of the men I know.
Is that right?
Yeah, uh-huh. For instance, there's Cary Grant.
Really?
He has a very attractive cleft at his chin.
Cleft, huh? Well, I'm glad I haven't got one.
Why?
You lose a lot of coffee down that groove.
You know, I really enjoyed the road to Morocco, Bob, especially that scene where you turned into a monkey.
Yes, that was quite a transformation, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I suppose now you're gradually going to get back to normal, aren't you?
I don't know. The way I go for banana splits has got me worried here. Get my delivery tonight. Isn't it a doll?
While I'm down here
bum.
at Palm Springs, I've been driving around the farms to see if I can pick up some butter and eggs to take home. You know, they're very scarce now.
Well, you're telling me I don't use butter at all anymore, Rita.
You don't? Well, what are you putting on your bread now?
Johnson's Glow Coat. Are you listening, Fibber? But did you manage to buy anything at the farms you went to?
Well, I went to one farm this morning, and I met the cutest farm boy. As I pulled up in my car, he came out to the gate. You! Hello there.
Oh, howdy, ma'am. Are you a gal from the city?
Yes.
Well, my ma warned me about gals from the city.
She did?
Yeah, but Ma ain't around, so come on in.
Say, what are you doing there? Milking that cow? Or...
No, ma'am, just taking off the Christmas bulbs.
What a ridiculous idea. You mean you had the cow decorated up for Christmas?
Yeah, but it didn't work out. Bossy's been giving milk when she ain't supposed to.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, every time the tinsel tickles her, she giggles 2 quarts.
Are you the only one who works on this farm?
Well, my Uncle Zeke used to work here, too. Poor Uncle Zeke.
What happened to your uncle?
All one day got a Sears Roebuck catalog mixed up with a copy of Esquire and went crazy filling out order blanks. Say, ma'am, I don't suppose I should say this, but you got holes in the front of your shoes.
Oh, that's the style now. All girls have holes in the front of their shoes, just like mine.
Yeah, but if you ain't careful, them radishes will drop out.
Goodness, I haven't met anyone like you since I saw Idiot's Delight. But,
Who was in it?
You know, you're kind of cute. I'll bet your parents were happy when you were born.
Born? What's that?
Oh, well, you know, that's when the stork brought you.
Oh, you can't kid me. No stork ever brought me.
No?
No, my pa got me at a yearling sale.
Yeah, I came down here to see if I could buy some eggs. How much are your eggs, Elmer?
Well, you know, there's quite a shortage of eggs, ma'am. There ain't none around, and chicken feed is higher now, so with the war and all, I got to charge more.
Well, how much are they?
Well, you better prepare yourself for a shock, ma'am.
What's the price?
Well, you can take 'em or leave 'em, but I got to get 8 cents a dozen.
Well, I'll take them.
Okay, I can let you have a quart of eggs.
A quart of eggs?
Yeah, I'm speeding up the hens with music, and they don't have time to put the shells around them.
And I'd also like to buy some butter from you.
Well, why don't you buy it in town?
Well, you see, there's quite a... have you been in town lately?
Nope, none of us have been to town in over a year.
Fine. I'd like to buy 10 pounds of butter. How much is it?
$2 a pound. We got a radio, you know.
Tell me, is it difficult working on the farm?
Oh, sometimes. I sure hope the milking goes all right today. Yesterday I missed the pail with the last 3 squirts.
Oh, goodness. Did you get any of it on you?
Any of it on me, shucks. I got a zoot suit with a cream seam. Say, I'll sell you some milk and you can make your own butter.
Well, does your cow give much milk?
No, not anymore. Bossy knows all about rationing.
She does?
Oh, sure. I'll show you. I'll milk her again. Now watch. Moo. Moo. No moo. And now a request number which will make a lot of people happy. The professor himself singing Conchita and so forth Lopez. Come on, Jerry, whack it.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl, beneath the stars. I cannot tell it in the sick city for a His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Lalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me there's but one girl, he says. Conchita, Marquita, Lalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. No! The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, or two. Yes, he won her heart one night with the serenade beneath the moonlight. Echo the tic-tac of the brutal like a mackerel, the quarter to the fine. Bella passione, bella passione. Who the tic-tac of the brutal like a mackerel, the fine. Bella passione, tu me fai morire. Mandarins began to play, as they danced, they heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. No. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lalita, hip hip the Evita, Rita, Juanita, oh no.
That's swell, Jerry.
Say,
Don't
Bob.
have your tonsils retreaded. What'd you say, Wendell?
Sorry to interrupt, but I have an idea to popularize commercials. You know, make them interesting to everyone.
You mean even to the sponsor? Well, go ahead. Let's just step into that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't have that bright smile you want just by wishing. It takes brushing. Brushing with a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush with Fibrex bristles. The finest bristles DuPont makes.
That ain't hay.
Say that again, Bob. These tufts are little bunches of bristles set in a toothbrush. They're mighty important. If they're too stiff, they jab and scratch your gums.
They do.
In a Pepsodent toothbrush, they're scientifically designed so that they reach all areas of the teeth.
Well, you're swinging, huh?
And because there are 50 of them, you can be sure of a better cleansing job.
Oh, this is fascinating.
And Fibrex bristles are firm. They do the job, but they're gentle as
a pickpocket's touch. Or Sapphire's touching the greens. I don't know.
Well, no, seriously, they're so gentle that they're kind to tender gums. And what's more, they dry out quickly. They won't stay wet.
Okay, now, Wendell, is that new type of commercial you were talking about?
Certainly. Now, tonight, while you have it in mind, go down to your store and ask for a Pepsodent toothbrush. 50 tufts, 50 cents. There it is, Bud.
Oh, wait a minute, Wendell. That's the same thing you say every time.
It is?
Well, sure. You can't tell me.
Well, next week I'll try again. Once again, we present our weekly feature, Meet the Army. Representing the soldiers here in the desert, we want to present...
Private First Class Curtis Duggan reporting, sir.
Well, how are you, Curtis? Welcome to the show. How do you like being on the Pepsodent program?
Well, you know, Mr. Hope, this program is different from what I anticipated. When my commanding officer told me I was to appear on the radio, well, I expected some sort of seafood.
You expected seafood?
Yes, they told me I was going to appear on a clam bake with fish face.
Please, that's no way to talk about Skinny Ennis. Now, look, how are you doing down here in the desert, huh?
All kidding aside, Bob, you should spend some time out here in the desert for your health. It's done wonders for me.
Well, you certainly look powerful, Curtis.
Well, see for yourself, Bob. Here, just feel my muscle.
I will. Boy, is that steel. Now you feel mine.
Boy, is that stale. But I guess it's pretty good for an old man like you.
Yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not so old.
Just how old are you, Bob?
My age happens to be a military secret.
Yes, I know, but which war?
What gives you the idea that I'm old, Curtis?
That gray hair.
That isn't gray. I was doing the rumba with a tall girl who smokes white owls, and the ashes fell in my hair. Say, Curtis, I understand you attended the University of California. How long did you go there?
Only a year, but after the war, I expect to go back for my diploma.
Yeah, it's worth it. There's only one thing that stopped me from not finishing college.
What was that?
Not finishing high school. The teachers got jealous of me because I was bigger than they were. Well, look who's here. Yes?
Aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome soldier?
Oh, yes, Rita. This is Private Curtis Duggan. Kirk, this is Rita Hayworth.
Gee, Miss Hayworth, this is almost a treat.
Well, what do you mean, almost a treat?
Bob charged me 50 cents for the introduction.
Never mind, Curtis. Gee, I'm happy to know you. My, what beautiful reddish gold hair you have.
Thank you, Miss Hayworth. My, what pretty blonde hair you have.
Oh, well, your hair is so much prettier. You know, when the light hits it just right, it looks like spun gold.
Oh, no, your hair is really prettier. It's so light it looks like dancing sunshine.
Anybody know where I can get a bottle of peroxide? And that soldier calls himself a real redhead. Every afternoon he goes out in back of his tent and his top sergeant gives him a henna rinse.
Quiet, Curly.
And my hair isn't curly.
I'm talking about your nose.
Let the line go. What do we care, Curly? Let's not struggle. We're down here for a rest. Let's not worry about it. Want to cut in? Let's have it. Yeah, now I just go.
Now, come, boys. Let's be friendly about this.
All right, let's be very friendly, Rita. Now about going out with me tonight instead of Bob. I promise to show you just the same kind of time that Bob shows you when he takes you out.
Oh, egad, no. I don't want to see the road to Morocco again.
Wait a minute. Say, Curtis, there's someone else in this show I'd like you to meet.
Hello, everybody.
Miss Vera Vague. Miss Vague, here she is, Private Curtis Duggan. Miss Vera Vague, shake hands and come out fighting. There you are.
Oh, my. Hello, soldier. I'm pleased to meet you.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
What did you say?
I said the pleasure is all mine.
Oh, he's silly, isn't he?
You know, Miss Vague, you're cute. Gee, I'll bet if you visited my camps, the soldiers there would kiss you until you simply dropped dead.
Oh, well, my only regret is I have but one life to give for my country. You know, those words were first said by Nathan Hale.
Yes, you and your childhood memories.
Oh, you're such a dear boy. But at least you're a novelty. Out in this hot desert, they seldom see a drip.
Say, Curtis, I've been meaning to ask you. You've got your Jeep outside. How about driving us all back to Hollywood, or do you have a meter on it, huh?
No, I don't, Bob. It's parked right outside the door. Come on, everybody. Here it is.
Well, let's all get in. Curtis, you sit next to Miss Vague.
Me sit next to Miss Vague?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Bob, I've been on KP all week. Do I have to get all the old potatoes?
Well, what do I care if I am an old potato? Someday I may need a masher. Come on, Bob. Come on, soldier. Let's all of us get in the front seat. Now, I'll squeeze in first.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Oh, well, now I'll squeeze in again. I hate to leave here. The desert air is doing wonders for my skin.
Yes, Miss Vague. Right now, your complexion is just as clear as a cup of GI coffee.
Our own Bob Hope. I can't
Constantly. That's right.
I can't see how you can always say such horrible things about me when you have such a nicely shaped mouth. You know you have a Cupid's bow mouth.
Have I really a Cupid's bow mouth?
Yes, your nose hangs over it like an arrow.
I thought we were going to cut that.
Say, Bob,
Yeah,
we
what's that?
can't leave without Skinny Ennis.
That's right. We may need something to measure the gas in the tank.
Say, that reminds me, there's no more gas in this Jeep.
Well, I guess we'll have to take a taxi.
Well, there's a cab. I'll get it.
Well, we may as well whistle at each other. The soldiers got all the girls. Hey, do you want to hire my taxi cab?
Yes, Kelowna. We'd like to drive back to Hollywood in your taxi cab. How are your tires?
How are my tires? Listen, Hope, my tires speak for themselves. Flabbermouths out there.
Hello, Professor. I'm Rita Hayworth.
Ah, pleased to meet a lady like you, Miss Hayworth. Women are the greatest sunshine in men's lives. They brighten our lives with light.
Professor, I'm Vera Vague. I'm a woman, too.
Of course, once in a while, we get stuck with a blackout.
Oh, Professor, you're so cute. Let me run my fingers through your mustache.
Okay, go ahead. That's it.
Woo! Ouch.
You'd be surprised how many mice I catch that way.
Come on, we're in the cab, Kelowna. Let's start, huh?
Okay, here we go. Say, Hope. Hope, what's going on back there? You holding hands with Rita?
No.
You hugging Rita?
No.
You kissing Rita?
No.
He's silly, isn't he?
Look out, there's a cop standing in the middle of the road telling you to stop.
Don't be silly, Hope. That's a gopher. I'll drive right over him.
Kelowna, that's a cop.
That's a gopher. Ah! Big son of a gun, wasn't he? Now I'll put out all the lights in the cab. Don't need that little light, you know.
Oh, somebody just kissed me. Goodness, somebody just kissed me again. They just kissed me again 6 times in a row.
Well, that's funny. Nobody kissed me.
Anybody know where I can get a Norden bomb sight?
All thanks for the memories. You boys who are from Camp Young. For you we bust along. For you're the strings with which this nation's battle bow is strung. So thank you. Saw you, Tom. And thanks for the memories. You men with guns and tanks who glorify the Yanks. Our hearts beat out in time with every step within your ranks. So thank you so much. Say, we've had a grand time down in here in the desert this week. And next week we're going to be down there near San Diego at Camp Pendleton for the Marines. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Rita Hayworth's next Columbia picture is My Client Curly. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our products by the War Department. Wendell Niles speaking. This broadcast came to you from the California desert for the men of the Mechanized Forces, the Glider School, and Camp Young. National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
A Raleigh cigarette program from Hollywood starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and yours truly, Truman Bradley.
This is our three-piece orchestra. A piano, a stool, and a guy sitting at it. I bet the sponsor will like the show tonight. It's in English.
Up to now, it is.
Yeah, it won't be in a couple of minutes here. We got a few words in here.
And now we bring you Metro Golden Mayer's young comedian, the star of our Raleigh cigarette show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Hello, Red. Say, Red, you look tired.
Yes, I am tired. I never should have put that no-dose tablet in my Ovaltine.
Oh, come now, Red. You told me you were tired from doing your after-Christmas shopping.
That's right, Truman. Boy, all the stores are having sales.
They are, huh?
Yeah.
What are they selling in the stores?
The fixtures. Hey, I'm telling you, some of those grocers' shelves are emptier than the sponsor's head. I meant for hair. Well, there goes my job right out the window. Say, you know, you go down to exchange your Christmas present. Have you gone down to change your Christmas present that I gave you?
Well, Red, I tried to exchange it, but they wouldn't take it back.
Why not?
Well, they said I ate too much of the Cracker Jack.
Yeah. Oh, how could you? I ate half of it while I was wrapping it up. But you ought to see the people down exchanging those awful Christmas ties.
Oh, those green and orange ones with pink stripes?
Yeah, people, they don't want to exchange them. They just want to stuff them down the salesman's throat.
Well, it's the same old story. No two people have the same taste in neckties.
Yeah, I know. One lady brought her husband back to the store, and she pulled the necktie real tight around his neck. She says, "Now that's the shade of purple I want." I tried to exchange a suit of clothes that my family sent me.
You did, Red?
Yeah, I had they gave me an argument. They put up quite an argument, they did. I went into the store at Hart, Schaffner, and Marks, and I came out hot Stapling and what? Oh, the hell with it. I didn't like it anyhow.
I had a zoot suit once.
You did, Ozzie? Did it have nice paddings in the shoulders?
No, rice puddings in the pockets.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Harriet.
Say, I see the stores are closing out a lot of merchandise these days.
Yes, I know. I lost an argument with a woman's elbow. It closed my eye right out, too.
I'll bet the stores are crowded with those after-Christmas sales, huh?
Yeah, the one store was so crowded that the pickpocket had to wait till he got outside before he could remove his hand.
The stores really put the prices down after Christmas, don't they?
Yeah, I got 3 dozen for $1.75.
You got 3 dozen for $1.75?
Yeah.
3 dozen what?
In these times, who asked?
No, I wanted to exchange a present yesterday, so I went up to the floor walker and I said, "Are you in lingerie?"
What happened?
Well, he just gave me a dirty look, but he's not fooling me.
The stores are certainly crowded with women shoppers when I was there.
Yeah, you said it. Those women sure get in there and swing. I saw one woman wave her way across Hollywood Boulevard. She wiggled in and then wagged her way out.
Did you go down into the bargain basement, Red?
Bargain placement? You mean that place where you come out singing when the lights go on again? Yeah, what a mob. In one store, they put a sale on everything that rings a bell.
I suppose everybody rushes over to the new counter.
Yeah, every time they ring the bell, everybody rushed over. A lot of excitement, too. A good humor man came into the store, and he started ringing the bell.
What happened?
A few minutes later, they sold a pistachio bath mat.
I'll bet you were right in the middle of things, weren't you?
Yes, you know. Right during the whole thing, the pushing and shoving, I heard something rip.
What was it?
My shirt tail saying goodbye. These things are so lousy, they hit me funny. No kidding, I never saw such a jam of people. I noticed a garter laying on the floor, so I bent down and put it back on my leg. And I said to the guy in the back, will you stop following me?
What'd he say?
He says, I can't. I'm holding up your socks.
Well, the stores will look empty soon enough, I guess.
Yeah, Yeah, I see it, but I don't care about it. One of the stores ran short of a clothing dummy, see, and I accidentally stepped in for a minute to get my breath. A guy grabbed me, and the next thing I knew, I was modeling a black silk nightgown.
What else happened, Red?
Well, I saw a little kid standing there, and he says, where's Santa Claus? I said, well, Santa Claus isn't here anymore. He went back to the North Pole.
Was the kid mad?
Yeah. Yeah, he says, oh, that's too bad. I wanted to give him back his beard that he left. He says, I want to give him back his beard he left on Mom's chiffonier.
Say, Red, if
I laugh myself at times to keep from getting lonesome.
Red, have you read your weekly letter from Private Wonderful Smith yet?
Yes, I hope it's not as weekly as the rest of the things, though. It says, I was just getting ready to read it. It says, Dear Mr. Skelton and friends, I'm getting along swell in the Army now. I'm a corporal. I really know how to give out the orders. I just shout out an order and you ought to see them jump, especially the older mules. Says, I sure had a good time New Year's Eve. I didn't get back to camp till 4.
4 what, 4 p.m.?
No, 4 MPs. He says, as punishment, I had to press all the uniforms in my outfit, and I left the hot iron on one pair of pants too long.
What happened?
Instead of saying present arms, the sergeant just yells advance and be recovered. He says, I'm sending back that fancy soap you sent me for Christmas. The boys told me I didn't like it. Did you ever have people do that to you? Huh? You come in with a suit and says, you don't like that, do you? And before you get through, you say, no, I don't like it.
Red, I suppose he's hiking every day, huh?
Yeah, it says, he goes on, he says, we went on a 12-mile hike every week. We start out on Monday, and by Saturday, my knapsack is really dragging. Says, and so am I. Says, we were out on maneuvers, and they had to dig a trench in 2 hours.
2 hours? Boy, that's fast digging.
Yeah, he says, a bunch of gophers were watching us swing the shovel, and finally one of them walked over and says, handy little things, ain't they? Yeah, they commit suicide. That was Ozzie Nelson and Harry Hilliard in the orchestra, and I want to go back to Virginia. Brother, that'll bring vaudeville back. Tonight we're going to talk about contests. Everybody has entered a contest at some time or other, so let's see what happens to Deadeye, the good old bad man. He's going to enter his horse in the rodeo. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse, whoa! Listen, if you don't whoa, I'm going to have you stuffed, and I don't mean with oats. Certainly have hard trees around here. Well, horse, I'm going to enter you in the rodeo today. Maybe you can win one of them blue ribbons. After all, what them other horses got you ain't got. Oh, now don't you feel bad. They're just pot-bellied as you are.
Howdy, Deadeye.
Howdy, Buckshot. You sure look sweet today, Bucky. Say, I love that swivel chair hips you got.
Have I really got swivel chair hips, Deadeye?
Not only that, you got a roll-top desk in the front, too.
Hey, Deadeye, what you doing to your horse?
Oh, I'm fixing him up so he'll look good in a rodeo. How's he look, huh?
Oh, Deadeye, wallpaper.
That ain't wallpaper. He's a piebald horse.
A piebald horse?
Yeah. I meant pie-eyed.
Well, since you're fixing your horse up, why don't you fix yourself up, Deadeye? You're a mess.
What do you mean? I took a bath last night.
You took a bath last night?
Sure, feel my clothes. They're still damp.
Oh, Deadeye, you're supposed to take your clothes off while you take a bath.
Oh, well, if you want to play with the new rules, but...
You know, it's too bad that horse is so bull-legged.
Oh, he ain't so bow-legged. He just likes to rest with his chin on the ground. Yeah, I'll comb his tail out with this curry comb.
Watch out he don't flick his tail in your face.
Oh, don't worry. Well, if my name wasn't Deadeye already, I know what they'd call me now.
Say, Deadeye, you been up to home lately?
Yeah, I was up home last week. My pappy's still beating up on my maw.
Beating up on Ma? What for?
Old man gets tired whittling all the time. Say, did you like that little box I gave you for Christmas?
Oh, yeah, prettiest box I ever saw.
Yeah, well, maybe next year I'll give you something to put into it.
My uncle gave me some new perfume. Smell.
What is that, Bonjour or something?
Nope, tetraethyl lead.
Gosh, no wonder I get such a high-octane rating when I kiss you. Say, talking about kissing, how about a little kiss for the new year?
Oh, no, you don't know how to kiss a girl properly.
Oh, come on, just one.
Well, okay. There you go, sliding off to the side again. Say, Deadeye, I'm hungry.
You are? Well, here, gal, have a ketchup sandwich.
A ketchup sandwich?
Sure, and if you're real nice to me later, I'll give you some bread with it.
You know, you sure got a fine horse there, Deadeye.
Yeah, but he's kind of slow. I wish I knew something to make him go faster.
Have you tried spurs?
Yeah, but it don't work. They keep slipping off his hoofs. I gotta put these new shoes on my horse.
New shoes?
Yeah, how do you like them?
Gosh, wedgies.
Yeah, now come on now. Hold still there, horsey. Oh, come on, boy. Stomp your foot a little. Hey, Buckshot, hand me that talcum powder, will you?
Deadeye, that's no way to shoe a horse. Here, let me do it.
Okay, go ahead.
There, the horseshoes are on. How they look?
All right, but they feel a little tight.
Oh, Deadeye, stop your kidding. Come on, saddle up the horse.
Okay, I hope he can stand still long enough. Now, hold still, boy. Hold still. Hold still. There.
Well, did you get the saddle on?
Yeah, here, lace me up, will you?
Deadeye, put that saddle on the horse and let's get going.
Okay, I'll just mount him here. There, how do I look there, Buckshot?
Oh, swell, Deadeye. But I always thought the horse should be on the bottom.
No wonder I've been getting so tired lately.
Well, Deadeye, I gotta go now. Will I see you at the rodeo?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think I can make any money there?
Well, you any good at hog tying?
Oh, I got a reputation for that.
Are you any good at steer roping?
Yeah, I got a reputation for that, too.
Are you any good at bull throwing?
Don't believe everything you hear, gal. Come on, climb up behind me here. We'll pull my horse.
What'll I hold on to?
Well, just grab hold of my belt. It's a good thing I'm wearing suspenders, ain't it? Grab hold on to him. That's those 15-cent kind. Well, as Gypsy Rose Lee says, what do you expect for 50 cents? Something?
Come on, let's get on to the rodeo.
Okay, come on. Here we go. Get up there, boy. Whoa.
Well, here we are at the stadium.
Yeah, it's the fastest I've ever crossed the street.
Gosh, look at all them horses. Let's go inside.
Yeah, hey, horse. Just look around if you want to see a good piece of horse flesh. Look at that. No, not me. Over there. Here, I'll help you turn your head. Hey, Buckshot, help me stick his head back on, will you? Before the sawdust starts coming out.
Oh, look, here comes the promoter, Justice Joe.
Yeah.
Howdy, Justice
Howdy,
Joe.
Justice
Why,
Joe.
howdy there, miss. My, that's a funny-looking horse you got there.
Wait a minute, you're looking at me. The horse is over there. I'd have knocked your block off for that.
You knock my block off with what?
With my muscle. Just feel that arm. You know Popeye the Sailor?
Yeah.
I'm Minnie the Mouse.
Yeah. Say, that horse of yours sure is quiet, did I?
Yeah, it's doctor's orders. He broke his leg last
Broke
week.
a leg, huh?
Yeah.
How can he run then?
Shh. Underneath, ponies.
We're glad to have you
On
here,
top,
Did I?
big egg.
Yeah. Glad to have you here, did I? Now that entry fee's about $10.
$10 to enter the rodeo, huh? Yeah. Well, how much you got in your hand there?
Let me see. $8.
Well, here's 2 more. Now we're square.
Yeah, see you later.
Okay. Smart man. Hey, it's getting near feeding time, Buckshot. Hand me that bag of oats there.
Okay, here.
Boy, I sure was hungry. Tuesday nights, you can help us out on that. He's lost his place in the strip, I guess. Well, I'll just mosey around now and see who's out of jail.
Here you are, folks. Just take a peek through this keyhole and get a thrill.
Hey.
Only 2 bits.
Oh, boy. Just peek through the keyhole and get a thrill, huh? Okay, here's my 2 bits, mister.
Thank you, brother. Now go right ahead and peek.
Okay. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
What is it, Deadeye?
A T-bone steak.
Now, Deadeye.
What is it, Justice Joe? You starting the rodeo yet?
Yeah, now, just hop on this here horse here, and if he don't throw you, you win $50.
Okay, I'll hop on him.
Oh, Deadeye, the horse threw you.
Yeah, with a spit curve, too. Well, I'll try again. Come here, horse. Right into the lemonade stand. Well, I guess I'll drink some while I'm here. Mighty good lemonade, bud. Here's your nickel.
Come on, Deadeye, try to ride this horse just once more.
Okay, I'll get on him.
Oh! He threw you again, Deadeye.
Yeah, he kind of nasty, ain't he? Look at my arm, a universal joint.
Hey, Deadeye, look, there goes Justice Joe.
Yeah?
I'll bet he's run away with all the money from the rodeo.
Yeah, well, I'll stop him. I'll just put a shot across his bow. Ow! I meant stern. Hey, where you going with that little satchel, Justice Joe? Trying to run away with the money, huh?
Yeah, and you ain't gonna stop me.
Oh, yes, I am. Justice Joe, if you make one move, you're a dead man.
Oh, you're just bluffing. Goodbye.
Deadeye, what happened?
There ain't no justice. Thank you. Then we have Clem, the fella from the country. He's going to enter an amateur contest so that he can make some money. Well, here I am. There's something about a sailor. There's something about a sailor. There's something about a sailor that is blonde, blonde, blonde. Well, there's Daisy June's house. I see her hanging a few things out on the clothesline. It's either her house dress, her stockings, her apron, and her... Gee, them long underwear sure shrink up a lot, don't they? I wonder if the doorbell works. I guess I better knock.
Hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy. That ought to take care of next week, too.
Say, Clem, where you been?
Yeah, the Rose Bowl game.
But, Clem, the Rose Bowl game was 3 days ago. Where you been all this time?
I had a seat in the top row, that's all, brother. Hey, hold still a minute. There's a bee on your head.
A bee on my head?
Yeah. Here, I'll get him with this swatter.
Get it, Clem?
No, but I sure gave you a lumpy expression.
Gee, Clem, you look tired. Did you sleep last night?
No, not very well. I just all night long I was chasing Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, my, did you catch her?
No. Lana Turner tripped me.
You like to dream, don't you, Clem?
Yeah, you need a better class of racing books. Hey, Daisy June, can I come into your house?
No, not unless you wipe your shoes off.
No, I ain't going all the way home just to get them for that.
Clem, ain't you wearing shoes? It looks like you are.
I know, I had my feet saddle stitched.
Well, all right, Clem, you can come into the house.
Yeah.
But that bill collector's in there. Unless we
still
pay the
here.
mortgage, yep, out we go.
You gotta pay the mortgage or out you go? In the cold?
Yeah.
In the ice and snow?
Yeah.
With nothing to eat?
Yep.
Sound like the second act of the drunkard, don't it? Hey, maybe I can help you out, Daisy June.
$200?
Still $200, huh? Well, I hope you like the coffee down at the rescue mission.
Oh, Clem, listen, don't you know where you could get $200?
Well, we could sell one of Bing Crosby's horses.
Oh, Clem, you couldn't get that much for one of Crosby's horses.
Per pound?
Clem, you just don't talk sense. Sit down and give me a kiss.
A kiss? What's that?
Well, that's where you pucker up your lips and go,
Oh, you mean a Glendale goober.
well, I don't care what it's called. Give me one.
Okay, there.
Well, what did you think of it?
Nah, I think I'll go home and play with my electric train.
Clem, can't you think of a way you could earn that $200 for the mortgage?
Sure, come go with me. They're having an amateur contest down at the Raleigh Theater. That's where I used to be an usher, you know.
You were an usher at the Raleigh Theater?
Sure, up in the balcony. I had a uniform, a flashlight, and everything. I was supposed to keep the folks from necking.
Well, did you make them stop necking?
Yep.
How?
I used to set the feller's lap before she did.
Well, how did it work out?
Oh, fine, but my mother made me give him his ring back.
Listen, Clem. I don't think you could win that amateur contest you was a-talking about. You ain't no actor.
Yes, I am, too. Just smell my hair.
Okay, I'll smell your hair. Why, Clem, Saccone. Rich Lube.
Yeah, let's try 3 or 4 more. That's canal number 3. See, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sing a song and win the contest. Hey, wake up, Ozzy, wake up. I don't mind the audience, but you're getting paid.
Oh, Clem.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sing a song and win the contest.
Now you say you can sing. Can you really?
Sure I can sing.
How do you know?
Well, you heard Nelson Eddy sing Shortening Bread?
Yep.
Well, I do an imitation of Shortening Bread singing Nelson Eddy. Wait till them people see me do my imitations, boy.
Imitation? Can you do imitations?
Sure, what's this one?
Well, what was that?
Imitation of a moron.
Clem, you never moved a muscle.
Don't tell me how a moron goes.
Clem, I do believe you're an idiot.
I am not an idiot.
No?
No, I'm just mentally deficient.
Well, come on.
Mentally deficient. That ain't gonna be there Tuesday, you know that.
Come on,
Boy, they
Clem.
put in a 3-syllable word and I'm a dead duck.
Let's get into the theater.
Yeah, when I get into the Clem character, boy, I don't read or nothing. You know?
Say, you feel nervous, Clem?
Nope.
Well, if you ain't nervous, why don't you take your thumb out of your mouth then?
Okay.
Come on, all of it.
Gosh, it was deeper than I thought. Hey, Daisy June, you act with me,
Why, I ain't no actor.
Well, what have we got to lose, Daisy June? If they like us, we get paid.
But what if they don't like us?
Well, if eggs 75 cents a dozen, we're ahead either way.
Well, I just don't think it's a good idea.
Oh, don't be silly. Hey, maybe they'll let us see the show, too. There's 2 pictures showing there, Whistling in Dixie and DuBarry Was a Lady.
Oh, Red Skelton's in them pictures, ain't he?
That's okay. We can sit behind a post. That must be the theater manager over there. I'll walk over and talk to him. I'll sing on the way over and make him think of Chloe. Chloe.
Now, look, brother, if you're looking for the lost and found department, it's over there, see?
Hey, is this where they having the amateur contest?
Yeah. Hey, that's terrific. That's the best imitation of a walrus I ever saw in my life.
I ain't imitating no walrus.
No?
Nah, my teeth always droop after I brush them.
So you're an amateur, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I got paid for the vaudeville act I did at the Saliva branch of the Stamp Club.
Oh, please give him a chance, mister. He's a singer.
Oh, he's a singer, eh?
Yep.
Tell me, do you know Cavalleria Rusticana?
No.
The Andante Cantabile?
No, I don't think so.
Debussy's Clair de Lune?
No. With me, it's Mr. 5x5 over and over again.
Well, I can put you on right after a man who's going to stick his head into a lion's mouth.
Oh, man,
Gosh, ain't that dangerous?
Sure, it's dangerous. The lion might choke to death. Come on, can we stand in the wings and watch?
You can watch.
Okay,
You can watch.
there he goes now.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting JoJo the Fearless. Music cue's not here, so I'll go right ahead.
Yeah, go right
Presenting
ahead.
JoJo the Fearless, who will stick his head into the lion's mouth. The lion is opening his jaws.
Oh, look at
And
that
now JoJo's putting his head between the gleaming, vicious white teeth.
Well, Daisy June, we're on.
And our next act. Our next act, Clem and Daisy June in jokes and songs.
Yeah, now remember, Daisy June, I'm the funny guy.
Well, okay.
So ready or not, here we come on. Gee, look at all the people.
Well, close your mouth and let's do the act.
Okay. Well, sir, it's going to be tough sledding around here tomorrow.
Why? No snow?
That's my line. Hey, why are we... Say, why are we going to have to paint a picture of the dawn to show our children?
Well, I don't know, Clem. Why are we going to have to paint a picture of the dawn to show our children?
Because when they grow up, there'll be no rising sun.
Say, Clem, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
That was no show, that was a hammer. Say, you know, my brother got a job selling ice cream on a mule.
Good humor?
No, he's sore all the time.
Get off one home, you big Go on, Clem. Go on. Don't let him worry you. Get going.
They look kind of mean to me. Now, folks, I'll do a little magic for you.
Good idea. Why don't you vanish,
I
Bob?
would- Oh, why don't you go ask for your money back? Go on home, you bum, you. Now, here I have an empty silk hat. I'm going to cover it over and say a few magic words, and then I'll pull 2 rabbits out of the hat. Presto, chango, alcadabra, aligajam, hocus pocus, Mr. 5x5, presto, chango. Now, I'll turn the hat upside down.
Gosh, 437 rabbits.
Yeah, I wonder what I said.
Well, thank you very, very much, Clemson, Cadiddle, Hopper, and Company. Let's give them a hand. They tried.
Thank you very much, Daisy June. Say, now, wait a minute. I got a song to sing, mister.
You'll be sorry. Hit the road, you bum.
All right.
All right, folks, let's be quiet now and give him a chance. He might be another Lawrence Tibbett.
Yeah. Or even another Phil Harris. Who could tell?
Well, okay. What's the name of your song, brother?
Well, it's called Since Their Coffee Shortage, I'm Saving My Spooning for You Blues. Darling, I am growing older. Boy, listen to that applause, will you? I'll try it again. Darling, I am growing older. Listen, if you've got the hiccups, why don't you go outside? I'll try it again. Darling, I am...
Clem, you hurt? Did they shoot you?
You know that song I was just singing?
Yes.
Well, the audience decided I ain't going to get any older either.
Now, let's do it. Let's try it.
about contests, Truman. I entered a contest once where they gave away $1 million absolutely free.
$1 million, Red? Why
Yeah.
did they do that?
Well, the president was just crazy about box tops.
Yeah. Well, here's a contest where no one can lose. If you get the cigarette that gives you advantages over all others, Raleigh's. You can actually see the tobaccos in Raleigh cigarettes are unmistakably more golden in color. That's proof of choicer, more expensive tobacco, as any expert will tell you.
You mean you don't even have to finish this sentence? I like Raleigh's because in 25,000 words or less?
No, as a smoker, you don't do anything. You just sit back and enjoy the 31 finer tobaccos blended into Raleigh's. For unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness. On top of all this proved superiority, Raleigh's give you valuable coupons redeemable for cash. 3/4 cent each. War stamps. And for dozens and dozens of handsome luxury premiums for home and personal use.
Yeah, I'd like to see one of those premiums. Looks like,
Well, you can, Red. Get the new full-color premium catalog. See these glorious gift-like items. A postcard to Raleigh Cigarettes, care of the station to which you are now listening, will bring your catalog absolutely free.
What, no victory tax?
Why, of course not. Meanwhile, get a head start on smoking pleasure and on the magnificent premium of your choice. Tonight, get the pack with a coupon on the back, Raleigh Cigarettes.
Then we have a lady and her little boy. He thinks he can enter a model airplane contest. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Junior, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
Well, stop it. The suspense is getting on my nerves.
I was just sitting here on the sofa with me little legs crossed, thinking about the future.
Why, Junior, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
A little boy like you looking into the future.
Yeah, do you think Dick Tracy will ever catch up with Prune Fate?
Junior, when will you learn that there are other things to read in the newspaper besides the jokes?
I know it, Mama. I know. Go ahead and ask me something. Go ahead and ask me something.
All right. Who is General Eisenhower?
I give up.
Well, who is General Montgomery?
I give up.
Well, who is General Rommel?
He should give up. Oh, but I just sat here and look at the... There are such things. There are such things.
Junior, are you singing the song?
Nope, just looking at Esquire.
Look, why don't you run outside and play?
No, that big boy down the street, he's just waiting for me to come out, so he wants to play Indian Massacre with me.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
What are you going to be?
I ain't going to be Gene Autry.
Junior, I can't understand why you don't get along better with the other little boys.
Because I like little girls better.
You like little girls better? Why?
She's pretty dumb for an ex-car hop, ain't she, Fred? Hey, look, Mummy, I was making a toy airplane so I can win the little pilots contest.
Well, why are you making it in the living room?
Gotta have material, don't I? I gotta need some more wood, too.
Junior, what happened to that piano leg?
Termites.
Termites don't make a noise like that.
This one does. He got an outboard motor.
Oh, Junior, that's your father's razor. Why don't you use the little saw in your carpenter set?
I couldn't. It's stuck in the piano.
The piano?
Yeah, I want my P40 to be mahogany.
Junior, you didn't saw up the piano.
Yeah.
Well, did you?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to Tchaikovsky's Serenade in B-flat minor.
Junior, I ought to give you a good spanking.
Yeah, but if I won the model airplane contest, won first prize, boy.
Well, what would you do with it?
Well, I would bribe the RAF to make me an assistant.
Assistant? You'd be boss.
You ain't kidding either.
Well, I suppose I ought to be glad that you're taking some interest in the war effort.
Yeah, but I'm for the war effort 100%, except Mr. McNutt. He's against me. He won't let miners join the army.
Oh, Junior, he means copper miners. You know, men that dig in the ground.
What do? Eat me way in?
Well, anyway, I'm glad to see you're busy. What kind of a plane are you building?
A Jap Zero, the same kind Emperor Yo-Yo made.
Not Yo-Yo, you mean Tojo.
Yo-Yo, Tojo, what's the difference? They both at the end of their rope.
You're not really building a Japanese plane, are you?
I am building a P-38, and it flies, too.
So that's where all my rubber bands went to.
No, I didn't use a rubber band. I used one of Pop's old garters.
Well, that's pretty clever, Junior.
No, it don't work so hot. Socks keep getting caught in the propeller all the time.
Honestly, Junior, I don't know who causes me more trouble, you or your father.
No, it's about even. He's worse, but I'm home more. Hey, by the way, Mummy, did Pop step on me roller skate this morning when he left?
Why, yes, he did. Why?
I thought it was funny he went out without opening the front door. Hey, you don't have to worry about Pop. He told me that he was on the wagon for the New Year.
He did?
Yeah. He said, son, I'm not going to drink all year long.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm not going to take a drink of milk.
Now, listen, you get busy and clean up that mess you made of that piano.
Oh, Mummy, come and think of it. Will you let me know plane? It will fly 10 miles an hour. It will play the Yankees coming. Say, Mummy, you know your nylon stockings? I got to tell you sometime, I got.
Yes?
Make the wonderful parachute. Say, I wonder if my plane would land on water. Let's see. I will see. I will get some water. Let's see. Oh, the goldfish bowl. The goldfish bowl. I will bring it over.
Junior, put down that goldfish bowl.
Why?
Well, you might drop it on your foot and scare the fish or something. Now, go ahead and play with your aeroplane. I'll watch you.
Okay. Hey, Mummy, don't make me nervous. Have somebody look over my shoulder.
I don't care. The minute I turn my back, you're up to some devilment.
She knows me pretty well, don't you, folks?
Now, look, I'm going out and bring in the wash, and when I get back, I want to see this room just the way you found it.
Now, she ought to know better than that. Well, here I is, all alone. If there's any nervous old ladies in the audience, now's your chance to go across the street to the bowling alley. Now, let's see. Well, I don't know what to do. I could fly. Maybe I could try. Oh, I'll find something else to try. Let's see. I will climb up on top of the bookcase, and I will stretch me hand out, and then I will fly like an airplane. Boy, here I go up the flower of eight. 4 rotors.
Did you break something?
Meow, meow.
Oh, that darn cat.
You pays to advertise, don't you? Oh, boy. Now, let's see. I will fly. Here I go across the room. I'm going to dive into the sofa. Here I go. Just call me Eddie Wickenbacker. Oh, just call me Brokenbacker. Oh, boy, that's no good. I only fly one way, straight down.
Junior, where are you?
Here I is up on the chandelier.
Well, how did you get up there?
I don't know, but stay away from that divan. It's got an awful kick in it.
Well, get down. I guess I'll go out and back and bring in the rest of the wash.
Oh, yeah, you mean it's time for the milkman to come by.
Junior, it is not.
Oh, no? Hey, cutie, how about a kiss?
How's about a pound of butter? Junior! Now you're going to get it.
Oh, you broke me, widow. You let me broke me, widow.
I broke your widow what?
You broke me, widow. I don't know, but it ain't been rationed.
Now you stay here while I go out and get the rest of my wash.
No, I want to come too, Mummy.
Now what help could you be with the wash?
Plenty. I could catch me long underwear. It's pretty speedy, you know.
No, you stay here.
Now, you let me go or I will bang the head against the fireplace.
Junior, stop banging your head against the fireplace. You're shaking all the soot down.
I will go. We had got company. We had got company. Or something.
I'm the man next door.
Oh, nothing.
I'd like to borrow a cup of sugar.
Oh, you dreamer, you. Hey, Mummy, the man next door wants to borrow a cup of sugar.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harkins.
Hello.
My, you certainly have a fine little boy there.
Where?
You know, it would be nice if he could join the Boy Scouts.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, I tried to join the Boy Scouts once, but they kept moving away from me.
Well, here's a cup of sugar, Mr. Harkins.
Well, thank you. You see, my wife is baking a cake, and she ran short.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of cake you baking?
A coconut. Why?
Take the sugar back. I don't like that kind.
Oh, but Junior, we'll send you over a nice piece of it.
Will you? Is it nice and gooey and sticky?
Oh, yes, very gooey and sticky.
Oh, that's good. I just got room for it in my back pocket here.
Junior, that was pretty naughty. And I think you'd better start improving while I go back and get the rest of my wash. I'll bring in the last few pieces.
Yeah, that's all ever comes out is pieces. Well, here I is, all alone. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. Well, let's see. I need a long pole now from the airplane as a runway. I will take the curtains off the pole, and I can balance it up there on that. Now it's all set.
Junior, why are my curtains lying on the floor?
No curtain pole.
Why, where is the curtain pole?
There it is, Mummy, right on your head.
Hey, what beautiful stars.
Stars? Where? Where?
Right there in front of my eyes.
I want to see them, too. I want to see them, too.
Okay.
Boy, look at them.
Junior, go and play, will you?
Okay. Boy, I better finish me little plane so I can win that first prize. Gee, I got an idea. Maybe I could win a prize without making a plane. Where's the electric fan? I will hide it behind this drapery and turn it on. There. Now, looks like an invisible airplane.
Moving while I go back and get the rest of my wash. I'll bring in the last few pieces.
Yeah, that's all ever comes out is pieces. Well, here I is all alone. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. Well, let's see. I need a long pole now from the airplane as a runway. Now, we'll take the curtains off the pole, and I can balance it up there on that. Now it's all set.
Junior, why are my curtains lined?
No.
Come
no,
here.
No.
I want to pat you on the back. You said you wanted me to.
Oh, yeah, but you taking up.
Shame on you.
No, don't you hit me, Mummy. I only did it for you so you'll be proud of me. Just as I am proud to be your little boy.
Why, Junior, what a beautiful sentiment.
Yeah.
All right, darling, run along then.
Boy, that stuff works better than mink coats, don't it?
We'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. And until next Tuesday, then...
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting America's favorite, the Blue Network Breakfast Club with Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Good morning to you. We got up bright and early just to howdy do you. The coffee's on, the table set, there's bacon in the skillet. And Harry Cogan and his boys have fumes to fill it. So come on, gang, and gather around. We'll start this meeting. Just line up here, I'll call your name, then sing your greeting. Marion May, how do you do? And yours truly, who's glad to see you. And the Romeos, our guests today, let them in. Breakfast clubbers, wake up and smile. That baby got happy, makes life worthwhile. Good morning, breakfast clubbers, good morning to you. We got up bright and early to howdy do you. Daddy, mother, sister, brother, toss away all care. America, arise. The Breakfast Club is on the air. Good morning. Well, in case you were wondering what Everett Mitchell said back there, this is not Don McNeil. However, Don's train is in the station, and he's on the way here from the station. Be here in a minute, so we'll just kind of sit down and take it easy and listen to the Hey, Romeos, come on over here. I forgot. I thought Harry was going to do something. Here are the Romeos. No, suppose you kill about 3 minutes here, Sam, you and the fellas.
2:35.
2:35, while Don is getting here from the station, will you?
We're going to do Sugar
And
Blues,
then we'll
Cap.
have to take up a collection to pay the cab fare, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Thank you.
Sugar blues, everybody singing the sugar blues. The whole town is ringing, my loving gal, sweet as can be.
Oh, but the doggone fool turned sour on me.
So unhappy, feel so sad, I could lay me down and die. You can say what you choose, but I'm all confused. I got the sweet, sweet sugar blues, more sugar. Got the sweet, sweet sugar blues.
I think McNeil was pretty smart staying away, I'm telling you.
He's no fool. Isn't that a stupid way to make a living?
Oh, I'll agree
So who's
with
making
you.
one?
Yeah. I'll agree with you on that, Sam. I understand when I was away on my vacation, I keep looking around every minute expecting somebody to walk in that door back there, and I hope they do. I understand when I was on my vacation that Harry and the boys started a little extra feature around the breakfast club here. Harry, come over here a minute, would you? And tell me a little about this thing that I don't know anything about here.
Well, we've had some requests for polkas.
Yeah, well, I like it. I'll come over tonight and play a little if you want to.
No. This is a musical polka.
Oh, musical polka.
Yeah. And we're going to feature Jackie Cordero on the clarinet.
Oh, fine. What's it?
And the title is?
Oh, clarinet polka. That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, I like draw polka much better. Thank you, Harry. I'll take a full house with that every time. I was giving Sam a little massage there. There's a reason we didn't know about that. You know, Don's once in a great, about once every 2 or 3 times every year, Don brings his family down here and has a little talk with them. Now, he isn't here yet, and they came down to surprise him. So I'm just going to throw a real little surprise at him and get over here and talk to him, and then when he comes in, he won't know anything about it. So I'm going to go over and interview this fine family of Don's and have the pleasure of talking to him myself. And then when he comes in, why, he won't even get a chance to talk to him. Hi, Donnie.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
What'd you come down here for this morning?
Because Daddy just came back from his fishing trip.
He did. You think he maybe caught something?
Yeah.
You think so? You hope so, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's a mighty pretty shirt you got on there. You like it, too?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Blue.
Kind of tell folks what it looks like. It's a polka dot or something like that?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, boys, my family.
Oh, Sheriff, what's going on here? Hello, Robert Patrick. How are you? Well, here, come on over and take over then. Here they are. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Jack.
Fine.
How are you? Fine.
Okay.
You're looking fine.
Thank you. So are you. Where?
Did you have a good fishing trip?
Oh, I sure did. How was your vacation?
Fine, swell.
Swell. Glad to see you. We'll
Fine.
talk it over later.
Well, look at the family.
This is your family.
You're telling me.
McNeil, may I present Mr. McNeil?
Hello, Mr. McNeil.
How do you
Hi.
do,
This
Mr.
is Robert
McNeil?
Patrick.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
That's Tommy.
Hello, Tom. How are you, Tom?
Fine.
Hi, Don. How are you?
Hi.
This is
Glad
your
to see you.
sister sitting
Hi, Bobby.
right over here.
Hi.
How are you? Hi,
This is your
sis.
sis.
Yeah, sure. I know the whole
There you
game.
are. I hope they all recognize you.
Wasn't
so
that nice
take
of
over.
them all to come down?
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely.
Wait a minute. What?
Welcome back, Daddy.
Well, thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. He's applauding like mad just to chip off the old block. He gets his applause by himself. He knows what his old man goes through. But Jack, it's...
We're down to here in the program.
Are you?
Yeah, right there.
Hello, Harry. Hello, people.
I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Somebody gave me that broken down chair. Wait a minute.
Welcome back.
Thank you. That's you, Sam, no doubt. Give me a broken down chair. What'd you say, Marion?
I say I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Sure did.
You did?
Yeah.
Big ones?
Huh?
How many?
Oh, 40, 50, 60.
Oh, we're going to have big fish dinner, huh?
Yeah. Well, that is,
This week?
40, 50, I say 40, 50, 60. Of course.
Here we go.
Some of them were a little small. We had to throw them back.
Oh.
Matter of fact, we did get 20, 30 dandies, though.
Did you?
Well, I say
Bring 'em
20,
home?
30. Of course, there are a lot of other fellas there that wanted to take fish, too. So I brought home, 10, 20 dandies. So.
Oh.
That's
10, 20, that's...
Well, of course, there were
that's
three
good
of us that came home together. I got...
You stopped on the way, I suppose. and-
I got a fish's head that's a dandy here. I want you to see it after the program, really.
In my solitude, you haunt me with reverie of days gone by. In my solitude, you taunt me with memories that never die. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. Dear Lord above, send back my love. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love.
Thank you very much, Marion. That was grand. Certainly nice to see all this fine gang back again after a couple days.
Say, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm awfully surprised to see Robert Patrick, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I could have swore Don took him along for bait.
Yeah, me too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, make him quit picking on me, then.
Yeah.
He's always picking on me.
Isn't he a funny man, Bobby? Yeah. That's what I think,
He's
too.
got tongue in his cheek, too.
Yeah.
See there?
Also some gum.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a silly man, isn't he? Yeah. Exactly the way we all feel about it.
He always picks on me.
Oh, boy. I'm glad we got in, but very little late this morning. They sure drive those trains fast nowadays. The fellow I was with this morning, Joe Hartenbar, who will be in here any minute now with the luggage and the fish, he tried to shave this morning.
He did?
A little later on, he's riding to Montgomery Ward for a new upper lip, and I hope he makes it, too. Boy, they really go, you know.
Don, you caught fish, you say?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not very important, you know.
No, I don't.
The main thing is, did you get any old rubber boots or rubber tires?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Why, we saw an old rubber tire there, and you ought to see 6 boats almost turned over waiting to get to it first. Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah, those are very valuable.
I know they are.
Fillet, they're wonderful, you know. Yeah.
Fillet of boot is
Yeah,
very
oh, excellent. I always get a big boot out of it myself. Now we're ready for Harry Cogan and the boys, I think, to end this quarter. All right, Harry, and let me see where I am.
Morning breakfast clubbers, may we salute you with second call to breakfast that's planned to suit you.
We can get 'em up, we can get 'em up, we can get 'em up in the morning.
Second call to come to breakfast, everybody come to breakfast. Eat your meal with Don McNeil, who serves a smile for you.
Yes, sir, second call to come to breakfast, and that brings Jack Baker, who has been your very fine master of ceremonies, I have no doubt, for the last 3 days to the fore. Jack, I'll be truthful with you. There on that river, I didn't listen to a radio or look at a newspaper. I haven't any idea what's going on.
You mean for 3 whole days?
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing. I didn't listen to you for 2 weeks when I was on my vacation.
I think you got the better of the deal, you know.
No, I think, no fooling, I think that somebody should have introduced you and me instead of me introducing you to your family, because it's been, it's been exactly 3 weeks since I saw you, I think.
That is the
2 weeks and a
longest.
half.
The longest we've been apart for a long
Yes,
time.
I know it is. But anyway, I was tickled to death to see you walk in because I really wore myself out on this vacation, and I came home to rest.
Yeah.
And here I had to go right to work and do your job and mine, too.
I thought you'd like a good change. Where do you want to go, Bobby? Or maybe you better not tell me.
Maybe you said where for me to go.
What are you going to sing, Jack? Jack sings The Way You Look Tonight. Here, Bobby, come on over. We'll talk to Mama.
Someday, when I'm all alone, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you're lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look
Jack, that's swell, boy. You're right back in the old voice again, I see.
Thank you very much.
The way you look tonight. Last night we had an awful lot of fun on the train. We got a hold of, 6, 7. Turned out to be about 20.
How much did you win?
Just a minute.
Oh.
20 boys from the Army.
Good hands you have?
Huh?
Oh, good hands all
We
the
didn't.
time?
We didn't play cards.
Oh.
We all sat around and talked and had a lot of fun. And it happened that a lot of these boys are breakfast clubbers. And this morning, I woke up and here they were right outside the berth with a mouth organ playing "Good Morning, Breakfast Clubbers." Good morning to you. So I had a little dose of that before I got down here this morning. Swell boys too. Boys from New Jersey and Texas and Florida and Oklahoma, all over.
Oh, I really had some fun in those places.
Did you?
Yeah, over in New Jersey, I had a lot of fun. And down in Texas, oh, man, did I have fun
You?
in Texas. Yeah, and down in Oklahoma. And
Don, how can
Where
you
were
go all
you
those
anyway?
places?
Oh, I was just flitting around from one place to the other.
Every place but Gary.
Really? That's fine. I'm going to talk to some of the other breakfast clubbers who are here this morning and see what they have in their minds. Oh, first, though, however, we have to have something a little cultural on the program. I imagine you've been having that the last
thank
3
you.
days.
Yeah.
Not you, Sam.
We're both very glad to be here.
Yeah.
Sam and I.
Well, this happens to be opera that I have in mind. Today is opera morning. Oh, set it. This is the prelude to Act 1 from La Traviata by Verdi. And our maestro, the man with the dual personality, Harowitz Coganini 1 minute, Prince of Pep the next, he's chosen for our opera the prelude to Act 1 of La Traviata. Now, the story of this thing is very familiar.
Terry is doing a slow burn over there.
Is he?
I think he's mad, too.
Really? This is based on the play Camille. This tells a very sad story about a girl named Violetta who has more troubles than your rationing board. She finally goes into a decline. She fades away to a shadow and dies. Now, the first time that La Traviata was produced, the part of fragile little Violetta was played by a very big prima donna. And when this ample lady announced in a feeble voice that she was dying, the audience howled with laughter, and it broke up the show. She was a little too big for that. So great care has been taken every year since to get just a little tiny babe to do Violetta. I have a feeling that some breakfast clubbers who aren't exactly in the bantamweight class themselves may be yearning to act the part of delicate little Violetta. So today we're playing for all the kitchen Camilles who weigh in at 150 pounds or better, but hanker to languish a little bit. You just forget all about your round, rosy cheeks and pretend you're wasting away glamorously at about 90 pounds. You're reclining on a satin chaise lounge, surrounded by sofa pillows and pallor. And you did all this without dieting or exercise. Just lie down now and take it easy. And sing very beautifully this lovely prelude to Act 1. Harry, while the gals dream about it, about being so beautifully unhealthy, play for them. Now, oh, Sam, quiet. Quiet, please. absolutely beautiful as Violetta. Thank you, Breakfast Clubber, for doing that so nobly.
I like that romantic stuff.
You like that romantic?
Yeah.
Well, you were doing a good imitation of Violetta yourself.
Yeah, when I was young, all I thought about was girls.
All you thought about was girls when you were young, huh?
I thought about baseball when I was playing.
I outgrew it, though, Don.
Well, you outgrew it. Don't think about girls anymore,
No,
huh?
think about women.
Yeah. Oh, Sam, for goodness.
You know, I was thinking about baseball.
What?
I was thinking about baseball.
Were you?
You were talking about that guy Chameleon there.
No, Camille. Camille.
Oh.
That's different. No, Camille. Camille's playing
Opera
first.
stars play baseball?
What?
Do opera stars play baseball?
Not that I know
He
of.
couldn't hit a home run, I bet you.
I bet she couldn't either. No, sir, I don't believe
What do you mean confusing the people like that?
Oh,
Tell 'em
Sam,
things
stop.
like
I said Camille was an opera singer. He thought it was Camille with the Dodgers.
that. Oh.
Is he still with the Dodgers?
Yeah.
By the way, I'd like to send my regards to station KENO in Las Vegas, Nevada, and station WKEY in Covington, Virginia, who joined the Blue Network recently. So to Maxwell Kelch of Keno and Earl M. Key of Wookie, let's send him a little Cordon G, all right? There's a Cordon Blue for you. Welcome to the Breakfast Club. And now it's memory time around the breakfast table. Memory time and song without words. You know, talking to these soldier boys on the train last night as I was, it reminded me of a little poem that a private, Hyman Lazowitz, sent to me not so long ago about being just a private. You know, you can have your deeds of glory and all your tasks so nobly won, but if it weren't for all the privates, this war would not be won. Masterminds may plan the battles and strategic things to do, but it's just a lowly private who must carry these things through. So next time you drink to heroes who are known from coast to coast, just think of the simple private and then drink another toast.
In Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, I hope that was a little inspiration for you this morning, and certainly is for me to get back to the Breakfast Club again and hear our hymns once more in our memory time. And so, as we come to the end of this little quarter together around the breakfast table, supposing, Harry, you and the boys give vent to your feelings here.
This program came to you through facilities of the Office of War Information.
locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Say, fellas and girls, ever try one of those quiz games on your gang? My pal Jerry Link and I started one the other day with his best friend, and we sure had a busy time of it. Okay, Tommy, it's your turn. What's a catafighter? No fair telling him. Now, come on, Tommy, what's a catafighter? Give up?
Yeah, I give up.
All right, Jerry, you tell him.
Oh, that's easy. A catafighter is one of those little planes a merchant ship carries. They launch it by catapult.
Only you can't get a catafighter back aboard because those ships don't carry hoisting equipment. It stays right in the sea, and the crew gets picked up by boat.
Good for you, Mr. King. Oh, now here's yours. What country invented dive bombing?
Oh, that's easy. Germany.
No, you're wrong. Gee, are you dumb? The United States Navy invented dive bombing.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Jerry, if you're so smart, see if you can answer this one. What is a vitamin? Vitamin. Well, a vitamin is a... Well, it's a... Oh, gosh.
Well, gang, I can tell you right now, very few people actually know just exactly what a vitamin is. But we do know what vitamins can do for us. You see, it's this way. None of you can expect to grow up really strong and husky unless you eat right. And eating right includes getting all your vitamins. And I can't think of a better way to start getting two mighty important vitamins, B1 and D, than by ducking into a swell big bowl full of delicious Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. Yes, sir, it's that easy. And gosh, anybody who's lucky enough to have had a taste of crisp, crunchy Pep knows what a super delicious cereal it really is. So how's about doing yourself a double favor, hey, gang? Just ask your mother to get you a package of delicious Kellogg's Pep tomorrow and start right now having a mighty swell-tasting breakfast that's mighty swell for you. Remember the name now, Pep, P-E-P. Pep is made by Kellogg's in Battle Creek, Michigan.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you know, Dr. Leander Cameron, eccentric scientist, believing there are possibilities in the mechanical man, has set about building one with the financial backing of the Daily Planet. Unknown to Dr. Cameron and his friends, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and editor Perry White, dark forces are already at work, planning to seize the mechanical man when it's completed. As we resume our story, we find ourselves in a lavish penthouse apartment in a very fashionable part of Metropolis. In the apartment, we see a tall, thin man dressed in a jet-black dressing gown who is seated before an open fireplace. He has a hawk-like face with a sharp nose and small, beady eyes set deep in his head. At this moment, he is engaged in cleaning and polishing a beautiful pearl-handled revolver. An oak-paneled door opens somewhere in the room behind him.
Yes, Skelton?
The gentleman who called us here, sir.
Excellent. Show him in.
Very good, sir. Will you follow me, sir?
Sure.
You are James Mansfield Blood?
That's right. And you were the vulture.
Yes. Sit down, Mr. Blood.
Thanks. Nice layout you got here, vulture.
Thank you. I am fond of elegant surroundings.
Yeah, so I see. Pretty flossy, I'd say. Well, everybody to his own taste. Now, look, before I hire you for this job I want done, I'd like to know if you can do like you say you can do.
You mean procure the model of the mechanical man for you?
Yeah, that's right.
Have no doubt about that. I am not the head of my profession for nothing, Mr. Flood. There isn't anything I cannot accomplish. The vulture always finds a way.
Well, that's what they tell me. You're kind of a jack of all trades, ain't you?
I prefer to think of myself as a master of all trades, Mr. Blood.
You sound okay to me.
I say okay. Probably the finest actor and disguise artist in the world. I've always considered myself as great an artist in the matter of escape as Houdini himself. I never had the opportunity to match my ability against his.
Well, I'm sure glad to have you working for me. If you helping me, I can't miss.
You helping me, I can't miss.
In that, you are perfectly right. But let's get back to the mechanical man you want me to secure for you.
Right. But it's...
Secure for you.
Right. But it's...
Secure for you.
Right. Just the model. There's a wacky old scientist named Dr. Leander Cameron who's working on it. This mechanical man is supposed to be able to see, talk, walk, and actually think.
Sounds incredible. Are you sure?
If what I've heard is true, yes. Dr. Cameron, they tell me, never takes on a job unless he's sure he can do it. He promised editor Perry White of the Daily Planet that he would invent this mechanical wonder, and I'm sure he will.
Interesting. A mechanical man who can walk, talk, see, and think. Positively intriguing, to say nothing of its value in hard coin of the realm. I'm told millions could be made out of such an invention. There isn't a government in the world who wouldn't pay plenty to possess the plans of such a device. By George, we could sell it to the highest bidder.
We? You mean I could? Remember about you. You're working for me.
Oh, yes, I am working for you. I had forgotten for the moment. Where is Dr. Cameron's laboratory located?
All the dope is on this sheet of paper. I wrote it out for you so you wouldn't forget.
Excellent. I shall begin at once to make inquiries as to the progress of the mechanical man. Within a short time after it is completed, it will be in my hands, never fear.
Great. Then you can turn it over to me and collect your dough for doing the job.
I'm afraid we're going to have a little difficulty about that, Mr. Blood.
What do you mean?
I've done very well at my business, Mr. Blood, as you can see. I haven't reached this position of comfort and financial security by working for others. I work for myself, Mr. Blood, and I work alone.
Now, just a minute, Vulture.
You've been very helpful in putting me onto this excellent opportunity. I'm grateful to you. However, business is business, and so...
That revolver. Why are you pointing at me?
Wait. No. You rang, sir? Yes, Judson. The gentleman seems to have overstayed his welcome. Take him away.
And so enters our story, The Vulture, a villain destined to play an important role in the lives of our friends, especially in the life of Superman. Our scene now changes to the laboratory of Dr. Leander Cameron. Dr. Cameron is seated before a workbench on which stands a foot-high replica of the mechanical man, with several long...
6:15 for News of the World Today, and a column about faces and places in the news, brought to you by Roma, America's largest selling wines, the 2-to-1 favorite in California. In Washington, an investigation of conditions in Puerto Rico is impending, and there may be an explosion against the regime there of Governor Rexford Guy Tugwell. Throughout the nation, people are now discussing, along with the war, the new victory tax. Later, there'll be more on the subject of taxation, as well as some information about the island of Puerto Rico. But first, here is tonight's front page in the news.
In Russia, the Caucasus offensive gathered momentum today as the Red Army pursued the Germans west and northwest of recaptured Mozdok, 60 miles from the oil center of Grozny. This latest drive is retaking territory rivaling in importance that seized on the Stalingrad front, in the Veliki Luki area, and on the Middle Don. Russian offensives continued at a slower pace on other major sectors, where the Reds are within 70 miles of Latvia and 100 miles of Rostov, gateway to the whole Caucasus. In North Africa, American anti-tank forces and planes aided the French in beating off a heavy tank attack by the Germans and Italians upon Allied positions about Fuduk today. This fighting, some 20 miles west of the railroad highway junction at Kairouan, brought the first disclosure that American ground troops were in that sector. Meanwhile, United States light Douglas bombers and fighters strongly attacked concentrations of German tanks in the vicinity of the port of Sousse. In the Solomons, the Japanese had made their most successful attempt in 6 weeks to get supplies to their forces on Guadalcanal Island in the Solomons. 8 enemy destroyers reaching the vicinity of the northwestern end of Guadalcanal Saturday. They were attacked by torpedo boats which scored a hit on one and possibly 3 hits on 2 others. Enemy airplanes, in turn, bombed the PT boats but inflicted only slight damage. The Navy communique did not say whether any of the destroyers got through to Guadalcanal. London. Advisers to fighting French headquarters said today that Adolf Hitler had created a closed military zone 3 to 5 miles wide along the entire French Mediterranean coast from Menton to the Pyrenees. Preparations are being rushed to create fortifications in depth. In Marseille, the German High Command headquarters and another establishment frequented by Nazi soldiers were bombed last night at Marseille, the Vichy radio said tonight. Several people were reported hit. London, the RAF showered its first 1943 bombs on the pockmarked German Ruhr last night, despite bad weather which limited the raid to a small number of planes. 3 were lost. In just a moment, our feature column, Faces and Places in the News. But first, a message from the Roma Wine Company.
Dependability is just as important in wine as in friends. And that's the big reason why Roma wines are so tremendously popular. Yes, year in, year out, you can count on Roma wines for the same delicious, true-to-type flavor, absolutely every time. And dependability like that doesn't just happen. No, sir, that's the result of more than half a century of experience in making fine wines, besides all the modern scientific advantages of America's largest winery. So you see how smart it is to buy the favorite. You see how Roma can bring you such fine quality, such smooth, satisfying goodness for so little money. That's why you'll be wise to insist on Roma wines whenever you want to be sure of satisfaction. And that means every time. You can't go wrong when you buy Roma, the product of America's largest producer of wines, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Chairman George of the Senate Finance Committee said today he believed Congress would write into law some adaptation of the so-called Roma pay-as-you-go tax plan. The subject of taxation, particularly the new victory tax, is of concern to all of us. And on this subject, our columnist has more information.
As America goes into her second year of war, with record taxes to be collected, big, solemn Henry Morgenthau, Secretary of the Treasury, has in his lap the biggest job of his life. His department will be burning more and more midnight oil as the weeks wear on, and Henry the Morgue will perhaps grow grayer, wearier, and grimmer. For this week, with most of the nation already worrying about how to pay the March 15th installment on 1942 income tax, the Treasury Department chief is occupying his time ironing out all the kinks incident to collecting the new victory tax, 5% of all wages over $12 per week per person. Under some conditions, a portion of the victory tax may be applied against next year's income tax. However, the maximum credit that an unmarried person may be given from his victory tax is 25%. The maximum for a married couple, 40%. If the taxpayer does not qualify for the credit toward next year's income levy, the amount is held by the Treasury for rebate or application on income tax after the end of the war. Even if the victory tax is not deducted from our paychecks, we still have to pay it. Agricultural workers and domestics will not have the tax withheld from their wages, but they will be required to pay their 5% quarterly to the Treasury Department. Divorced persons paying alimony don't have to deduct the tax from payments, but the recipient of the alimony will have to pay 5% to the Treasury. Income taxes, too, are going to be stiff this year. A single person who earned $1,800 last year will pay more than 11%. From there on, it goes upward. A married couple with an $1,800 income will pay only $70 on it for 1942. And there's little use to look back to the good old days when, as in 1916, income tax didn't even start until a single person earned $3,000 a year, a married couple, $4,000. For next year, even if the war is over, it's a safe bet that there won't be any decrease. Just to make the picture more interesting at this point, the Treasury Department is planning to propose some new taxes for this year to raise another $6 billion and bigger victory tax rates. The perennial national sales tax, or enforced savings, are considered the greatest contenders to collect the additional shekels. Another good tax possibility for this year is that all federal levies may be placed on a pay-as-you-go basis. There was a Rummel plan before Congress that proposed skipping 1942 income taxes and beginning 1943 with a salary levy that would cover everything. That went by the board some time ago, but no one ever knows when some dead herring may come to life in Congress as it faces a war finance picture more complex than ever at the next session. Servicemen will have to pay the victory tax, but it won't be deducted from their paychecks. Like income tax, it can be left until the end of the war. But the wise boy in the service won't let either tax pile up. For a year or two hence, he may have a large and beautiful IOU staring him in the face when he doffs his khakis or blues. But even with the biggest tax levies in history staring America squarely in the eye, there isn't much grousing about it this year. We're in this war to win at any cost, and those of us who are just paying out dollars can't help feeling that we're still doing very little compared with the millions who face the possibility of paying with their lives for our freedom. And if it's any consolation to anyone who thinks we have big taxes to pay, we're still only shelling out about only 2/3 of what Britons do. And with fewer things to buy, we won't miss the money too much. And another thing most Americans can be thankful for is that they aren't Henry Morgenthau. For however complex taxes may look to most of us, they don't look half as bad as to the man who has to see that they are collected. While the rest of the nation digs deeper into its jeans for money to pay for the war, Henry Morgenthau has ahead of him a 365-day headache, and with the prospect of taking home every night a bigger-than-ever batch of work to pour over into the wee hours. From Washington today comes news of petitions from various groups living on the island of Puerto Rico asking for the removal of its governor, Rexford Tugwell. Puerto Rico, often referred to as the Gibraltar of the Western Hemisphere, is an American possession about which most of us know very little. It's an island in the West Indies, about 3 times the size of Rhode Island, 1,100 miles southeast of Miami, and 1,200 miles northeast of the Panama Canal. Discovered by Columbus, it was acquired by the United States during the Spanish-American War. Although it had long been known as Spain's richest and most conservative colony, its people welcomed the Americans as deliverers. But now, the island is impoverished, and the standard of living is amazingly low. A good illustration of this is the amount of milk consumed. In the United States, the per capita consumption is 3/4 of a pint per day. In Puerto Rico, it is exactly 1 teaspoonful. 40 cents a day is a good income there, but meat costs 30 cents a pound. People live in rickety shacks. Their slum dwellings make the hovels of Calcutta look healthy by comparison, and in some villages, all of the people suffer the ravages of malaria. Puerto Rican babies are scrawny, sickly, and underfed, and the infant mortality rate is the highest in the world. Overpopulation is the main cause of Puerto Rico's dire poverty, but there are other reasons. Paradoxically, sugar is one, for the island lives by sugar. But 65% of the sugar industry is absentee-owned, which means that great profits leave the island. Employment for sugar workers is seasonal, only a few months of the year, and in recent years, the price has drastically fallen. Other factors which have contributed to Puerto Rican poverty are tariffs, which require natives with little money to pay high prices for goods, and complex shipping laws which have prevented the building up of trade. But today, Puerto Rico is a vital pivot in the defense of the United States. This is partly because of its geographical location, which finds it an important block to the eastern approaches to the Panama Canal. Its importance, however, is a political factor mainly, because we own it. It is the only site in the Caribbean Sea with which the United States can do as it pleases. Recently, our defense efforts have been booming on the island. The Army has a great air base there, and the chief Navy project is the Isla Grande base at the harbor of the capital city, San Juan. Other Army, Navy, and air projects are in progress. Puerto Rico is seeing the most strenuous days in its history, and as a result of so much military activity, the low standard of living is already showing signs of rising. Today, plans are underway for the curtailment of disease, poverty, overcrowding, and unemployment among the natives on our valuable island outpost. The legislative action announced today, which is to be taken as a result of the request for a new governor, points the way toward better days for Puerto Rico, long neglected Gibraltar of the Western Hemisphere. We will have more news in just a moment.
We marvel more every day at the wonders of modern scientific production. And when you sip delicious Roma wines, you're benefiting by one perfect example of that modern miracle. For the Roma Wine Company, America's largest producer of wines, has added all the advantages of the most up-to-date modern methods to the experience of over 50 years in making fine wines. In America's largest winery, Roma has the scientific equipment that assures true-to-type wines, that makes dependably delicious wines every time. It's no wonder, then, that Roma wines lead in popularity, especially when you can buy such fine quality, such smooth, satisfying goodness for so little money. So remember, when you're buying wines, ask for Roma wines every time.
Now, here is the news.
London. Harold Macmillan, newly appointed British resident minister, has arrived at Allied headquarters in North Africa, where it's expected he will confer at once with General Henri Giraud, High Commissioner, and other French leaders in an effort to smooth out the rift with the fighting French. The Berlin radio quoted a Japanese army spokesman today as declaring that Japan would continue on the attack through 1943 to put herself in position for the conquest of China, India, and Australia, Midway, and Hawaii, and perhaps for landings on the North American continent. London. The Admiralty announced tonight the loss of the destroyer Fire Drake. It had a complement of 145 men and was commissioned in 1935. New York. Paul V. McNutt, War Manpower Commissioner, said today the armed services will almost certainly claim every replaceable male employee of military age and fitness in every industry, regardless of its essentiality. Washington. President Roosevelt enlarged the authority of the Office of Defense Transportation today to cover all domestic transportation within the territories and possessions of the United States, including local bus and streetcar services. The War Department has purchased 6 hotels, a school, and a private hospital for use as permanent military hospitals, and has leased 6 other hotels, 2 schools, and 3 private hospitals as temporary military hospitals. Bulletin, United Nations headquarters in Australia. Victorious Allied troops in New Guinea are preparing to smash the last remaining remnants of the defeated Japanese Papuan Army. General Douglas MacArthur's headquarters announced today.
Now we'll say good evening for your host, the Roma Wine Company, Fresno, California, your reporter and your columnist. We'll return tomorrow and every evening, Monday through Friday at 6:15, with news and the column about faces and places in the news. And remember, to appreciate America's finest wine, don't drink it. Sip it. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds.
This is Don Lee Mutual.
Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Skull Mountain. Hail Silver! Away!
The revelation that Daniel, the 14-year-old boy he had met in the North Country, was in reality his own nephew pleased the Lone Ranger very much. Now, instead of 2 horsemen, there were 3 who rode the high border trails: the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan. They made camp at the foot of Eagle Pass. Because the trail was covered with a thick crust of ice and snow, the Lone Ranger decided to rest the horses before attempting such a steep and dangerous ascent.
I don't want to ask too much of your pony.
Oh, if I could just ride a horse like Silver.
You think you could, Dan?
Oh, sure. I've been wanting to ask you to let me try.
Try to ride Silver?
Yes.
Silver, plenty big horse.
I've ridden everything around the high border country. I'd just like to show you that I can.
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, you mean I'm to try and ride him?
The fall won't hurt. The snow's soft.
Fall? Oh, I won't fall. Oh, golly, wait till I show you. Steady there, Silver. Steady, boy. Steady now.
Go ahead, Dan. Do you want me to hold him for you?
If he'd only stand still.
Maybe you want leg up, huh?
No, I don't need help. There, I'm aboard.
Well, hang on.
He won't get rid of me. Hey!
Him fall off, Silver.
Steady, boy, steady.
Golly.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just got a neck full of snow, that's all.
Now, the horses from the South Country aren't as quiet as the ones here in the mountains.
Jiminy. You just let me try to ride, Silver, so I'd see I was bragging too much.
Well, not at all, Dan. I simply wanted to find out how well you understood horses. Did you have much of a chance to ride?
Well, not very much. Once in a while, Graham let me ride over to Skull Mountain. Say, we're right near Skull Mountain.
Yes? Why?
Well, Mr. Conway lives there. He's an old friend of Graham's. Well, I don't think he knows that Graham's gone.
Oh.
He lives there with his daughter. She's about my age.
What does he do?
Oh, not much of anything. He's been prospecting all his life, but never found anything. I'd like to see him for a few minutes.
Now?
Well, not if it'll delay you, but... Oh, I hate to leave the high border country without saying goodbye to him. He was always a good friend.
Tonto, what do you think of the sky?
No, plenty snow and clouds. It fall maybe after sundown.
I think we might as well plan to camp here tonight instead of trying to cross the mountains.
Ah.
Dan, can you be back here by sundown?
Oh, sure thing.
Do you know the trail, snow-covered as it is?
Oh, I don't have to follow a trail. It's easy to find the Conway place by landmarks. I'll be back by sundown for sure.
All right, we'll wait here.
Sam Conway sat in his cabin with a grim, set expression on his face. His daughter watched him as he loaded his 6 guns.
But, Dad, you've looked worried ever since last week when those 3 men came here.
Oh, shucks, it'd take more than 3 deadbeats like Jay Booth, Lefty, and Cole Henderson to worry me.
What did they want?
Nothing. Guess they were nosing around the assay office over in Elktown and got wind of the report of those ore samples I took in.
Did you really find gold, Dad?
I think so, Nancy. After all these years of prospecting and starving, I think I've finally made a strike.
Where is it?
Well, that's something I'm afraid to breathe to a soul. Not even you. Until I've registered the claim. And I can't do that until next spring.
Why?
Because right now it's buried under 10 feet of snow and ice. But I've got it mapped. And the map's right here next to my heart.
I think it's wonderful, Dad. And if it turns out like you think it will, why are you worried about those men?
I tell you, I'm not worried. Say, I thought you were going over to Carter's farm to get some milk and eggs.
Well, I was,
well,
but...
then run along.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Well, of course I will. Now go on.
No, I'll wear my heavy jacket. It's pretty cold outside.
Wait a minute, Nancy. Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
But I'm only going over to Mrs. Carter's. I'll be right back.
I know, but give your dad a kiss anyway. Just for luck.
Why, yes, Dad.
Now run along. I don't think she suspects anything. The less she knows, the better. Poor little tyke. Just like her ma used to be. Worries all the time. I'm just a mite worried myself. Booth and his gang of cutthroats show up, Here's somebody now. I'll keep the door covered. If it's that thieving coyote Booth, I'll... Go on, knock. When you get tired knocking, walk into some lead.
Hello, anybody home? Oh, Mr. Conway.
Danny, what are you doing here?
I'll feel better if you'll point that gun the other way.
Oh, excuse me, son. I... shut the door.
Guess I'm lucky I didn't shoot. Where's Nancy?
Well, I sent her over to the Carter Ranch on an errand.
Well, I just came by to tell you and Nancy goodbye.
Yeah, where you going? Does your grandma know you're leaving?
Well, I figured you hadn't heard. Gran's dead, Mr. Conway.
No. Well, I'm sure sorry to hear it, Dan. Really, I am.
Do you mind if I wait around and see Nancy?
Oh, not at all. No, you'd better run along, Dan.
Why?
Well, That's why, son. But now it's too late. Get down, hug the floor.
Well, who is it? Why are they shooting?
Wait till I say a few words in the kind of talk those buzzards understand.
Oh, those last ones were pretty close. You better stay away from that window.
Yeah, they're closing in, Dan. All three of them coming down the slope, see?
Well, who are they?
Some sidewinders led by Jay Booth. Oh, if I could just...
What's the idea of shooting?
I struck gold, son. Real gold up on Skull Mountain. These hyenas heard about it, and they know the claim ain't registered. So they're trying to scare me into making a divvy with him.
Well, how can they do that?
Like they're trying to do now, with lead. I'm sorry you walked into the sun. I figured it was coming, so I got Nancy away, but... Well, I didn't know about you.
Oh, that's all right. The thing to do now is get out of here before they...
Not a chance. They're too close. And I can't pick them off back of those rocks.
My pony's hitched in back of the cabin. I can sneak out that way, then ride and get help.
It wouldn't do any good, Dan. I haven't got enough ammunition to hold them off.
Well, what are you going to do?
Give up. Only thing I can do. Unless... No, wait. They don't know you're with me. Here. You take this map. If anything happens to me, take it to the land office in Elktown.
Somebody's coming.
It's Nancy. If she starts to come in...
Wait!
I've got to stop her. Remember what I said about the map, Dan. All right, you murdering scum. You win.
Dad, what in the world?
Stay there, Nancy. Don't move.
Why,
You haven't Conway. Lay the map on the ground and walk back to the cabin.
I haven't got the map.
I said lay it down.
Mr. Conway.
Danny!
Hey, look, Booth, another kid.
I'll ride for help.
Hey, take Nancy with you.
The map, Conway. Hand it over.
It's in the cabin.
Well, get it.
Nancy, Dan wants you to go with him. You'd better hurry.
Sure, come on, Nancy.
But I don't...
Now, wait a minute. You kids ain't going anyplace. Cole.
Yeah?
Keep these sprouts covered while I go inside with the old man.
Sure.
All right, Conway, let's go.
I can't understand why Dad...
I do. Your dad wants us to get away. And when I make a break, follow me.
Hey, stop gabbing, you two.
Hey, look, Nancy. On the trail from Skull Mountain. Isn't there somebody heading this way?
Ah, you local kid. There's nobody...
Run, Nancy. Get to your horse and run. Come on, Nancy, ride.
What?
Get up, boy. Get up there.
Hey, what happened?
That kid, he drove from my legs and tripped me. Then he and the gal hightailed it.
What? You let a couple of brats like that get
They
away?
got away. Good.
And I suppose they're carrying the map. That right, Conway?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Cole, where's Lefty?
Holding the draw with the horses.
One of those kids got the map of the gold mine. They're riding for Elktown. You and Lefty get going. Head them off.
Sure. What are you going to
I'll follow you. I've got a job to do here first.
You'll never catch him, Booth.
Yeah. That's what you think.
The mine belongs to me, every bit of it. And you don't know where it is.
I'll find out.
It belongs to me. And it'll be registered in my name.
Oh, no, it won't. Cole and Lefty will get those brats before they're a mile away.
But I'm still here.
Not for long. And where you're gone, all the gold mines in the world won't do you any good.
You mean?
I mean this.
Wait, Nancy, we've got to stop. Whoa, boy. Whoa there.
What are you stopping for? Let's hurry to Elktown and tell the sheriff about those men who are making Dad...
We will, but we got to stop here first. It's the highest point between here and Eagle Pass where I left my friends.
What does that mean?
Here, help me break off some branches of this dead scrub pine. We'll build 3 fires.
Dan, if you think I'm silly enough to stop and build fires while those men are threatening
It's
Dad
a signal. There. Now they'll just burn. There's one of them. That's the second one. And now for the last one. There. Now I'll pile some of those green pine boughs over there so the smoke will be dark.
I'll help you get them. Here.
Thanks. I hope he sees it.
It's starting to snow, Dan, and the wind from the north.
I know. That's why the signal's so important.
What do you mean?
Well, from the smell of that wind, we're in for a blizzard. There. That's the last one. And we have to cross the ridge to get to Elktown. We may need help.
Will your friends come?
If they see this signal.
But, Dan, we can't wait out here in the open. It's so cold.
Look, by the big rock over there. There's a hollow. It'll make a windbreak for us. Go on, I'll stake out the horses.
Oh, Dan, I hope Dad's all right and that your friends find us.
So do I. And while you're at it, remember this map I'm carrying. And hope those outlaws don't find us first.
Otto. Look, due west, right by Skull Mountain. Isn't that smoke?
That's signal for help.
It's Dan. He's in trouble.
Weather plenty bad. Wind blow hard. Blizzard come.
That makes it worse. We've got to hurry. Steady, Silver.
Easy, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, Dan, I'm scared.
No reason to be scared. We're safe here no matter how high the snow drifts.
Do you still have the map Dad gave you?
Sure, right here in my pocket.
Oh, let me see it.
Here.
Are you sure this is it?
Well, that's what he gave me.
Look, it's nothing but a drawing of a skull.
Oh, that's right. A skull with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
Dad must be joking. This can't be a map.
Well, he knows what it means, and that's all that matters.
Look, Dan. Skull's left eye. Dad's drawn it so it's almost winking.
Yeah.
Dan, look. Men on horses.
Oh, I knew they'd find us. Here. We're over here. Gee, I'm glad they found us. Here.
Well, look at this.
You.
Oh.
What is it, Cole? That's what we're looking for. Oh, boy, oh. Steady, boy. With old man Conway's map right in their hands. Hand it over, kid.
I'm not going to give you this.
Hand it over before I put a bullet through both of you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Having seen Dan's smoke signal, the Lone Ranger and Tonto urged their horses into the stinging drive of a blizzard that swept suddenly out of the north.
There's a cabin, Tonto. To the right. Must be Sam Conway's place. Silver. Easy. The door's open. No one here.
Oh, look. A man on ground, almost covered with snow.
Yes, He's dead, Tonto. He's been shot.
Him Conway, man Dan come to see?
I don't know. There's no one else around here, Kimosabe. Dan must have sent that signal from further west.
Wind put out fire. Snow cover trail.
Tonto, we'll take care of Conway and then find Dan if it's the last thing we do.
Come on, Cole. We've got the map. Let's get out of here.
Maybe I ought to plug these two just for luck.
Sure, you've got us tied hand and foot.
Shut up.
Come on, Cole. Snow's piling up so fast we won't be able to make it to Booth's shack. Never mind those kids.
I guess the weather will take care of them.
Sure. Why waste lead? Freezing's easier and cheaper.
We'll get out of here. You'll wish you'd never seen
Hey,
us.
listen, kid. That wind you hear is a northern. That means 40 below before morning. The only way you'll get out of here is in pieces, like an icicle.
Come on, Cole.
All right, I'm coming.
Don't cry, Nancy. We're still alive. They didn't gag us. We can yell.
What good'll that do? Nobody can hear us.
My friends will come.
They couldn't find us in this blizzard.
You don't know my friends, Nancy. It'd take more than a blizzard to stop them.
Half blinded by the stinging snow and strong wind, the Lone Ranger and Tonto followed a trail they could hardly see. Tonto led the way with an Indian's true sense of direction. Although swirling snow made everything invisible but the trail beneath them, he headed straight for the mountain slope where the signal fires had been lighted. Huge snowdrifts and the force of the wind slowed their horses' pace to a walk.
Easy, Silver. Careful, boy. At least we've reached some level ground, Tonto.
This close to place where signal come.
We could only see... Did you hear that?
Oh, he not here.
Listen. Dan. It must be. Over to the right, Tonto. Watch out for the snow. It's deep. Steady, Silver.
That Dan. We find him.
That big rock. See? Ho, Silver, ho.
Got hoof on a hole.
Come on. Dan! Dan!
Under the edge of the rock.
Dan!
Oh, I knew you'd come.
An outlaw.
Oh, now, Nancy, stop crying. We're saved. He isn't an outlaw. He and Tonto are our friends.
Your hands and feet are tied. Who did this?
Two men named Cole and Lefty.
Here.
They stole a map to Mr. Conway's gold mine.
Map?
Well, that's what Mr. Conway said it was. But Nancy and I looked at it. It's nothing but a drawing of a skull.
Oh, I'm freezing.
There you are. Tonto, did we pass an empty line shack on the trail near here? Come on, Dan. You and Nancy ride with us. Now, where are your horses?
Over there in the pines.
We'll back trail till we find that cabin and build a fire and get warm.
I've sure got a lot to tell you.
We'll find the cabin first. Come on.
A few hours later, the Lone Ranger, Dan, Nancy Conway, and Tonto were seated in front of a roaring fire they had built in the huge fireplace of a deserted trapper's shack. Dan had just finished telling of the events which led up to Mr. Conway giving him the map.
Then Nancy and I rode as hard as we could toward Elktown. When it started to snow, I stopped and set the signal fires.
And Mr. Conway was alive when you rode away from his place?
Oh, yes.
Alive? You mean Dad...
Yes, I'm afraid so, Nancy. Tonto and I found him when we stopped at your cabin. He had been shot.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Nancy. Tell me about this map that Mr. Conway gave you, Dan.
Well, it wasn't really a map. It was a drawing of a skull, that's all.
That's strange.
it was a map of Dad's gold mine. It must have been. He told me about it.
What did he say?
That he'd finally made a real strike, but that he couldn't register the claim until spring when the snow melted.
He didn't tell you where the mine was located?
No.
We only knew we could probably find the men who murdered your father. They can read the map. They're on their way there now.
I don't see how they could find anything by following the drawing of a skull.
I wish I'd seen it.
If it would help, I'm sure I could draw one just like it. I think I can.
Good. Now, wait, Nancy. There's a pencil and paper.
Well, all it was an outline like this.
There, see? Just like the head of a skeleton.
With eyes and nose and mouth. There, that's all.
I see.
Oh, wait. One eye was sort of drooping, almost like a wink.
Which eye?
The left.
Well, maybe Mr. Conway just meant the map for himself. Didn't want anybody else to figure it out.
Yes, but it meant something, or he wouldn't have asked you to file it with the land office. Otto, is it still snowing outside?
Me see. Oh, snow stop. Bright moon come up.
Good. There are only a few hours till daybreak. We'll all get some sleep here by the fire and start hunting first thing in the morning.
You mean for the men that killed Nancy's father?
Yes, Dan.
Well, how will we know where to hunt?
They're trying to find a gold mine by following a map. We have the same directions. It's up to us to solve it before they do.
After Dan and Nancy Conway had fallen asleep in front of the huge fireplace, the Lone Ranger and Tonto went to the lean-to in back of the cabin to make sure that Silver and the other horses were made as warm as possible. Then they stopped a moment to look at the snow-covered valley that lay below them. Bright moonlight brought out every detail of the scene. Eagle Pass, where they had camped that morning, was dwarfed by comparison with the broad face of towering Skull Mountain, which blocked one end of the valley. The masked man could easily see why the peak had been christened Skull. With its bony outline and under the covering of white, the mountain did resemble nothing so much as a giant death's head. The Lone Ranger eyed it intently and thought of the map Sam Conway made. Suddenly he turned to his Indian companion.
Tonto. With the trail covered with snow, how long will it take us to ride over to Skull Mountain?
3 hours, maybe 4.
Good. We'll leave for there at daybreak.
We not hunt for crook?
Unless I'm mistaken, Tonto, that's where we'll find them, over on Skull Mountain.
Me not savvy.
I've just discovered Sam Conway's gold mine.
And at that same moment, 3 other men were also standing in the moonlight, looking at the mountain shaped like a death's head.
Give me that map again.
Here. It don't make any sense to me. Conway must have been local when he drew that.
That's the trouble with a fellow that spends a lot of years prospecting. Gets kind of loony and... Well, what's wrong, Booth?
We spent plenty of time for the last 2 weeks trying to get a line on Conway's strike, ain't we?
Sure, but there's 1,000 places here in the valley where it might be. That crazy map don't help none.
Pack the horses. Be sure to bring mining tools and blasting powder.
Have you gone loco, too?
No, Cole. I've just discovered Conway's gold mine.
The following morning, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, Nancy Conway, and Dan made the long trip across the snow-covered valley to the base of Skull Mountain. There, the Lone Ranger called a halt.
You won't notice the resemblance this close, Nancy. But from a distance, Skull Mountain looks a lot like the tracing you made of your father's map.
I thought of that when I first saw Dad's drawing.
See how those odd patches of fir and spruce trees could be the skull's nose and mouth?
Yes.
Well, where's the part that makes the eyes?
A large round space of limestone and granite, about 3/4 of the way to the top. See it?
It does look like an eye.
Well, that's the right eye. There's nothing for the left one.
Now look closely, Dan. Directly opposite to the right is a large overhang covered with snow.
Oh, yes, sir, I see it. And the way the snow was piled up makes it seem like the eye was
winking. Oh, and the eye on Dad's map.
That's it. And I'm sure that's where your father's gold mine is. We'll go up and see. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Get up, boy.
This is as close as we can go, Silver.
Scout,
Come on, easy. Come on, we'll climb over there and find out what's...
You won't climb no place, mister, unless you want to stop some lead.
Well, I expected you, but not this soon.
Cole, who you gabbing with?
An hombre wearing a mask, and there's an Indian, and the 2 kids.
That is a surprise, isn't it?
Hey, what's going on? Masked man. Outlaw, huh? What do you want here?
I'd like to ask you the same question.
This is private property. You better move along.
This is Sam Conway's gold claim.
Conway? Who's he?
The man who staked this claim and signed the map you have in your pocket.
Pretty smart for an outlaw, ain't you?
Smart enough to recognize a murderer when I see one.
You
better not try
Let
it.
him go.
I warned you. The next will hurt more.
Hey, I didn't...
Now hand over that map.
Here, take it.
Thanks. Now...
It's all set, Booth. I used a short fuse, so we'd better... Oh.
Who's this? Another one of the gang?
Come on, Lefty. Cole, we're getting out of here.
Getting out?
You heard me. Get the tools back.
Booth, I can't. I can't go back in that mine.
What do you mean?
I just set the blast like you told me. It'll blow any minute now.
What? You set a blast under an overhang as large as this one?
Booth told me to.
Get out of the way, hurry.
Come on, Cole.
I'm coming. Not that way. You're running right in the path of the explosion.
Are you all right?
I'm not hurt, Dan.
Those men, where are they?
Under several thousand tons of rock and ice. They ran directly into the path of it.
Oh.
They were the ones that killed Nancy's father.
Yes, I know. They died because of their own stupidity. They ran right into the explosion.
Even though they were bad, I'm sorry they were so unlucky.
That wasn't luck, Nancy. It was justice. Well, let's ride into Elktown and file a gold claim for Sam Conway. Here, Silver.
I don't know what to say.
Easy, steady, big fella. Don't say anything, Nancy. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Steady, boy. Get up there.
Dan, why don't you tell me?
Tell you what?
Who is he?
Why, I thought you knew. I thought everybody knew. He's the Lone Ranger.
I'll Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Man Behind the Gun, dedicated to the fighting men of the United States and the United Nations. This week we pay tribute to our allies in the Royal Air Force, of whom Winston Churchill said, "Never have so many owed so much to so few."
This is the way it is with the men of the Royal Air Force. This is the way it was 2 years ago when these few stopped Goering's Luftwaffe dead in the sky and spoiled Hitler's timetable of invasion on which the United States was a destination. This is the way it is now with the RAF whenever German bombers roar in on the tight little island from occupied Europe. Tonight, the man behind the gun is Ronald Twine, Spitfire pilot of the Royal Air Force.
Tally-ho! Bandits on the left!
Tally-ho, Jeff. After you. There they are. Bandits. Nazi planes. Up ahead and to the left. At Angels 20. Altitude 20,000. 12 of them. Junker 88s on their way to bomb London. Automatically, your hand reaches for the emergency throttle that gives you full horsepower. And you spar off behind Jeff and start pouring in. Not a big flap today. Only you and Jeff and Gremlin Parker. They call him Gremlin because his ears stick out on either side like a gremlin's horns. You can hear him talking to himself.
Now look, Parker, old boy. It's all very well to be a ruddy hero, but let's make a serious effort to keep all in one piece, shall we? Mustn't forget, tonight is Cicely Mountbank's party. Wouldn't do to show up all perforated. Wouldn't do at all.
Your phone is on, Parker. Don't get obscene or anything.
Eavesdropper.
Red leader here. Watch Jerry, chaps, up in the sun. Fighter escort. Ankles.
So there are. Nasty-looking brutes, too.
We're not going to turn off, are we, Skipper? You know, I haven't had a go at anything recently.
We'll stay on, Ronnie. Their fighters won't annoy us until we dive for the attack, but then they'll be down on us like a ton of bricks. Anybody mind?
I mind, but I don't suppose there's much I can do about it now.
Not a thing. Line astern, you chaps. We're going in. Ronnie, you play rear end Charlie, will you?
Righto. Leave something for me.
Take good care of me, won't you, Ronnie? I have a date with a delicious little fluff for tonight.
Echelon now, chaps.
Okay, Skipper. Echelon it is.
Let's go in now. Going down.
There goes Jeff, diving into the formation of German bombers. Parker is right behind him. And now it's your turn. They've opened up now from above. Heinkel fighters. And out of the corner of your eye, you see a stream of tracer bullets searching for your wing. And then you half roll out of it automatically and twist up underneath the Junker bomber and feed him everything you've got from stem to stern. You'll feel your plane shuddering under the recoil. You seem to stand still in the air for a few seconds. Then you turn the fire lever off as you roar out from underneath. The bombers have broken formation now. Some of them have turned away already, and you let them go.
Bandits on the left. Follow me.
And you'll flip over in a tight roll and straighten out behind Jeff, wondering where Parker is. Then you're in it again, running the gauntlet, waiting for your chance at the bombers ahead. 400 yards. 300. Now the rear gunner on the Junkers is firing at you. You weave from side to side in great sweeping arcs. 250 yards. 200. And you start firing in quick little bursts as you pass the rear gunner on each swing. Then in the mirror you see a familiar shape, weaving with you and getting closer. German Heinkel. You see his gun ports winking at you like little flashing lights, and you know he's firing at you. Then your instrument panel goes to pieces before your eyes. That's how you know you've been hit. You set your teeth and stop weaving and bore right in at the bomber ahead and start feeding it to him. Then you see the Nazi gunner try to stand up in his little cubbyhole as the plastic glass splinters all around him. And then he pitches down out of your sight. You got him. But now the German fighter is coming in from astern. Without a conscious effort on your part, you spiral down out of the formation trying to get away from the Heinkel. You keep hoping you won't have to jump. They love to shoot up parachutes. Then suddenly it's all right. Jeff is working on the Heinkel.
Thanks, Jeff. Get him for Parker.
And he does, firing in quick, short bursts. Following every move the German makes, he goes boring in on the Heinkel. Then it turns belly up like a fish, and you can see the white line of tracers pouring into its length. Then, slowly and sluggishly, it turns over on its back and falls into a spin. A flame from end to end.
Good work, Jeff. One for Parker.
Do I hear someone talking about me?
No, Parker. I thought you copped it.
Not me. I told you I had a date tonight.
Where were you on that last mix-up?
Oh, I was there. As a matter of fact, I polished off a Junkers. Someone had been thoughtful enough to shoot up the rear gunner for me.
Ronnie did that.
Good show, Ronnie.
Good show yourself.
You hope you don't sound like a dog in the manger. But you can't help wishing you had a Heinkel or a Junkers on your own scoreboard. Even a Messerschmitt 109. Everybody has 109s. Everybody but you, that is. All you get are assists. Mr. Parker shot down a Junkers 88 today. Brilliant assist by Mr. Ronald Twine.
Anyone know where we are?
Haven't the least idea. You, Ronnie?
Not I. Could be anywhere by now.
Lovely, boy. So helpful. I'll call in. Hello? 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 Red leader to Strawberry Control. Where are we? Where are we? Hello, Strawberry Control. Hello. Where are we? Over.
You're now over Sugar Beer. Your home course will be Red 70. Is that understood? Over.
Red leader here. You are understood. We are over Sugar Beer. Our home course is Red 70. Off.
Well, then let's go, you lads. Let's go home or we'll be late for Cicely's party.
This is the party Parker was so anxious to get to. He's taken you along and Jeff, too. It's a fine party, as parties go, with death hanging overhead. There are pretty women everywhere, bare shoulders in the candlelight, soft voices. It's gay. You hardly notice the blackout drapes and the gas mask.
I'm so awfully glad to see you. Hello, aren't you dancing, Ronnie?
I'm terribly sorry. I never learnt to. An awkward fellow.
Well, have a good time. There you are, Charles. I've been looking at
Have a good time. Of course. It's easy enough if you don't mind being shy. If you're satisfied just watching. You wish you could talk to women easily, gracefully, amusingly, like Jeff does, so that their laughter will tinkle out across a room like a little silver bell. Like her laughter. She's beautiful.
She's beautiful. Cicely's beautiful.
Is she?
Huh? What? Oh, who are you?
Oh, it doesn't matter. You seem to be interested in Cicely.
I didn't realize I'd spoken aloud.
Ah, but you did. You very definitely did. You said, she's beautiful. Cicely's beautiful.
Did I?
Yes, but alas for your illusion. I happen to know that her hair is completely and utterly false. She bought it, every delightful strand of it, from an old gypsy woman who needed the money. She paid very little for it, too, I understand. A mere song.
I say, really?
Oh, quite. Yes, I believe the title of the song was Mother McCree or something very similar. The gypsy woman was fond of music, you see.
I see. You're pulling my leg.
Oh, not very hard. Just ever so little. Oh, look, please don't be angry, please.
I'm not. I just don't think you're very amusing.
And that, my dear Christine, should be a lesson to you. Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye.
She's gone now. Didn't take long to get rid of her. That's the way to do it. That's how to make friends. Let her start a conversation and then leap down her throat at the earliest opportunity. Idiot. She's beautiful, too. More than the other. Christine, she called herself.
Christine. Nice.
Talking to Jeff now. Or rather, he's talking to her. Motioning with his hands. Showing her how he got his first Heinkel, probably.
Wish I might get a Heinkel.
Oh, yes. You wish you could get a Heinkel. Or even a Messerschmitt 109. Everybody's had 109s. Everybody but you. We're back on that again, are we? Might almost make a song of it. Everyone has a 109. Everyone but me.
Oh, here it is. I say, Ronnie, tell this dreadful woman how we got that Heinkel today.
Jeff got it. I had very little to do with it, really.
Yeah, you see, Chris? Oh, by the way, do you
Hello,
two know...
Christine.
Hello, Ronnie.
You're making fun of me again.
You still haven't developed a sense of humor.
Am I intruding?
I'm sorry I was so stuffy.
I'm sorry I was so impertinent.
Nice party, isn't it?
Look here, Ronnie, I saw her
A
first...
lovely party. Trifle crowded, though, isn't it?
Yes. Isn't it, Jeff?
Oh, all right. I'll go quietly. But if I'm found dead with a gun in my hand, you'll know why, you two.
Nice fellow, Jeff.
Oh, very.
I'd ask you to dance, but...
Would you really?
But I don't know how, I'm afraid.
Oh.
My feet don't match or something.
I had an uncle once whose feet didn't match. He had a dreadful time.
I can imagine. Whatever became of the old duffer?
Well, he took up yogi at an advanced age and died in Capri of trying to cross his feet behind his head.
I like Capri.
Oh, yes. Very nice place, Capri.
The water's so blue. Nothing like a blackout in the rain.
Yes, it makes the blackout so much blacker.
Nice party.
Yes, very nice. Too bad it had to rain, though.
Oh, no, I shouldn't have been able to stay on if it hadn't. Night raiders, you know.
Yes, I know. I've been through a couple of blitzes.
I'd hate to be a civilian.
Oh, so would I.
Aren't you?
No, these are my party clothes. Daytimes I wear a uniform. Oh, perhaps you won't like me in uniform.
I like you even more, if that's possible. What kind of a uniform?
Wren. But never mind that. Tell me about your flying. What's it like up there at night, for instance? Can you see anything?
Not for the first half hour or so. Then you can see fairly well. It's surprising. Too bad we couldn't find a cab.
Oh, I don't mind. I like walking.
Of course, there's something...
You know, you talk a great deal, don't you?
Well,
Yes, you do. Too much. Much too... Oh, that's better.
I think I'm in love with you. Do you mind?
No, but isn't it rather sudden? Oh, no, I sound mid-Victorian, don't I? This is so sudden.
You're nice, Christine.
And you're sweet. But don't change the subject. You were talking about being in love with me. Continue.
I shouldn't. It isn't fair.
Why not?
I might be killed any day.
Well, there's that, of course. Are you afraid?
Afraid of dying? No, there isn't time. You get into a fight and it's very impersonal. It's like chess on a grand scale. You make a move, your opponent makes a move, and then one of you wins the game.
And the other loses.
That's right.
I wish we wouldn't talk like this. Whatever became of that gay, meaningless conversation we were having?
I said I loved you. Was that meaningless?
No. No, that really meant something. Well, here we are. This is my house.
Well, Christine...
Ronnie, let me say something.
Oh, please do.
It's not easy being in love in wartime. Everything changes so much. You have to be so quick and certain of things. There's no time for thinking. You have to catch at things as they go by. And you have to be quick about it and unafraid.
Do you mean...
Well, what I'm trying to say is, Ronnie, that I'm so certain. So very certain about you and me.
Christine, I...
Oh, darling.
But it doesn't rain forever, and a few days later the weather clears off and you're back in the dispersal hut at the airdrome waiting for flying orders. And that's all right. You know that next time up you'll get an official. Next time up you're going to get a German, all your own. You stand there at the open door of your locker, tearing off the pictures inside. All the American cinema stars you flipped from magazines. All the beautiful, anonymous girls from everywhere whose pictures are inside the door of your locker.
Hello, what's this? Breaking up your collection, Ronnie? May I have that one? Haven't seen a tiger skin rug in years.
Rotten joke. See the paste anywhere?
Here you are. What's this? Putting up a picture of... Well, I'll be. Christine.
Yes. We're engaged, Jeff. Going to be married my next leave.
No.
Uh-huh. Quite.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, you lucky dog, you. Well, I can't understand what she sees in you. You know, my heart's positively smashed and my life completely devastated, but I think it's first rate. Absolutely first rate. I tell you, my boy.
Boston 11, red section. Scramble.
There it is. Parker! Get Parker, somebody. Come on, Ronnie, come on.
And then you're running across the drome to where your planes are already warming up. It's business now.
Did you sign the 700 sheet, Ronnie?
Yes, I did.
Fine. Better set your gun sights for about 40-foot wing spread.
Mr. Schmitz?
Probably. See you later.
Righto. Give me a leg up, Tinky.
Right, John, Mr. Twine. She's all up and ready, sir.
Good enough. Got the seat?
Right, yes, sir.
Received of mechanic, one aircraft in good condition. There you are.
Good luck, Mr. Twine.
Don't worry, today's my day. Stand clear.
Now you'll look over and see Parker just settling down in his cockpit. Up ahead, Jeff is watching. You give him a thumbs up, and he waggles his tail fin. Take off. Quickly now, you shift to full feathering on the propeller and open up the throttle, keeping in a tight bic with Parker and Jeff. Taking off in formation. Then, as the ground drops away, you hear Jeff on the radio telephone.
Hello, Chestnut Control. Red Leader here. Airborne at 1220. Over.
Very well, Red Leader. Stand by.
Now you're going up in a figure 8, getting altitude. 5,000 feet. 10,000. And you take a few deep breaths of oxygen. You're still going up. 13,000 now. The air is clear and blue.
Hello, Red Section Leader. Chestnut Control here. Are you receiving me? Are you receiving me? Answer.
Chestnut Control from Red Leader. I am receiving you very well. Go ahead. Over.
Hello, Red Leader. Your vector is Z9Z. Is that understood?
Hello, Chestnut Control. Red Leader answering. Receiving and understood. Vector is Z9Z. Off. All right, you chaps. Set your compasses for Z9Z. Formation is line astern. Parker will play rear end Charlie. Understood?
Understood, Skipper.
You're still going up. You lean forward quickly and adjust the oxygen indicator to 20,000 feet. You're a little dizzy from the fast climb and the oxygen, but everything's okay. The motor sounds fine. The mixture is a little too rich, perhaps, and you adjust the carburetor intake carefully.
Red 2 and 3 from Red 1. Echelon Red.
You spread out to the left and above Jeff, flying in a stepped-up formation now. So far, so good. All you need now is a target, and you keep listening for the director.
Hello, Red Leader. Chestnut Control here. At Angels 1-5. Lord Bandit.
An enemy bomber at 15,000 feet. That's what you've been waiting for. Quickly, you reset your gun sights to the wing spread of a bomber. Then you switch your gun button to the fire position.
Red 2 and 3 from Red 1. Let me know if you see anything.
Your eyes start that shifting circle. It's become a habit now. You look down on one side, then up. Down ahead, then up. Down on the other side, then up.
Tally-ho! Red 1 from Red 2, below, on the right.
There he is, all right. A Junkers 88 from the look of him. Must have lost his formation, you think to yourself, as you heel over behind Jeff's diving plane. Junkers don't travel alone.
Tally-ho! Meat on the table!
Must have lost his formation, Skipper.
Yes, so. You still with us, Parker?
I'll pick up the pieces.
There won't be any. Let's go.
Go in from the side, you're thinking. Go in from the side. There's no armor there in a Junkers. But the pilot has seen you. He's turning to face you now so his gun turrets can go into action. You center your gun sights on his forward blister, and he gets larger and larger in the circles. Now you see his machine gun winking at you in little bursts of flame. far. 300 yards now. Jeff is firing into him as he roars past. Then it's your turn, and you bring up your nose a little and let him have it. Then you're zooming up and over to come in from the rear behind Jeff. It's too fast the other way. You can see Parker right behind you in the rear vision mirror, and then Jeff goes in from the side, and you see his traces hitting home. Then he's gone, and it's your turn again. You see the turret gunner swiveling around from following Jeff to try to get a line on you. Then your thumb presses down on the gun button. Then you're by again, and you wheel up and over for another run. But it isn't necessary. He's done for. His nose drops down in the sickening lurch, and his motors are trailing smoke. The incendiaries have hit home. Now little shapes are dropping out of the bomber's hatches, scrambling wildly in the air. Then, as their parachutes open, the bomber plunges past the Germans and goes down out of sight in the clouds. You got him. Number 1 for Ronald Twine.
Good show, Ronnie.
Couldn't have done better myself.
Number 1. You snap up and over in a tight barrel roll. The victory roll. And then, a sudden thought is in your mind.
Red 2 here. I say, Skipper, do you suppose that'll be confirmed? Will they see it come down?
I don't see how they can miss. I'll call in. Hello, Chester Control. Red Leader here. Watch for falling bandit. Watch for falling bandit. Over.
Hello, Red Leader. Bandit crashed nearby. Bandit crashed nearby. I say, try and get them a little farther from home next time, will you?
When we're going to be called up again. You got any idea? Oh, I say, look here, beans again. Beans and tea. Oh, put.
And the beans are always too hot
I
and
know
the
they are.
tea's too cold.
Yes.
Well, fill up, my lad. We'll be off on another flap before long, or I miss my guess. This weather's too good for Jerry to stay away, you know.
It's late afternoon now. One more flap and you'll be through for the day. You'll be seeing Christine. The name fills your mind and your heart. Christine.
Listen to the boy. He's talking to himself now.
Oh, love is a dreadful thing, but still, it's better than beans and tea.
Look around the dispersal hut briefly, looking at all the faces, wondering how they feel about waiting for the loudspeaker to pop off, wondering if they've ever been in love. If they're in love now.
Stand by.
There it is. All the faces are still now. Some of the men stand there with a fork full of beans poised halfway to their mouths. Jeff has his mouth open to take a swallow of tea. It stays open.
Squadron 11, blue and red sections. Squadron 14, black and white sections. Scramble.
A big one this time. 12 planes in the air at once, and more coming from other aerodromes, probably. A big flap, all right. And suddenly you're cold inside. All the while you're getting ready to take off, while you're putting on your chute and buttoning up your flying suit, while you're checking your instruments and giving Jeff the go-ahead, you're thinking, maybe this is the last one for me. And you feel it as strongly as you've always felt before that you'd come back. This time you have a feeling that you won't come back. And you think of Christine, waiting and waiting, and nothing beyond waiting.
Chest up control from Red Leader. Red and blue sections, airborne at 1805. Over.
Hello, red and blue sections. Chestnut control here. Your vector is 175. At Angels 20, many bandits. Buster.
Buster means hurry. You lean forward and pull out the throttle another notch. You're climbing steeply now. It's getting dark and you blink your eyes trying to get used to it. Altitude is 10,000 now, going up like an elevator.
Red and blue sections from Chestnut Control. Bandits are over map reference, Sugar Talk 3350. I say again, Sugar Talk 3350. Is that understood? Over to you.
Hello, Chestnut Control. Bandit is over. Sugar Talk 3350. You are understood. Listening out. All units from Red Leader. Bandit is 3 or 4 miles to the left. Buster.
They're coming in over the Tavern coast, not far off. The plane ahead pulls away a little, and you reach for the auxiliary throttle and give your Hurricane full petrol. Altitude is 15,000 now, and you're on oxygen. The air is cold on your face above the mask, but your hands are sweating. Now you reach out and snap on the gun sights, and the little light is oddly comforting.
Hello, Red Leader. Have you located bandits? Have you located bandits? Over.
Red Leader answering. Not yet. Stand by. Red Leader to all units. Look.
You're watching for the enemy now. Should be around here somewhere. They're still climbing. 20,000 now. And you set the gun button on firing position. You wonder briefly if somewhere nearby the enemy's doing the same thing.
Tally-ho!
There they are. About 50 of them with a fighter escort above and behind.
Hello, Chestnut Control. Have found bandits. Going in. Off.
Now Jeff heels over and the two sections spar off, one at a time, and follow him.
Get the front ones. Going down.
All you can do is try to break up the formation. Make them turn around and go home. So you dive at full power, weaving slightly. And then you pick out your target and go for him. It's darker now, and you can see the traces very plainly, searching for you. And then you're in range, and you press the button. Automatically, you pull back on the stick to climb up for another run. And the pressure of the pull-out forces you down into your seat until your tongue is hanging out. All around you, the sky is filled with groups of planes fighting like angry bees. You've broken up the formation. Suddenly, the rudder bar is vibrating beneath your feet. A Messerschmitt on your tail. Machine gun bullets eating away at your fuselage. And you loop up and over and down again, but he stays with you all the way. Now you're weaving desperately, snapping over at the end of each arc, trying to shake him off, but he sticks. You think of Christine. This is the day she waits. You're falling now. You're falling.
Red Leader from Red 2. I'm going down now, Jeff. So long.
The plane doesn't answer the stick, and you reach up to pull back the hatch combing so you can bail out. The hatch is jammed, and for a brief second, your mouth and throat are choked with panic. Your hands fumble desperately and aimlessly with the instruments. Altitude is 12,000 now. 11,000. You try the rudder bar. Nothing happens. 10,000 now and picking up speed. The wind is shrieking in the open gun ports. 9,000. And then you start jamming the stick back and forth, trying to break it loose from whatever is holding it. It moves a little. Altitude 8,000 now. Desperately, you strain backward on the stick. One last try. 7,000. It's coming. Your airspeed is dropping off. The nose is coming up. More. You're pulling out now, and the force is pushing you down into your seat until your stomach aches. Your chin hangs down into the sheepskin strap. And a river of black water seems to flow across your eyeballs, and you open your mouth and scream to get rid of the pressure. And it's all right now. The plane is answering the controls again. The motor is running hot, and you drag to the left, but it's good enough to get home in. Home.
Hello. Chestnut Control. Hello. Chestnut Control. This is Red 2. May I come in and land? May I come in and land? Over, please.
Hello, Red 2. Chestnut Control here. Yes, you may come in and land. Yes, you may come in and land. Come ahead. Off.
You're going home. And suddenly there's a picture in your mind. A picture of men and women going home all over England. Going home past bombed houses and burned churches. Their faces resolute, determined that England one day will pay her Nazi tormentor in full. This is why you are flying. This is why you are fighting. You, the pilots of the RAF, are England's last line of defense and her first line of attack.
The Man Behind the Gun is presented each week at this time for the purpose of telling you how your boys and their comrades in arms in the fighting forces of the United Nations are waging our war against Axis aggression. The Man Behind the Gun is written by Ranald McDougall. Jackson Beck is the narrator. The original music is composed and conducted by Nathan Van Cleve. The production is directed by William N. Robeson for the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Tommy Dorsey and starring Eddie Cantor.
Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got too much of Texas in my walk. Oh, this place will be my ruin. Hi-yi, yippee and wahooin'. Take me back to New York. Got a touch of Texas in my hair. Got too much of Texas in my hair. Yes, the sand from Amarillo keeps a scratching on my pillow. Take me back to Times Square. For I've seen every part of just what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got too much of Texas in my walk. Rode a Bronco down in Dallas, so be careful of my callus and take me back, take me back, take me back to New York. Thank you very much.
Say, Eddie,
yeah.
I understand that you spent New Year's Eve at the Palladium listening to Tommy Dorsey.
Yes, Harry, and did those defense workers really go to town New Year's Eve? You should have seen them. Such extravagance. Nothing was too good for them. All drinking that priceless beverage.
Champagne.
Coffee, Harry. Coffee they were drinking. And you know, with all those girls, defense workers, coming to the Palladium in overalls, it was very confusing.
Why?
Well, I danced with a man for a half hour before I found out my mistake, Harry.
Well, how did you find out it was a man?
No muscles.
Oh, I don't know. Everything happens to you.
And listen to this, Harry. I walked up to one lady welder, and I said, may I have this dance, please? Would you mind dancing with me?
Why was your voice vibrating like that?
I just got through dancing with the river there, Harry. That's what happened. You know, kid, when I was dancing with that welder, I did the most amazing steps. I spun around 4 times, did a triple somersault, and flew 8 feet in the air.
Well, how could you do that?
I backed into her blowtorch. Oh!
What a place for a hot foot.
And dancing with those defense workers almost ruined me. One pulling my arm, another pulling my leg. Harry, I'd have gone to pieces if it wasn't for one thing.
What's that?
After each dance, the assembly line put me together again. Yeah. Wait a minute, what are you laughing at?
Well, they didn't do a very good job, did they?
They did so, Harry.
All right.
The women who work in our defense plants do a terrific job. One gal I met has been building flying fortresses, and now she has something else to be proud of. A little one is on the way.
Oh. A little one?
She's expecting a P-38 in June. I never asked you up until now.
What?
Where did you go New Year's Eve, Harry?
The Palladium. I saw you.
You did?
Yeah.
Let me look at the first page again. I want to see what I said.
You shame on you.
Why are you saying shame for?
Well, the idea. At midnight, dancing with that gorgeous blonde, cheek to cheek.
Harry, that happened to be my aunt.
Your aunt?
Yes. I have aunts.
The way you dance that rumba, you must have ants. Now, I can't imagine a young girl like her falling for an old guy like you.
Harry Von Zell, if I'm such an old guy, how come when she first saw me, she took me for 25?
Oh, well, maybe that was all the money you had with you.
Oh, he's going to lay an egg in a minute. Let me tell you something, Mr. Von Z.
Yes?
I went to the Palladium to pay my respects.
Well, you better start respecting Eddie, because here he is, Tommy Dorsey.
Little Tommy Dorsey can blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow.
And Cantor's in the corn.
I'll forgive you, Tommy, because I did have a swell time at the Palladium New Year's Eve. Did you see me dancing?
Was that dancing? I thought you had rigor mortis that set in.
Tommy, how can you say that?
Eddie, you look like Father Time having his last fling.
No. That is one of the dirtiest remarks I've ever... No, listen, Tommy. Now I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I brought that large party over to see you.
Well, thanks, Eddie. But why did you insist that I play my trombone right where you were sitting?
You know a better way to blow a check off a table? And, brother, you and your boys can blow. Gosh, I noticed that the eyes on most trumpet players protrude a little. You've been playing the trombone, and your eyes bulge, too.
Say, Eddie.
Yes?
How long have you been blowing into a tuba?
Well, let me tell you. Look, will you do me a favor? Don't be the comedian. You just play, will you? Just go on breaking records. And you have broken records. You've broken the records here at the Palladium in Hollywood. You've broken the record at the Paramount in New York and theaters in Chicago and in Boston.
But, Eddie, there's just one more record I'd like to break.
Yeah? Which one is that?
The one where you sing, potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper.
Hey, at that he doesn't sing bad. You know, I'll fix you in a minute. Oh, Cookie Fairchild.
Yes, master.
Cookie, I want you to meet Tommy Dorsey, a truly great musician.
Tommy Dorsey? Phooey. What's he got that if I had it, would I be working for you?
Quiet, you.
Hello, Cookie.
Cookie, phooey. Mr. Dorsey, there is no room on this program for two orchestra leaders when only one of them has talent, and I'm thanking you, ladies and gentlemen, for your applause in advance. Good night.
Come back here, Cookie. Don't you like Tommy Dorsey?
I like him like my own brother, of which I haven't got any, except two sisters who I hate. Dorsey, phooey. Phooey.
What's that for?
Your brother Jimmy, I hate him too.
Oh, Tommy, forget Cookie. He's just jealous. You know, he was with me when I saw you at the Paramount last year in New York, you know. Gosh, you really drove those swing fans crazy. They were dancing on their seats, jitterbugging up and down the aisles, jumping on the stage. Why, even when you finished, you should have seen what happened during the picture.
What?
One guy tried to cut in on Mrs. Miniver. Tommy, I know that you're making a picture out at Metro Goldwyn Mayer, but I think you'd be great opposite glamour girls like Betty Grable or Rita Hayworth.
You really think so?
Sure. Any man who can pucker up like you shouldn't waste it on a trombone. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Dorsey plays now as only Dorsey can play. There Are Such Things, one of his biggest selling Victor records. Plug. you, Tommy Dorsey. That was swell. And Tommy, I know you've got to rush back to the Palladium, but there's something I must ask you.
All right, Eddie, if you make it snappy.
Tommy, you've traveled all over the country with your band. Tell me, where'd you find the most beautiful women?
Oh, no, you don't catch me sticking my neck out. Goodbye, Eddie.
Now, wait. Can't you even tell us if there was one girl somewhere who stood out from the rest?
Yeah.
What?
There was a gal at Terminal Island, California.
Oh, well, wait, at Terminal Island, that's a naval air station, Tommy. There aren't any women there.
No wonder she looked good to him.
No. On the level, Eddie, she was beautiful. What eyes.
Go on.
What hair.
Go on.
And what a smile.
Oh.
Yeah, what a... Hey, did you see her?
Yeah, well, no, Tommy, but you said she was beautiful, and for my money, a girl can't be beautiful unless she has a lovely smile.
That makes sense, Tommy.
Yes, it does, Eddie. And since a lovely smile can add to anyone's attractiveness, ladies and gentlemen, your smile deserves intelligent care. And about the best care I know is, between regular visits to your dentist, to faithfully use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help gums to a healthier firmness. So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tonight or tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of each year, it is our custom to single out the most interesting audience participation programs of the past 12 months. For 1942, our first award goes to...
Us, the people.
Tonight we have as our guest an unfortunate victim of amnesia, loss of memory. For 15 years, this man has been in a mental blackout. It is our hope that we may bring back his memory and restore him to his loved ones. Step up to the microphone, please, a little closer.
Yes, sir, yes.
Now, sir, I realize that you can't remember your last name, but perhaps you can recall your first name.
Oh, sure, yes, of course, sir.
What is your first name?
Gertrude.
Gertrude?
Yes, it is Gertrude.
Gertrude, you must be mistaken. That's a woman's name. Now, wouldn't you like to change it?
Oh, sure, yes, of course.
What would you like to change it to?
Gladys.
Look, mister, I realize that your mind's a complete blank, and you don't know what's going on.
No.
But you shouldn't have a name like Gertrude or Gladys. You should change it to Bill or Frank.
What, and get thrown out of the YWCA?
He doesn't know what's going on. Listen, mister, we'd like to help you. What made you pick women's names? Didn't you ever think of taking a man's name?
Oh, sure, yes, I did. But I got into a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble,
A lot of trouble. I got my head banged in, my jaw busted, and my nose stepped on.
What name did you choose?
I don't know. Adolf something.
Well, all right. Mister, our listening audience has heard your voice, and perhaps someone somewhere might be able to identify you.
Yeah.
In the meantime, us, the people, will hold you for 30 days. And if no one calls for you, we'll put you on sale at the rummage counter. Would you like that? Would you?
Oh, yes, sure. I hope someone wants me. I'm very strong and healthy.
I know.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Hello? Us, the people. Us speaking. What's that? Oh, you know who this man is.
What did he say?
He belongs to you.
I belong.
You want him right away. Well, it's fine. Goodbye.
Oh, goody. At last my loved ones have found me. Who was that?
Your draft board.
Our next award goes to the program that has solved so many marital problems.
The Court of...
The Court of Domestic Relations. Judge Cantor presiding.
Case 9074. Now, miss, I understand that a slight difference has arisen between you and your husband. Tell me in your own words why this lovers' quarrel came about.
My husband is a stinker.
Yep. Please, dear lady, since the dignity of this court must be preserved, I must ask you to refrain from calling your spouse harsh names, even if he is a stinker.
My husband is so unfaithful. Why, yesterday another woman phoned my husband George at Gladstone City.
Please, no names or phone numbers, please. The identity of our subject must remain secret. Simply describe the woman.
Well, she's 21 years old, blonde, and very beautiful.
What's her name and phone number?
2734, and if a man answers, hang up. It's my husband.
Wait a minute! You're jumping at conclusions, Miss 9074. Married people should learn to trust their mates. I wonder what my wife is doing.
This is different, Judge. If I don't divorce my husband, I'm afraid he'll do me bodily harm.
No.
Why, right now, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest because I found out he followed me here.
Dear girl, divorce is never necessary. Give yourself time to cool off. Again, I say to you, trust your husband. Take off that bulletproof vest.
Well, okay, if you say so. Here.
And so Judge Cantor solves another knotty marital problem. This woman lying at my feet proves that divorce is never necessary. She has cooled off and is getting cooler by the minute. Her worries are over and the husband is free to continue with life, liberty, and the pursuit of the blonde.
And now another award goes to that program where the contestant must answer questions correctly or suffer the consequences. We present Truth or Circumstances.
Our first guest is Mr.
Cyril Vandermeer, Ph.D., A.B., and D.G.
You are a professor?
No, I take vitamin pills.
All right, Mr. Vandermeer. Now, you understand how truth or circumstances operates. I ask you a question, and if you fail to answer correctly...
Yes?
You get hit in the puss with this strawberry shortcake. Now, ready? Fill in the missing words to this poem. Jack and Jill went up the...
hill.
To fetch a pail of...
H2O.
Correct. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling... Guess it or get it. Jill came tumbling...
Jill came tumbling... do you mind if I make a phone call?
No. Mister, you've got 2 more seconds to guess it or get it. Now, how would you like me to give you a little hint?
Yes, give it to me.
You asked for it. Continuing with... Ladies and gentlemen, continuing with our radio awards, we come to the program that locates rightful heirs to unclaimed fortunes. Presenting... Missing Millionaire. When old Judge Rumpelmeyer passed away recently, he bequeathed to his beloved wife, Rebecca Rumpelmeyer, the sum of $1 million. This fortune remained unclaimed. However, on the very day the benevolent old judge expired, beloved Rebecca also kicked the bucket. I have a gentleman with me now who claims to be their son and therefore the rightful heir to the Rumpelmeyer fortune. What is your name, sir?
Robert Rumpelmeyer.
Robert, where do you live?
At 323 Hollywood Boulevard.
You live at 323 Hollywood Boulevard? But that's a nightclub.
Yeah, I'm a playboy.
I see. Well, sir, if you can prove you're a true Rumpelmeyer, I am authorized to give you $1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, it's a cinch to prove I'm a Rumpelmeyer. Look, here's a photograph of me and my family when I was a little baby.
Is that you sitting on the nurse's lap?
Oh, that's my father.
If that's your father, then who is this fellow with the long gray beard?
That's me.
A baby with whiskers? How did that happen?
I was weaned on Vitalis.
Well, the picture you gave me seems to authenticate your claim, Rumpelmeyer. You know, you got here just in the nick of time. If you didn't show up to collect this money within the next 15 minutes, it would be forfeited to me.
Oh, goody. Give me my $1 million quick. I only got 10 minutes left.
Right. Now, to prove that everything is on the up and up, I want you to count your money. Here it is.
Thank you.
$1 million in $1 bills.
Oh, gee, thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now, while we are waiting, we continue on to our next case. Last week in London, England, Sir Humphrey Botts passed away, leaving $4 million to his daughter. Missing Millionaires is proud to announce that we have a claimant here tonight. Madam, tell me, do you claim to be Miss Ina Botts, the beautiful young daughter?
That's very funny, very funny. Say, good boy, slip me the money, honey.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
According to these records, Miss Ina Botts was 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds. You're only 5 feet tall and weigh 100 pounds. How do you explain that?
Meat shortage. Give me the money, honey.
We must be sure, you know. The will states that the claimant can be identified by a birthmark. Do you have a mole?
Yes, of course.
That's fine. Let me see it.
How dare!
Look, madam, if you won't identify yourself, perhaps your husband might...
My husband.
What's the matter?
My husband.
Don't cry.
The beast.
Don't cry.
It's such a dog.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Always is driving me crazy.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's wrong with your husband?
In the middle of the night, he's coming home, slapping me like a bass fiddle and singing, Mr. Toe, my toe.
No. You mean Mr. 5x5?
We got a very small apartment.
Your husband sounds very cruel.
He's such a dog, it's a dog.
Yeah, wait a minute. Madam, you should not call your husband a dog.
He's a dog, I tell you. All right. A dog, calm
down. Tell me, lady, how many children have you got?
14. 9 Airedales and 5 Cocker Spaniels.
Wait! Will you forget your dogs and tell me how many children you have?
Including my oldest daughter?
Of course. Why shouldn't we include your oldest daughter?
She's such a dog.
Wait a minute! Forget your daughter. Look.
You forget it.
Now, wait a minute. Before we hand over the money, we must be certain you're the rightful heiress. According to the will, you were born on February the 29th. That must have been leap year.
What?
Leap year. What is it that we have every 4 years?
Roosevelt.
Madam, while there are some discrepancies in your story,
yes,
but since there are no other claimants, the money goes to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's right.
You're so sweet.
Yeah.
You're such a sweet kid.
Wait a minute now. Now, what do you intend doing with the $4 million?
First, I will go to a beauty shop and make myself beautiful.
Yeah, and what will you do with the rest of the money?
The other $7 I'll put in the bank.
All right. Now, go on, madam, and go back to your husband with all the money.
I don't like my husband.
What's the matter?
He's such a dog.
Hey, what?
You're a dog, too.
Go ahead. Go on. Go.
Say, Eddie.
Yes, Harry.
Let me tell you my idea for a radio program. It would be a highlight of any year.
What is it, Harry?
Well, it's a 15-minute program that'll really be different and a big help to people, too.
Is it a gag program?
No gag.
Musical?
No music.
Well, what are you going to have?
Nothing. There will be 14.25 minutes of absolute silence. Beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful.
It would be different, but where does the big help come in, Harry?
Well, that's the other 3/4 of a minute, Eddie. I'll use those 45 seconds to tell people how to feel better faster.
Well, that is useful. What do you say, Harry, as if I don't know?
Well, just this. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling dull and headachy due to the need of a laxative, remember to take Sal Hepatica right away, and you will feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to go on feeling miserable all day. And here's something else worth remembering about this famous mineral salt laxative.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you rely on gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
And now, continuing with Missing Millionaires, we present a young lady who has inherited and possesses $1 million voice, Miss Dinah Shaw.
When the lights go on again all over the world, and the boys are home again all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the lights go on again all over the world, and the ships will sail again all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing when the lights go on again all over the world.
Gosh, Dinah, when the lights go on again, what a grand place the world will be. When Mom and the whole family can pile into the car on Sunday and drive far out in the country for a picnic.
Yeah, with a basket full of deviled eggs and bread and butter and have a weenie roast.
Yeah, and all the coffee you can drink. Oh.
Gee.
And there'll be the days when our boys can dive into swimming holes instead of foxholes.
And when the kids in those conquered countries can go back to their Sunday schools and learn about kindness instead of hate.
And when the only American bases that will ever again be stolen will be the ones in the baseball park.
Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing when the lights go on again